Section 1 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chip in Boulder, Colorado. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. Section 1. Statesmen and Sages. Lives of great men all remind us we can make our lives sublime, and, departing, leave behind us footprints on the sands of time. Longfellow. Moses, 1571 B.C. to 1451 B.C. by Henry George. Three great religions place the leader of the Exodus upon the highest plane they allot to man. To Christendom and to Islam, as well as to Judaism, Moses is the mouthpiece of the Most High, the medium clothed with supernatural powers through which the divine will has spoken. Yet this very exaltation, by raising him above comparison, may prevent the real grandeur of the man from being seen. It is amid his brethren that Saul stands taller and fairer. On the other hand, the latest school of biblical criticism asserts that the books of legislation attributed to Moses are really the product of an age subsequent to that of the prophets. Yet to this Moses, looming vague and dim, of whom they can tell us almost nothing, they too attribute the beginning of that growth which flowered centuries after in the humanities of Jewish law, and again, higher still and fairer, gleamed forth in that star of spiritual light which rested over the stable of Bethlehem in Judea. But whether wont to look at Moses in this way or in that, it may be sometimes worth our while to take the point of view in which all shades of belief may find common ground, and, accepting the main features of Hebrew record, consider them in the light of history, and of human nature as it shows itself today. Here is a case in which sacred history may be treated as we would treat profane history, without any shock to religious feeling. The keenest criticism cannot resolve Moses into a myth. The fact of the Exodus presupposes such a leader. To lead into freedom a people long crushed by tyranny, to discipline and order such a mighty host, to harden them into fighting men before whom warlike tribes quailed and walled cities went down, to repress discontent and jealousy and mutiny, to combat reactions and reversions, to turn the quick, fierce flame of enthusiasm to the service of a steady purpose, requires some towering character, a character blending in highest expression the qualities of politician, patriot, philosopher, and statesman. Such a character, in rough but strong outline, the tradition allows us. The union of the wisdom of the Egyptians with the unselfish devotion of the meekest of men. From first to last, in every glimpse we get, this character is consistent with itself, and with the mighty work which is its monument. It is the character of a great mind, hemmed in by conditions and limitations, and working with such forces and materials as were at hand, accomplishing, yet failing. Behind grand deed, a grander thought. Behind high performance, the still nobler ideal. Egypt was the mold of the Hebrew nation, the matrix in which a single family, or at most a small tribe, grew into a people as numerous as the American people at the time of the Declaration of Independence. For 4 centuries, according to the Hebrew tradition, a period as long as America has been known to Europe, this growing people, coming a patriarchal family from a roving pastoral life, had been placed under the dominance of a highly developed and ancient civilization. A civilization symbolized by monuments that rival in endurance the everlasting hills. A civilization so ancient that the pyramids, as we now know, were hoary with centuries ere Abraham looked on them. No matter how clearly the descendants of the kinsmen who came into Egypt at the invitation of the boy slave become prime minister maintained the distinction of race and the traditions of a freer life, they must have been powerfully affected by such a civilization, and just as the Hebrews of today are Polish in Poland, German in Germany, and American in the United States, so, but far more clearly and strongly, the Hebrews of the Exodus must have been Egyptian. It is not remarkable, therefore, that the ancient Hebrew institutions show in so many points the influence of Egyptian ideas and customs. What is remarkable is the dissimilarity. To the unreflecting, nothing may seem more natural than that a people, in turning their back upon a land where they had long been oppressed, should discard its ideas and institutions. But the student of history, the observer of politics, know that nothing is more unnatural, for institutions make men. And when amid a people used to institutions of one kind, we see suddenly arise institutions of an opposite kind, we know that behind them must be that active, that initiative force, the men who in the beginnings make institutions. This is what occurs in Exodus. The striking differences between Egyptian and Hebrew policy are not of form, but of essence. The tendency of the one is to subordination and oppression, of the other to individual freedom. Strangest of recorded births, from out of the strongest and most splendid despotism of antiquity comes the freest republic. From between the paws of the rock-hewn Sphinx rises the genius of human liberty, and the trumpets of the Exodus throb with the defiant proclamation of the rights of man. Consider what Egypt was. The very grandeur of her monuments to the enslavement of the people are the enduring witnesses of a social organization that rested on the masses an immovable weight. That narrow Nile Valley, the cradle of the arts and sciences, the scene, perhaps, of the greatest triumphs of the human mind, is also the scene of its most abject enslavement. In the long centuries of its splendor, its lord, secure in the possession of irresistible temporal power, and securer still in the awful sanctions of a mystical religion, was as a god on earth, to cover whose poor carcass with a tomb befitting his state, hundreds of thousands toiled away their lives. For the classes who came next to him were all the sensuous delights of a most luxurious civilization, and high intellectual pleasures which the mysteries of the temple hid from vulgar profanation. But for the millions who constituted the base of the social pyramid, there was but the lash to stimulate their toil, and the worship of beasts to satisfy the yearnings of the soul. From time immemorial to the present day, the lot of the Egyptian peasant has been to work and to starve, that those above him might live daintily. He has never rebelled. The spirit for that was long ago crushed out of him, by institutions which make him what he is. He knows but to suffer and to die. Imagine what opportunities and circumstances we may yet to organize and carry on a movement resulting in the release of a great people from such a soul-subduing tyranny, backed by an army of 500,000 highly trained soldiers, requires the leadership of a most commanding and consummate genius. But this task, surpassingly great though it is not the measure of the greatness of the leader in the Exodus. It is not in the deliverance from Egypt, it is in the constructive statesmanship that laid the foundations of the Hebrew Commonwealth that the superlative grandeur of that leadership looms up. As we cannot imagine the Exodus without the great leader, neither can we account for the Hebrew polity without the great statesman. Not merely intellectually great, but morally great, a statesman aglow with the unselfish patriotism that refuses to grasp a scepter or found a dynasty. It matters not when or by whom were compiled the books popularly attributed to Moses. It matters not how much of the code there given may be the survivals of more ancient usage or the amplifications of a later age. Its great features bear the stamp of a mind far in advance of people and time, of a mind that beneath effects sought for causes, of a mind that drifted not with the tide of events, but aimed at a definite purpose. The outlines that the record gives us of the character of Moses, the brief relations that, whenever the Hebrew Scriptures are read, have hung the chambers of the imagination with vivid pictures, are in every way consistent with this idea. What we know of the life illustrates what we know of the work. What we know of the work illumines the life. It was not an empire such as had reached full development in Egypt, or existed in rudimentary patriarchal form in the tribes around, that Moses aimed to found. Nor was it a republic, where the freedom of the citizens rested on the servitude of the helot, and the individual was sacrificed to the state. It was a commonwealth based upon the individual, a commonwealth whose ideal it was that every man should sit under his own vine and fig tree, with none to vex him or make him afraid. A commonwealth in which none should be condemned to ceaseless toil, in which for even the bond-slave there should be hope, in which for even the beast of burden there should be rest. A commonwealth in which, in the absence of deep poverty, the manly virtues that spring from personal independence should harden into a national character. A commonwealth in which the family affections might knit their tendrils around each member, binding with links stronger than steel the various parts into the living whole. It is not the protection of property, but the protection of humanity that is the aim of the Mosaic Code. Its sanctions are not directed to securing the strong in heaping up wealth, so much as to preventing the weak from being crowded to the wall. At every point it interposes its barriers to the selfish greed that, if left unchecked, will surely differentiate men into landlord and serf, capitalist and workman, millionaire and tramp, ruler and ruled. Its Sabbath day and Sabbath year secure, even to the lowliest, rest and leisure. With the blast of the Jubilee trumpets, the slave goes free, the debt that cannot be paid is cancelled, and a redivision of the land secures again to the poorest his fair share in the bounty of the common Creator. The reaper must leave something for the gleaner. Even the ox cannot be muzzled as he treadeth out the corn. Everywhere, in everything, the dominant idea is that of our homely phrase, live and let live. And the religion with which this civil policy is so closely intertwined exhibits kindred features. From the idea of the brotherhood of man springs the idea of the fatherhood of God. Though the forms may resemble those of Egypt, the spirit is that which Egypt had lost. Though a hereditary priesthood is retained, the law in its fullness is announced to all the people. Though the Egyptian rite of circumcision is preserved, and the Egyptian symbols reappear in all the externals of worship, the tendency to take the type for the reality is sternly repressed. It is only when we think of the bulls and the hawks, of the deified cats and sacred ichneumons of Egypt, that we realize the full meaning of the command, "Thou shalt not make to thyself any graven image." And if we seek, beneath form and symbol and command, the thought of which they are but the expression, we find that the distinctive feature of the Hebrew religion, that which separates it by such a wide gulf from the religions amid which it grew up, is its utilitarianism, its recognition of divine law in human life. It asserts not a God whose domain is confined to the far-off beginning or the vague future, who is over and above and beyond men, but a God who, in his inexorable laws, is here and now, a God of the living as well as of the dead, a God of the marketplace as well as of the temple, a God whose judgments wait not another world for execution, but whose immutable decrees will, in this life, give happiness to the people that heed them, and bring misery upon the people that forget them. The absence in the Mosaic books of any reference to a future life is only intelligible by the prominence into which this truth is brought. Nothing could have been more familiar to the Hebrews of the Exodus than the doctrine of immortality, the continued existence of the soul, the judgment after death, the rewards and punishments of the future state were the constant subjects of Egyptian thought and art. But a truth may be hidden or thrown into the background by the intensity with which another truth is grasped. And the truth that Moses brought so prominently forward, the truth his gaze was concentrated upon, is a truth that has often been thrust aside by the doctrine of immortality, and that may, perhaps, at times, react on it in the same way. This is the truth that the actions of men bear fruit in this world, that though on the petty scale of individual life wickedness may seem to go unpunished, and wrong to be rewarded, there is yet a nemesis that with tireless feet and pitiless arm follows every national crime and smites the children for the father's transgression. The truth that each individual must act upon and be acted upon by the society of which he is a part, that all must in some degree suffer for the sin of each, and the life of each be dominated by the conditions imposed by all. It is the intense appreciation of this truth that gives the Mosaic institutions so practical and utilitarian a character. Their genius, if I may so speak, leaves the abstract speculations where thought so easily loses and wastes itself, or finds expression only in symbols that become finally but the basis of superstition, in order that it may concentrate attention upon laws that determine the happiness or misery of men upon this earth. Its lessons have never tended to the essential selfishness of asceticism, which is so prominent a feature in Brahmanism and Buddhism, and from which Christianity and Islamism have not been exempt. Its injunction has never been, leave the world to itself, that you may save your own soul, but rather, do your duty in the world, that you may be happier, and the world be better. It has disdained no sanitary regulation that might secure the health of the body. Its promise has been of peace and plenty and length of days, of stalwart sons and comely daughters. It may be that the feeling of Moses in regard to a future life was expressed in the language of the Stoic. It is the business of Jupiter, not mine, or it may be that it partook in the same revulsion that shows itself in modern times, when a spirit essentially religious has been turned against the forms and expressions of religion, because these forms and expressions have been made the props and bulwarks of tyranny, and even the name and teachings of the carpenter's son perverted into supports of social injustice, used to guard the pomp of Caesar and justify the greed of Dives. Yet, however such feelings influenced Moses, I cannot think that such a soul as his, living such a life as his, feeling the exaltation of great thoughts, feeling the burden of great cares, feeling the bitterness of great disappointments, did not stretch forward to the hope beyond, did not rest and strengthen and ground itself in the confident belief that the death of the body is but the emancipation of the soul, did not feel the assurance that there is a power in the universe upon which it might confidently rely through wreck of matter and crash of worlds. But the great concern of Moses was with the duty that lay plainly before him, the effort to lay foundations of a social state in which deep poverty and degrading want should be unknown, where men, released from the meaner struggles that waste human energy, should have opportunity for intellectual and moral development. Here stands out the greatness of the man, what the wisdom and stretch of the forethought that in the desert sought to guard in advance against the dangers of a settled state. Let the present speak. In the full blaze of the 19th century, when every child in our schools may know as common truths things of which Egyptian sages never dreamed, when the earth has been mapped and the stars have been weighed, when steam and electricity have been pressed into our service, and science is wresting from nature secret after secret, it is but natural to look back upon the wisdom of 3,000 years ago as the man looks back upon the learning of the child. And yet, for all of this wondrous increase of knowledge, for all this enormous gain of productive power, where is the country in the civilized world in which today there is not want and suffering, where the masses are not condemned to toil that gives no leisure, and all classes are not pursued by a greed of gain that makes life an ignoble struggle to get and to keep? 3,000 years of advance, and still the moan goes up, they have made our lives bitter with hard bondage, in mortar and in brick, and in all manner of service. 3,000 years of advance, yet the piteous voices of little children are in the moan. We progress, and we progress. We girdle continents with iron roads, and knit cities together with the mesh of telegraph wires. Each day brings some new invention. Each year marks a fresh advance. The power of production increased, and the avenues of exchange cleared and broadened. Yet the complaint of hard times is louder and louder. Everywhere are men harassed by care and haunted by the fear of want. With swift, steady strides and prodigious leaps, the power of human hands to satisfy human wants advances and advances, is multiplied and multiplied. Yet the struggle for mere existence is more and more intense, and labor is the cheapest of commodities. Beside glutted warehouses, human beings grow faint with hunger and shiver with cold. Under the shadow of churches festers the vice that is born of want. Trace to their root the causes that are thus producing want in the midst of plenty, ignorance in the midst of intelligence, aristocracy in democracy, weakness in strength, that are giving to our civilization a one-sided and unstable development, and you will find it something which this Hebrew statesman 3,000 years ago perceived and guarded against. Moses saw that the real cause of the enslavement of the masses of Egypt was what has everywhere produced enslavement, the possession by a class of the land upon which and from which the whole people must live. He saw that to permit in land the same unqualified private ownership that by natural right attaches to the things produced by labor would be inevitably to separate the people into the very rich and the very poor, inevitably to enslave labor, to make the few the masters of the many, so no matter what the political forms, to bring vice and degradation, no matter what the religion. And with the foresight of the philosophic statesman, he sought in ways suited to his times and conditions to guard against this error. Everywhere in the Mosaic institutions is the land treated as the gift of the Creator to his common creatures, which no one has the right to monopolize. Everywhere it is, not your estate or your property, not the land which you bought or the land which you conquered, but the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, the land which the Lord lendeth thee. And by practical legislation, by regulations to which he gave the highest sanctions, he tried to guard against the wrong that converted ancient civilizations into despotisms, the wrong that after crowding families into single rooms and filling our new states with tramps, he not only provided for the fair division of the land among the people, and for making it fallow and common every 7th year, but by the institution of the Jubilee he provided for a redistribution of the land every 50 years to make monopoly impossible. I do not say that these institutions were, for their ultimate purpose, the best that might have been devised, for Moses had to work, as all great constructive statesmen have to work, with the tools that came to his hand, and upon materials as he found them. Still less do I mean to say that forms suitable for that time and people are suitable for every time and people. I ask not veneration of the form, but recognition of the spirit. Yet how common it is to venerate the form and to deny the spirit. Those are many who believe that the Mosaic institutions were literally dictated by the Almighty, and yet who would denounce as irreligious and communistic any application of their spirit to the present day? And yet, today, how much we owe to these institutions. This very day, the only thing that stands between our working classes and ceaseless toil is one of these Mosaic institutions. Let the mistakes of those who think that man was made for the Sabbath rather than the Sabbath for man be what they may, that there is one day in the week on which the hammer is silent and the loom stands idle, is due, through Christianity, to Judaism, to the code promulgated in the Sinaitic wilderness. It is these characterizations of the Mosaic institutions that, as in the fragments of a colossus, we may read the greatness of the mind whose impress they bear, of a mind in advance of its surroundings, in advance of its age, of one of those star souls that dwindle not with distance, but, glowing with the radiance of essential truth, hold their light while institutions and languages and creeds change and pass. That the thought was greater than the permanent expression, if found, who can cast doubt? Yet from that day to this, that expression has been in the world a living power. From the free spirit of the Mosaic law sprang that intensity of family life that, amid all dispersions and persecutions, has preserved the individuality of the Hebrew race, that love of independence that, under the most adverse circumstances, has characterized the Jew, that burning patriotism that flamed up in the Maccabees and bared the breast of Jewish peasants to the serried steel of Grecian phalanx and the resistance onset of Roman legion, that stubborn courage that, in exile and in torture, has held the Jew to his faith. It kindled that fire that has made the strains of Hebrew seers and poets phrase for us the highest exaltations of thought, that the intellectual vigor that has over and over again made the dry staff bud and blossom, and passing outward from one narrow race, it has exerted its power wherever the influence of the Hebrew Scripture has been felt. It has toppled thrones, cast down hierarchies, it strengthened the Scottish Covenanter in the hour of trial, and the Puritan amid the snows of a strange land. It charged with the Ironsides at Naseby. It stood behind the low redoubt on Bunker Hill. But it is in example, as in deed, that such lives are helpful. It is thus that they dignify human nature and glorify human effort, and bring to those who struggle hope and trust. The life of Moses, like the institutions of Moses, is a protest against that blasphemous doctrine, current now as it was 3,000 years ago, that blasphemous doctrine preached oftentimes even from Christian pulpits, that the want and suffering of the masses of mankind flow from a mysterious dispensation of providence, which we may lament, but can neither quarrel with nor alter. Adopted into the immediate family of the supreme monarch and earthly god, standing almost at the apex of the social pyramid, which had for its base those toiling millions, priest and prince in a land where prince and priest might revel in all delights, everything that life could offer to gratify the senses or engage the intellect was open to him. What to him under the wail of them who beneath the fierce sun toiled under the whips of the relentless masters, Heard from granite colonnade or beneath cool linen awning, it was mellowed by distance to monotonous music. Why should he question the sphinx of fate, or quarrel with the destinies the high gods had decreed? So had it always been, for ages and ages. So must it ever be. The beetle rends the insect, and the hawk preys on the beetle. Order on order, life rises from death and carnage, and higher pleasures from lower agonies. Shall the man be better than nature? Soothing and restful flows the Nile, though underneath its placid surface finny tribes wage cruel war, and the stronger eat the weaker. Shall the gazer who would read the secrets of the stars turn because under his feet a worm may writhe? Theirs to make bricks without straw, his a high place in the glorious procession that with gorgeous banners and glittering emblems, with clash of music and solemn chant, winds its shining way to dedicate the immortal edifice their toil has reared. Theirs the leek and the garlic, his to sit at the sumptuous feast. Why should he dwell on the irksomeness of bondage, he for whom the chariots waited, who might at will bestride the swift coursers of the delta, or be borne on the bosom of the river with oars that beat time to songs? Did he long for the excitement of action? There was the desert hunt, with steeds fleeter than the antelope, and lions trained like dogs. Did he crave rest and ease? There was for him the soft swell of languorous music and the wreathed movements of dancing girls. Did he feel the stir of intellectual life? In the arcana of the temples he was free to the lore of ages, an initiate in the society where were discussed the most engrossing problems, a sharer in that intellectual pride that centuries after compared Greek philosophy to the babblings of children. It was no sudden ebullition of passion that caused Moses to turn his back on all this, and to bring the strength of knowledge acquired in a dominant caste to the lifelong service of the oppressed. The forgetfulness of self, manifested in the smiting of the Egyptian, shines through the whole life, in institutions that molded the character of a people, in institutions that to this day make easier the lot of toiling millions, we may read the stately purpose. Through all that tradition has given us of that life runs the same grand passion, the unselfish desire to make humanity better, happier, nobler, and death is worthy of the life, subordinating to the good of his people the natural disposition to found a dynasty, which, in his case, would have been so easy. He discards the claims of blood, and calls to his place of leader the fittest man, coming from a land where the rites of sepulchre were regarded as all-important, and the preservation of the body after death was the passion of life, among a people who were even then carrying the remains of their great ancestor Joseph to rest with his fathers. He yet conquered the last natural yearning, and withdrew from the sight and sympathy of men to die alone and unattended, lest the idolatrous feeling, always ready to break forth, should in death accord him the superstitious reverence he had refused in life. No man knoweth of his sepulchre unto this day, but while the despoiled tombs of the Pharaohs mock the vanity that reared them, the name of the Hebrew who, revolting from their tyranny, strove for the elevation of his fellow men, yet is a beacon of light to the world. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. David, King of Israel, by Margaret E. Sangster, 1074 to 1001 BC. More than 1,000 years before the beginning of the Christian era, in a little farmstead in Palestine, there was rejoicing at the birth of a son, not the firstborn, whose coming was a fit occasion for gifts and feasting, not the second, the third, nor even the seventh. David was the 8th son of Jesse the Bethlehemite. Jesse would seem to have been a landholder, as his fathers had been before him, a man of substance, with fields and flocks and herds. We first meet David, a ruddy, fair-haired lad, tough of sinew and keen of eye and aim, keeping the sheep among the mountains. 200 years before David's day, a fair woman of Moab had brought a new infusion of strength, a new type into the princely line of Judah. The blood of the daring children of the wilderness flowed in the veins of those who descended from Boaz. Just as in modern times and in royal houses, a single feature as a set of the jaw, a curve of the lips, a fullness of the brow or the eye is stamped upon a race by some marriage of its heir with a strong woman of another race. So it has always seemed to me that the poetry, the romance, the fire and the passion came with Ruth of Moab into the household of Boaz. For they were strong and beautiful, these sons of Jesse, who had Ruth as their not remote ancestress, and the mother qualities live long and tell through many generations. Of Jesse's many sons, David was the youngest. His early life was spent as was that of other boys belonging to his class and period. He must have added to his natural abilities and quickness, rare talents for attaining such knowledge as was possible, knowledge of all woodcraft and of nature, knowledge of musical instruments and acquaintance with arms, clean of limb and sure of foot, ready of repartee, fearless and alert. He was, even as a boy, something of what he was to become in maturity, one of the greatest men of his own or any age, unique in some capacities, versatile and varied in arts and accomplishments, at once vindictive and forgiving, impetuous and politic, shrewd and impulsive, heroic and mean, of long memory for wrongs committed, of decisive act and incisive speech, relentless and magnanimous, strong and weak, a man whose influence has never died out among men, and who is today a vital force in the world of religion, of philanthropy, and of letters. The short and ill-starred reign of Saul, the first king of the Jews, chosen when the people had wearied of the theocratic style of government, came to a speedy end. While yet the crown was on his head, the favour of the Lord departed from Saul, and Samuel the Lord's prophet was sent, 1064 BC, to anoint his successor. The monarch was virtually deposed, though still in power. Saul was like a man under sentence of death, who is still ignorant of his coming fate, and Samuel, who entertained a strong regard for him, evidently cared little to carry out the command received from God to discover the new king. Almost under protest, the old prophet sought Jesse the Bethlehemite, great-grandson of Boaz, and the beautiful Ruth, and father of the sturdy set of stalwart sons who passed in review before him. The youngest of these, a lad herding sheep in the fields, ruddy and goodly to look upon, bearing in his eyes the fearlessness of her who left her father's house to follow Naomi's desolate fortunes, came from the fields when he was sent for. Peaceful as was his shepherd's life in general, it was not without its occasional spice of danger, as when a lion and a bear, famished and furious, and ravening for their prey, came out of the wintry woods to devour the sheep. Then, as the sacred chronicler tersely, with Homeric brevity tells us, the shepherd slew both the lion and the bear. That strange possession, the Spirit of the Lord, came upon David from the day of his anointing by Samuel, though it is improbable that he understood then, or for long afterward, precisely what was the function to which he had been consecrated. David was far older, and had dipped deep into many cups, before he spoke or thought of himself as the Lord's anointed. The steps toward the throne were not smooth for the boy's feet, though his upward path was in a comparatively straight line. First, quite naturally, it came about that he was sent for by King Saul, who was afflicted with periods of melancholia, which were charmed away only by the sweetness of melody. David's harp, on which he played skilfully, was the instrument of relief to Saul, and Saul, looking on the young man, loved him, desired to attach him to his person, and speedily made him his armor-bearer. Jonathan, Saul's son, grew so deeply attached to David that their souls were knit together in that strong friendship which strikes its fibres into the soil of underlying passion, godlike in its endurance. The friendship of the two young men passed into a proverb which is the crystallization of history, as David and Jonathan is friendship's strongest simile. Of the episodes of this portion of David's life, the conflict with Goliath is familiar to every reader. The youth, armed with a pebble and a sling, slays the boastful champion, storming about in helmet and greaves and brass and target. The victorious hosts of Israel pursue the defeated and flying Philistines hour after hour till the sun goes down. Saul, apparently forgetful of his former favourite and armour-bearer, inquires whose son the stripling is, led proudly into his presence by Abner, the captain of the host. "I am the son of thy servant Jesse the Bethlehemite," is the modest answer. Again this time, aroused by jealousy, Saul's moody fit returns, and his insanity is once more dispelled by David's harp. David becomes the king's son-in-law, and Michal, the king's daughter, loves her husband so dearly that she sets her woman's wits at work to save him, when her father's hot displeasure, in the summary fashion known to Eastern kings, sends messengers to seek his life. Poor Michal, whose love was never half returned. The next chapter in David's history is a curious one. Anointed king over Israel, he wanders an outlaw captain, hiding in crannies of the mountains, gathering to himself a band of young and daring spirits, reckless of peril, and willing to accept service under a leader who fears nothing, and whose incursions into the adjacent countries dispose people to hold him in wholesome terror. Again and again in this precarious Robin Hood life of his, David has the opportunity to revenge himself upon Saul, but with splendid generosity puts the temptation aside. "The Lord judge between me and thee," he exclaims. "The Lord avenge me of thee, but mine hand shall not be upon thee." An interesting sidelight is thrown upon this portion of David's career by the incident of his meeting with Abigail, a woman fair and discreet, married to a sordid churl named Nabal. David and his band had protected Nabal's fields from other rovers, and had been, so to speak, a wall of fire between the churl's estate and the hand of depredation. But at the time of the sheep shearing, the surly ingrate refuses food and drink to the band of David, though the favour is most courteously asked. When the rough answer is brought back, one sees the quick temper of the soldier, in a flashing repartee, and the hand flying to the sword. Little had been left to Nabal of barn or briar, if sweet-voiced and stately Abigail, wiser than her lord, had not herself brought a present in her hand, and with a gentle tongue soothed the angry warrior. In days to come Abigail was to be wife to David, after the custom of the period which attached a numerous harem to the entourage of a chieftain or a king. In judging of David, of his relations with women, and of his dealings with his enemies, it is not fair to measure him by the standards of our own time. His was a day of the high hand and of lax morality. The kings of neighbouring countries knew no gentleness, no law but of self-interest and of self-pleasing in their marriages and in their quarrels. Many of the alliances made by David were distinctly in the line of political arrangements, bargains by which he strengthened his boundary lines, and attracted to his own purposes the resources or the kindly interest of other nations. Reading of David's dashing forays, when he and his valiant 200 fought the Amalekites, chased the Philistines, took prisoners and spoil, yet with rare wisdom ordained that, in the division of the spoils, those who tarried at home by the stuff, the guard of wives and children, should share equally with those who took upon them the pleasanter, if more perilous tasks of the battle. We are transported into the morning of the world. These were days when the trumpets blew, and the flags fluttered, days of riotous health and the joy of life. After the death of Saul and of Jonathan his son, David succeeded to the throne. This story is very dramatic. The conquering Philistines affixed the bodies of the dead heroes to their temple walls, and hung their armour as a trophy in the house of Ashtaroth. But the valiant men of Jabesh Gilead came by night, took down the bodies and burned them, then buried the bones and wept over them for 7 days. David himself ordered to execution the messenger who brought in Saul's crown and bracelet, confessing that his own hand had given the king the coup de grace. His lamentation over Saul and Jonathan rises to the height of the sublime. Never laureate sang in strains more solemn and tender. But from this moment on, the tenor of David's life was boisterous and broken. He was constantly at war, now war that was defensive only, again war that was fiercely aggressive. He had to face internal dissensions. As his sons grew up, children of different mothers and of different trainings, there came to the heart of the father, always most passionately loving, such bitterness as none but great souls know. Between David's house and that of Saul, there was long and fierce dispute, and never any real peace. Treachery, assassination, jealousy marked the course of these two houses, though David, to his lasting honour, be it said, showed only kindness and rendered only protection to the kindred of Saul. He could not control the cupidity or fierceness of his retainers, but he gave the crippled Mephibosheth the household and the income befitting a prince. David was 30 years old when he began to reign. His first capital was Hebron, where he was publicly anointed after the custom of the period. His reign lasted 40 years, 7 years and 6 months of which he spent in Hebron. Observing the natural advantages of Jerusalem as a stronghold, he took it after a sharp contest, and set up the throne there, remaining there for 33 years. In nothing did David display great abilities in a more marked manner than in the choice of his generals and counsellors. Joab, Abishai, and Zeruiah, Hushai, and Ahithophel were all men of great administrative or executive powers. They were not invariably faithful to David's interests, but in the main they served him well, and to his mighty men of valour he owed the debt for success that all great captains owe to those who surround their persons, further their plans, and aid their enterprises. In the second book of Chronicles, the honour call of David's heroes is starred with undying lustre. 30 captains are mentioned, among them 3 mightiest, and the record of these valiant men is like the record written of Thor and his followers in the legendary of the stormy Norsemen. There was one who slew an Egyptian, a giant 5 cubits high, with a spear like a weaver's beam. And the champion went down to the combat, armed with a staff only, disarmed the Egyptian, and slew him with his own spear. Another slew a lion in a pit in a snowy day. One sees the picture, the yellow-maned, fierce-eyed lion, the white drift of the blinding flakes, the whole of the pit, deep-walled and narrow, a fit lair for the wild beast. The incident of the well of Bethlehem belongs here. The king was spent and athirst, and he longed for a drink from the old well by the gate. But when 3 mighty men cut their way sword in hand through the enemy's host, and brought the precious water, the king would not drink it, and poured it out before the Lord in libation. God forbid, he exclaimed, that I should drink the blood of these men that have put their lives in jeopardy. If David had always been as noble! But men have the defects of their qualities. These mighty men of earth have often, on one side or another, a special liability to temptation. In the seduction of Bathsheba and a cowardly murder of Uriah her husband, David committed a sin for which he was punished, not only in the denunciation of Nathan the prophet and the loss of Bathsheba's first child, but by the strings of a deep remorse, which expresses itself in a psalm which is a miserere. Yet Bathsheba became the mother of Solomon, and Solomon was the heir chosen by the Lord to preserve the kingly line of David and to maintain the kingdom in great glory and splendor. In the quaint language of the sacred scribes we find David's frequent battles graphically described. Rapid and pitiless as Attila or Napoleon, he smote the Amalekites and the Ammonites and the neighboring warlike peoples, and compelled them to pay tribute. He was not more rapacious than France has recently shown herself to Siam, or than England to India, and he was emphatically the battle-axe of God. It was enlightenment against savagery, the true religion against the idolatries and witchcrafts of a false worship. In every way David displayed statesmanship, not carrying on war for the mere pleasure of it, but strengthening his national lines and laying deep the foundations on which his successor was to carry forward a kingdom of peace. It was not until Hiram, king of Tyre, sent cedar from Lebanon and floats down the Mediterranean that David built him a house. The hardy soldier had often slept with the sky for his roof and the grass for his bed, but as he grew rich and strong he needed a palace. With the pleasure and security of the palace, the sealed house, came the wish of the devout soul to erect a temple to God. Never was sacrifice greater nor pain more intense than that which the great king experienced when told that not for him was to be this crowning joy, this felicity which would have made his cup overflow. His hands had shed too much blood. He had been a man of war from his youth. The temple on Mount Zion, a glittering mass of gold and gems, shining like a heap of snowflakes on the pilgrims going up to the annual Passover, was to be the great trophy not of David's, but of Solomon's time. David acquiesced in the divine ordering, though with a sore heart, but he occupied himself with the accumulation of rich materials, so that when Solomon came to the throne he might find much and valuable preparation made. The troubles of David's reign gathering round him thickly as the almond blossoms of age grew white upon his head, were chiefly brought upon him through dissensions in his family. Did so loving a father spoil his sons in their early youth? Or were they, as it is probable, influenced by the spites, the malignities, and the weaknesses of the beautiful foreign princesses who were their mothers? In the rebellion of Absalom, the king tasted the deepest draught of sorrow ever pressed to mortal lips. and the whole tragic tale is as vivid in its depiction and as intensely real in its appeal today as when fresh from the pen of the writer. The conduct of Absalom, whose beauty and vanity were equalled by his ambition and his ingratitude, has made him forever infamous. He omitted no act that could convict him of shameless infidelity to all that was worthy a prince. With an armed host he set his battle in array against his father. One charge, reiterated again and again, showed the depth of that father's heart, a heart like that of the Father in heaven for its yearning over ingrates and rebels. Beware that none touch the young man Absalom. Joab, of all men in the realm, least afraid of David, and most relentless when anyone stood in his way, himself became Absalom's executioner, and David's people, being victors, Absalom hung caught by his hair in the bowels of an ox, unable to escape. Then it was a question who should tell the king these tidings, which dashed the hearts of the conquerors with a sudden pang. Finally a swift runner reached the watchtower, whence the old king looked forth awaiting news of the day. "Is the young man Absalom safe?" he asked. And Cushai answered, "The enemies of my lord the king, and all that rise against thee to do thee hurt, be as that young man is." And the king was much moved, and went up to the chamber over the gate, and wept, and as he went those who said, "O my son Absalom, my son Absalom, would God I had died for thee, O Absalom, my son, my son." Long, long ago, these battles and sieges, these truces and victories were over forever on this earth. Egypt and Assyria, contemporary with Israel in greatness, have perished from the memories of men, save as a few marbles remain to tell their tales. The vitality of David is imperishable, but not because he was a shrewd statesman, a doughty warrior, or a captain of conquering armies. David the shepherd, David the king are of the past. David the musician, David the psalmist is as alive today as he ever was, the music of his harp still vibrating in temples and cathedrals and in human souls. Those matchless hymns, antenating our modern era by so many shifting centuries, are lisped by children at their mother's knee, form part of every religious ritual of which the one God is the center, and voice the love and prayer and praise of every heart that seeks the Creator. The intense adoration and trust of the Hebrew, we too exclaim, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," and God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in time of trouble. End of section 2. Section 3 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. Solomon, by Reverend Charles F. Deems, 1033 to 975 BC. Looking down the vista of the past ages, we see standing conspicuous among men David, the father of Solomon. In David's case, it is as if the all-wise God had constructed in one human being an organ with all the keys and stops possible to humanity, and as if the Holy Ghost had on that organ with those keys and stops played every tune of every song that all humanity may need to sing in life or death, or carry in memory from earth to heaven. When we remember who Solomon's father was, we are helped to grasp the significance of the life and character of the son, who, narrower indeed than his father, was yet more brilliant and more intense. In 1033 BC, shortly after the death of David's first child by Bathsheba, which was begotten in sin, a second child was born, whom David called Solomon, or peaceful, probably with reference to the peace between God and David brought about by the latter's deep penitence for his sin against Uriah. But the prophet Nathan, to whose wise and tender care he was early committed, called him Jedediah, or the beloved of the Lord. If, as the best authorities are agreed, Solomon wrote the 31st chapter of Proverbs, he had still another name, Lemuel, which means to God, or dedicated to God. The great number and variety of traditions about Solomon extant in Persia, Arabia, Abyssinia, and among the Jews and other people, is a proof of the profound impression which he made on his age, and an evidence of his greatness. For only the great among men beget many traditions. Before taking up the authentic and credible history of Solomon, a few specimens of these traditions may well receive our attention. The Abyssinians claim that a son given to the Queen of Sheba by Solomon was the founder of their imperial dynasty. In Persian literature, Solomon is a favorite character. If nothing to say of David, it has countless stories of his gifted son. One alone, called Solomon Naamah, fills 80 books. Arabia also claims Solomon as the father of her kings, and to this day under the eastern sky dusky Arabs sit around the lonely tent fire and tell weird and wonderful tales of the wit, wisdom, and wealth of Solomon. Legends of which he is the hero are also preserved not only in Asia and Africa, but also in the remotest corners of Europe. According to these stories, he could interpret the language of birds and beasts, was acquainted with the mysterious virtues of herbs and gems, used spells for casting out demons and charms for curing diseases, possessed a ring which revealed to him the past, present, and future, was acquainted with the arts of magic, and by them made evil spirits his slaves, who helped him with his vast buildings and other great enterprises. It was with the assistance of demons called jinns that he built the gorgeous city of Persepolis, while other evil spirits, rebelling, he conquered after a long and fierce struggle, and immured in dark depths and caves of the sea. But let us return to sober history. The only trustworthy account of the wise king available is that which is written in the Bible, and in the crumbling ruins of his great buildings and public and private works in the East, especially in and around Jerusalem. He was 10 years of age when the rebellion of his older brother Absalom fell almost like a death blow upon the brow and heart of his aged father David, with whom he shared the perils of flight and a brief exile. Not many years later, Adonijah, another brother, with the connivance of Joab, David's rugged old general, and Abiathar, the elder high priest, attempting to steal the throne, Zadok the high priest, Nathan the prophet, and Benaiah, the most famous and heroic of Israel's captains after Joab, together with Bathsheba, the beautiful and ambitious mother of Solomon, succeeded in thwarting Adonijah's base designs, and rousing David for a short time his old-time energy. Whereupon he placed Solomon upon the throne, while yet a young man, only 15 or 20 years of age. Upon taking up his sceptre, Solomon first of all removed his father's enemies, and the heads of the conspiracies which had been made against the throne, not even hesitating to cut off Joab, whose deeds of prowess had added a marvellous lustre to the military fame of Israel. Solomon now sat secure upon his throne, the undisputed monarch of the wide territory secured by the conquests of his great father. About this time, in order to strengthen his kingdom, he married a daughter of the Pharaoh of northern Egypt, an alliance which pleased the people, for it showed that their king was a king among kings. The end of this political alliance, however, was not as brilliant as its beginning promised, because although Egypt was at that time the most mighty nation of the world, because the most wealthy and civilized, yet it was divided into 2 kingdoms. And after the lapse of years, the Pharaoh of the United Kingdom did not hesitate to become Solomon's foe, because one of his wives had been an Egyptian princess. After removing the enemies of the throne and marrying the daughter of Pharaoh, Solomon repaired to the heights of Gibeon, 6 miles north of Jerusalem, a spot far famed as the house of the tabernacle of the congregation, which was the original tent of the wanderings. On the brazen altar in front of the tabernacle, the young king offered to Jehovah a holocaust of 1,000 victims. It was on the night after this magnificent sacrifice that the Lord offered to Solomon dreaming his heart's chief desire. The wise and as yet pious young king asking for wisdom, the Lord was so pleased that he promised him not only wisdom, but also wealth, honour, and long life. He had already been endowed with extreme personal beauty. Immediately following this vision, the wisdom of the king was tested in a way which showed that his God was a faithful promiser. Into the royal presence, 2 women of bad character were ushered by the authorities, bringing 2 babes, the one living and the other cold in death. In the night, the latter's mother had by accident smothered it, whereupon she had stolen the living babe from its mother's side. In the morning, a bitter conflict was waged by the 2 women over the living child, each wildly claiming it as her own. When the officers of the law were appealed to, they brought the case before their king, whose wisdom and fitness to judge a great kingdom were now to be tried. As the spectators of the dramatic scene looked on, it was with anxious curiosity, which in a moment was turned into horror, as Solomon ordered a stalwart attendant to take a keen sword and cut the living little one into 2 parts, and give to each mother a half. One of the women appeared stolidly satisfied with this arrangement, but the other sprang between the babe and its executioner, and weeping, pleaded that its life might be spared, and her rival be permitted to have the whole child. In this pity and tenderness Solomon discovered the true mother heart, and to her gave the babe, while the news of the marvellous wisdom of the new king spread like wildfire through Jerusalem and all Israel. Solomon had now secured an assured place in the hearts of his subjects, and was firmly seated on a throne, from which for 40 years he governed Israel with a rule whose wisdom was surpassed only by its magnificence. As it is impossible at this date to get at the exact chronological order of the events of his life from the time that he ascended the throne, and as it was remarkable for the fruits of peace rather than war, we may best study it by considering his government, household, buildings, riches, and writings. Solomon's rule extended over a wide territory and over many peoples. It had been the glory of David that he fought successfully with, and subdued the enemies of Israel on every side. From the Mediterranean Sea to the Euphrates, and from the Red Sea to the northern bounds of Syria, the great son of David held sway, and thus was God's ancient promise to Abraham fulfilled. Genesis 15:18. Solomon's government was Asiatic, that is, it was an absolutism, marked by luxury, display, and taxation so heavy as to amount almost to oppression. Its luxuriousness and display are illustrated by his seraglio, which included 700 wives, 1 Kings 11:3, and its despotic nature is seen in such acts as his summary and severe punishment of Adonijah, Job, and Abiathar. For the first time in the history of Israel, alliances were entered into with other nations. We have already seen how Solomon had married an Egyptian princess. Then he made a treaty of his neighbour on the Mediterranean coast, Hiram, king of Tyre, who in exchange for corn agreed to supply Solomon with timber for building the temple and his own magnificent palace. The timber was floated down from Tyre to Joppa, whence it was transported to Jerusalem or wherever needed. At peace with surrounding nations, and with a thoroughly systemized and centralized government, Solomon sat on his throne of ivory and gold, and looked around on his people, to see an astonishing increase of population and a tremendous growth in business and wealth, especially during the first half of his reign. Entering his court and his household, one saw all things in keeping with his Asiatic government. Magnificent palaces, surrounded by beautiful gardens, multitudes of slaves, each one having his work and doing it with swiftness and precision, troops of courtiers, and a harem of 700 wives and 300 concubines. Around his gorgeous throne stood his officers and attendants. In his stables were 40,000 horses and chariots in proportion. Whenever he went forth before his people, it was to dazzle them with his splendor. But fond as he was of display and of women, he nevertheless did not neglect the business of his kingdom, a large part of each day being spent either in his throne room with his officials, or superintending his great public and private works. Besides this, no inconsiderable part of his time in his home was given to study, meditation, and writing. The king was one of the greatest builders of the ages. Among the structures erected by him, easily first in splendor was the temple. In Solomon's temple lies Solomon's true greatness and glory, rather than in his songs, his proverbs, his riches, and his outward splendor. It was the bud whose blooming was in Christ and Christianity. Around it was to be preserved the people chosen to save the true knowledge of their God for the human race, and produce the human nature of Jesus Christ, humanity's incarnate God and Saviour. The conception of a fitting, permanent earthly abode for Jehovah, and for the ark and the sacred symbols therein, was David's. He it was who took the ark to Jerusalem and placed it in a temporary tabernacle or tent, while he collected money and materials for a great shrine. To aid him in his great work, David had already secured the friendship of Hiram, king of Tyre, with whom, as we have seen, Solomon made a treaty, and from whom he procured both workmen and materials for his great enterprise. The temple was begun 480 years after the exodus from Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign, or 1012 BC, and was completed in the 12th year of his reign. Its site was Mount Moriah, at the point where Araunah's threshing floor had been, and where the angel met David at the time the plague was stayed. The house of the Lord finished, Solomon built his gorgeous palaces, and 13 years after the completion of the temple, 991 BC, the people of Israel assembled on the occasion of its dedication. This occurred at the time of the Feast of Tabernacles, when a magnificent festival of 2 weeks' duration was held. The priests bore the ark into the Holy of Holies, and deposited it under the wings of the cherubim. When they had retired, the cloud of glory filled the whole edifice, and thus proclaimed the approving presence of Jehovah. Thereupon Solomon stood upon the brassen platform, which had been built for him, and made his memorable prayer. He thanked God with helping him to build the temple, and prayed that he would hear the prayers that should there be made. Scarcely was his prayer ended, when fire came down from heaven and consumed the sacrifice which had been laid on the altar, and the awe-stricken multitude bowed with their faces to the ground upon the pavement, and worshipped and adored the Lord, saying, "For he is good, for his mercy endureth for ever." 2 Chronicles 7:3. In keeping with the temple were the gorgeous palaces on which for 13 years Solomon lavished time and toil and money. In the tower of the house of David, as one of these was called, hung 1,000 golden bucklers, while in the great judgment hall stood the far-famed throne of the great king. 1 Kings 10:18-20. Solomon's other buildings were beautiful gardens and pools and aqueducts, and a luxurious summer resort. He moreover either established or built many important towns or fortresses, among others being Tadmor in the wilderness, afterwards celebrated in history as Palmyra. Countless workmen and estimable wealth were involved in the building enterprises of the great king, which included at the last, to his shame, rival temples to Moloch and the other false gods of his heathen wives. Of course, Solomon's government, household, and buildings, as we have considered them, involved the accumulation and expenditure of vast sums of money. But the king's ambition, energy, industry, and business talent rose to the height of these demands. From two sources he drew his vast wealth, namely taxation and commerce. He received large revenues in the way of tributes and subject peoples, in addition to the increasingly heavy taxes which he imposed on the people of Israel. Besides taxation, the king increased his wealth by means of his great commercial operations in the desert, which was the highway between the Orient and the Occident, and by means of his two fleets, one on the Mediterranean and the other on the eastern arm of the Red Sea, which provided a waterway to both southern Asia and western Africa. So rich did Solomon become from these sources that it is said that he made silver and gold at Jerusalem as plentiful as stones. 2 Chronicles 1:15. There was, however, one fatal fault in Solomon's commercial policy. All the gain went to the palace and the government. Herein lay one of the secrets of the division and fall of the nation immediately upon the close of his career. Naturally, Solomon's commercial greatness, together with the pomp and splendor of his court and government, carried his fame to all parts of the earth. But that for which he received the greatest respect from surrounding nations was his wisdom, manifested in many ways, but chiefly in his writings. One of the marked effects of David's long and vigorous reign was to stimulate mental activity in the Hebrew mind. The great foreign wars with the Egyptians, the Phoenicians, the Sabaeans, and the surrounding nations, who were more or less advanced in the knowledge of the arts and sciences, had the effect of widening the range of knowledge of Israel as a nation, and of stirring her up to an ambition to excel her neighbours in affairs of peace, as well as in those of war. Solomon's peaceful and wise reign, characterized as it was by commercial prosperity, gave the people both the time and means for cultivating the arts. In study and in wisdom the king was the leader of his day and generation. He was learned in political economy, a great king. He was learned in music and poetry, having composed some of the most beautiful of the Psalms, such as the second. But in cultivating the fine arts, he did not neglect the physical sciences, for he was a botanist, writing of all kinds of trees and plants, and he was a natural historian, writing works on beasts, birds, reptiles, and fishes. It would be most interesting to see these science primers prepared by Solomon, and compare them with what we see on the same subjects in our own day, but the Bible has not preserved them, and they have long centuries ago passed into oblivion. Solomon's knowledge was not of that shallow sort which is limited to the sphere of earthly material, seen things, for he was wise with that deeper knowledge which has for its object God and the human soul, and their natures and movements in their natural relations. This wisdom is illustrated and handed down to us in his Proverbs, of which we are told he spoke 3,000. A portion of these is in the book of Proverbs, the others are lost to us. In his poetry also was crystallized much of his wisdom. This consisted of 1,005 songs, all of which have gone down in the flood of years, with the exception of the Song of Solomon, which is an epithalamium in which pure wedded love is incarnated. It is a sort of poetry of the family relations, and therefore worthy of a place in the sacred canon. Taken literally and read of a pure heart, it is eminently fitted to spiritualize the family relations, This theory of this much discussed portion of Solomon's writings by no means shuts out the more spiritual use of the book, wherein we see in it the church represented by the bride and God by the bridegroom. In Ecclesiastes we have the latest conclusions of Solomon's moral wisdom, read in the light of its general scope, rather than the dim light of detached portions. It appears as the confessions of a humbled, penitent, believing, godly man, who after piety followed by apostasy, comes back to piety with the conclusion that after all, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Through his writings and sayings, Solomon's genius flashed from Jerusalem into the surrounding darkness of the heathen nations, and lighted by its rays, as mariners by the beacon in the lighthouse tower, there came of all people to hear the wisdom of Solomon from all kings of the earth, which had heard of his wisdom. 1 Kings 10, 1-10. The celebrated visit of the Queen of Sheba is a deeply interesting illustration of these royal visits to the court of Israel's splendid king. Such was King Solomon the Magnificent, and such the life of one of earth's most famous men. But after all, he is a striking illustration of Plato's sayings, that princes are never without flatterers to seduce them, ambition to deprave them, and desires to corrupt them. So forgetting that as a king he was God's vicegerent, he lived more and more to gratify his lusts and ambitions, and to please his flatterers, especially his heathen wives. These finally seduced him into permitting temples to be built to Moloch and the other false gods. This ended in Solomon's becoming idolatrous himself. Then his wealth gradually melted away. His allies plotted against him, and in the midst of life, being about 58 years old, he died in the year 975 BC, leaving a terrible legacy to his sons, a corrupted religion, a depleted treasury, and a discontented and broken people. Although there is every reason to believe that Solomon died a penitent man, yet his sins and the consequent wretchedness of soul, and the ruin of his kingdom, teach most emphatically the weakness of human nature, even when accompanied by the greatest genius, the perils of material prosperity, and the real insufficiency of all possible earthly good to satisfy the wants of the soul of man. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. Lycurgus, by Reverend Joseph T. Duryea, about 884 to 820 BC. Scholars generally agree in the judgment that Lycurgus was a real person. It is probable that he was born in the 9th century BC, and that in the later part of the same century, 850 to 820, he was an important, if not the principal agent in the reconstruction of the Dorian state of Sparta in the Peloponnesus. According to Herodotus, he was the uncle of King Labotus, of the royal line of Eurysthenes. Others, whom Plutarch follows, describe him as the uncle and guardian of King Kerry, and therefore in the line of Pericles. Either way, his mythical lineage would be traced to Hercules. We are able to find no trustworthy records of the circumstances of his birth and of the incidents of his childhood and youth. Plutarch, with all his diligence, found nothing, nor could he sift and blend the varying stories of his later life and so construct a consistent and credible narrative. O. Müller says, "We have absolutely no account of him as an individual person." Accordingly, Lycurgus appears already in his maturity. We know what he was only from what he did. He has this imperishable honor, that he did something, and did it in such a manner, and with such effect, that the memory of him and his deeds has lasted until this late time, and bids fair to last throughout all time. The following traditions concerning Lycurgus are commonly repeated. Polydectes, his brother, was king in Sparta. After the king's death, a son was born to the widow. Lycurgus became his guardian and presented him to the magistrates as their future king. He was suspected by the queen's brother of a design to take the crown, and even of a purpose to destroy his infant nephew. Accordingly, he went into exile. He remained some time in Crete, studying the institutions of the Dorian people of that island. He traveled extensively in Asia, and was especially careful to observe the manners and customs of the Ionians. He found the poems of Homer, transcribed and arranged them, and caused them to be more generally known. The Egyptians claimed that he visited their country, and derived much of his wisdom from them. Meanwhile, the affairs of Sparta were in a critical condition, and the king and the people alike desired his presence and his aid in restoring peace and renewing the prosperity of the community and the people of Laconia. Immediately upon his return, he entered upon the work of framing a constitution and reconstructing the state. Notwithstanding much opposition and complaint from the classes obliged to make concessions and sacrifices for the common good, he secured the assent of the people to his legislation. Having seen the system in working order, he announced his purpose to leave the country for a period, and moved the citizens to take an oath that they would observe the laws until he should return. He departed to remain away to the end of his life, but first repaired to Delphi, and obtained an oracle promising prosperity to the Spartans, so long as they should maintain faithfully the constitution. Laconia was the southeastern portion of the peninsula. The soil was mainly mountain land, and meagerly productive under toilsome and careful tillage. So much of it as was naturally fertile lay in the center, shut in from the sea by the mountains. At the time of the Dorian immigration, it was occupied in part by the descendants of the old Pelasgian population, and in part by a mixed people which had come in at different times and from various sources. Because of the limited area, there was already considerable pressure between the several elements. Accordingly, the Dorians and their Achaean and Aeolian allies met with a stout resistance and established themselves after an obstinate and long-continued struggle. They descended from the sources of the Eurotas and forced their way into the plains in the midst of the land. They seized the heights on the right bank of the river at a point where its channel is split by an island, and it was most easy to cross the stream. The hill of Athene became the center of the settlement. Their establishment in the land was a slow process. It is said Laconia was divided into 6 districts, with 6 capital cities, each ruled by a king. The immigrants were distributed among the inhabitants, and lands were allotted to them, in return for which they recognized the authority of the kings and engaged to support them in power. They seem to have been adopted by the kings, as their kindred were in Crete, as the military guardians of their prerogatives. The result was inevitable. They who are entrusted to maintain power become conscious that it is really their own, take formal possession of it, and exercise it for their own ends. Two leading families drew to themselves the central body of the Dorians, rallied the rest, gathered them all at one point, and made it the center of the district and the seat of government. They were supported by families of common descent and recognized by the people of the land, who suffered no change in the circumstances of their life. These gave them homage, paid to them taxes, and united with their kindred in celebrating funeral rites at their tombs. Sparta became the capital of the whole country, while the former capitals became country towns. But there were difficulties in the way of the new regime. There were conflicting claims between the two royal families. Both of them were in collision with families in all respects their equals as to lineage and rank. The older and newer elements of the mass of the population were mingled but not yet combined. Everywhere there was friction, with occasions enough for irritation and confusion. The descendants of the primitive races were attached to their ancient ways. The Dorians were not less but more tenacious of their traditional customs. And they were conscious of their vantage and knew they were able to insist on their preferences. As to the props of the royal houses, they could hope to make terms with them, or withdraw and let them fall, or turn to cast them down. The kings were compelled, on the one hand, to exert themselves to hold in control a subject people, and on the other to check the headstrong Dorian warriors. There was a danger of the disruption of the kingdom, a lapse into anarchy, the rise of opposing factions, and a conflict destructive alike and equally of the welfare of all classes of the people. There was need of a statesman who could comprehend the problem, find a solution, commend it to the judgment of all classes, and gain their cordial consent to the renovation of the state upon a more equitable basis. He must be a man of large capacity, great attainments, thorough sincerity, earnest devotion, generous and self-sacrificing patriotism. He must have ability to conceive a high ideal, steadily contemplate it, and nevertheless consider the materials on which and the conditions under which he must do his work. Maintain the sober judgment which discriminates between the ideal and the practicable, and exercise the rigid self-control which calmly renounces the best conceivable and resolutely attempts the best attainable. He must have regard to the ideas, sentiments, associations, sacred traditions, and immemorial customs of the several races and classes of the people. He must be prudently conservative and keenly cautious in shaping and applying new measures and methods. He must study and comprehend the inevitable oppositions of interests, and conceive modes of action which involve reasonable concessions, accompanied by manifest compensations. He must ally himself with no party, and yet command the confidence of all parties. Whatever prior advantage he may have had in the matters of birth, rank, and association, he must use to conciliate those who would be asked to make the largest apparent sacrifices, and so turn it to account for the benefit of those who might otherwise suspect and distrust him and fall away from his influence. He must be able to explain and commend the system he might devise, convince the several parties of its wisdom, persuade them to yield their preferences, and accept the needful compromises. and move them to make a fair and full experiment of its provisions. Such a man was Lycurgus, if we may trust the persistent tradition that he was the framer of the new constitution and the second founder of the Dorian state of Sparta. From time to time the question has been raised, was the work of Lycurgus original or an imitation, shaped perhaps by his observations among the Dorian folk on the island of Crete? It does not matter what the answer shall be. The statesman who fitly adapts may be as wise and skillful as he who invents and creates. The man who loves his people, plans and labors for their good, will not peril their welfare by his experiments, disdaining the help of those who have wrought before him, and the guidance of his contemporaries in examples, the benign results of which he may have had opportunity to witness. The truth appears to be that Lycurgus had respect to the reverence of the people for the ancient ways, and retained, as far as he was able, the suitable elements of the primitive polity of the Homeric age. This was based on the council of chiefs or elders, and occasional meetings of an assembly of the people to listen and learn, to assent and give heed. From whatsoever sources he drew, he adapted the materials of his knowledge to the conditions under which his structure must be shaped, the circumstances under which it must get on its base and stand secure. Those who affirm the exemplary influence of the Cretan polity hold fast to the tradition that Lycurgus visited the island and could not have failed to observe the features of society there, and could not have expelled from his mind the similarity of conditions among the two peoples, and the expedients which the lawgiver of Crete had employed to meet and resolve the difficulties he encountered and secure the results he attained. It must, however, be remembered that similar peoples with common traditions and customs under like circumstances may independently work out for themselves systems of society analogous in many particulars and varying only by adaptation to special conditions. If Lycurgus perceived what was suitable to the exigency, wrought it into a plan, moved the people to accept it, brought harmony out of discord, order out of confusion, contentment out of unrest, prosperity out of impending calamity, and rescued the commonwealth for the time, he deserved abundant honor and still deserves a permanent rank among the notable statesmen of the world. The Constitution was unwritten. Its provisions were expressed in forms known as ratra. The kings were retained. Their power was a guarantee of unity. They maintained the continuity of civic life. Each was a check upon the other. They were held under restraint by the Senate. Its composition and functions were now fixed. It met not only to deliberate and advise, but to perform judicial offices. In case of capital offenses, the king sat with the elders, each having, with every other member, but a single vote. The members were 30 in number, one for each of the 10 clans of each of the 3 tribes, the kings representing their clans and sitting as equals with equals, though presiding at the sessions. The elders must be of the age of 60 and upwards, and were appointed for life. The ancient division of the people was preserved. The households were grouped in 30s, the 30s in clans, the clans in tribes. Their capital was Sparta. It was not a compact walled town. It stretched into the open country, and Dorians lived along the entire valley of the Eurotas. Not only those dwelling at the ford of the river, but all were acknowledged as Spartans. The kings were required to summon the heads of the families in the assembly once every month. The place was designated. The session was brief. To encourage brevity, there was no provision for seats, but the freemen stood. Elders and other public officers were chosen. Official persons made known new laws, declarations of war, and peace and treaties. The people simply voted aye or nay. The decision was according to the volume of sound. The session closed with a military review. The army. The Dorians had entered the land and held their place in it by force of arms. To maintain their power, it was necessary to develop a military system and maintain a body of vigorous and able soldiers. All citizens were constituted guardians of the nation. To all their rights was attached the duty of military service. They composed a standing army. The valley became a camp. The men left their estates under the management of the women. The wife cared for the home, reared the young children, and superintended the laborers in the business of the farm. The soldier could not leave the valley or enter it without announcement. The older men visited their homes on leave of absence, the younger by stealth at night. Emigration was desertion, punishable by death. To have gold and silver was to risk the same penalty. The heavy iron money only could be held, and this was without value in foreign parts. The soldier was part of an animated machine. His simple duty was to obey. Speech was repressed. It became abrupt, brief, pithy. Relief was found at the Leshki, near the training ground, where talk was often free and even merry. The whole aim of the discipline was to form the soldier. Marriage was delayed for the sake of vigorous offspring. The girls were trained for motherhood. They were subject to a system of athletic exercises and engaged in contests of running, wrestling, and boxing. The boys were put under training at the age of 8 years. They became accustomed to severe exercise and were inured to patient and painful endurance. They were compelled to suffer hunger, thirst, cold, heat, and fatigue, and to bear torture without flinching or show of emotion. Their food was kept almost within the limits of war rations. To increase the amount and variety, they were allowed to steal, but they were careful not to be detected, lest they should be severely punished. Likely this was a device for training them to stealthy and cautious movements. After the time of their maturity, they continued gymnastic culture. They hunted the goats, boars, stags, and bears on the rugged heights of the Taygetus range. There was no system of liberal education. Mental growth and development were not sought as ends. They were rather feared. Poetry and music were used to a limited degree, so far as they might be made conducive to forming the traits of the soldier. While the Spartans were solely occupied in preparation for the art of war, it is evident there must have been a population as wholly given to the pursuit of the practical arts, or the community could not have existed. There were two classes of laborers. The Perioeci dwelt in the rural townships. They were mainly of the mixed population of the lands, but there were Dorians among them. They were freemen. They held lands and enjoyed certain rights of local government, voting for their magistrates in their townships. More and more they were trained for military service and entered the ranks as heavy armed infantry. Some of them were shepherds and herdsmen. From them came all the skilled workmen who wrought in the quarries and mines, provided building materials, shaped iron implements, made woolen stuff and leathern wares. Their number was 3 times as great as that of the citizens of the capital city. But over all their townships the Spartans held sway through the kings, the senate, and the assembly. These facts exhibit the civil polity which became so common during Greek and Roman times, and obtained again in Italy after the fall of the empire and the barbarian invasions up to the time of the Renaissance. The Helots were a rural people, dwelling on the lands of the Spartans which lay about the capital or in the Laconian towns. Some of them were in the country as villagers and rustics when the Dorians came. They remained upon their lands as they were before, but were forced to pay a part of the annual produce of barley, oil, and wine. Some of them were people made captive in the border wars. They were serfs. They were, however, wards of the state. No one could treat them as personal property. They could not be sold or given away. They belonged to the inventory of the farm. Their taxes were defined by law. More could not be exacted. They could not be harmed in person. They were of value to the state and therefore protected. More and more they were needed in the army, where they were respected and honored for energy and bravery. Grote says they were as happy as the peasantry of the most civilized and humane modern nations. They lived in their villages, enjoyed their homes and the companionship of their wives and children, and the common fellowship of their neighbors, with ample supply for their needs and comfort from the surplus product of their labor, and apart from the eye of their masters. Still, the Helot had in him the common sentiments of our nature. His state was servile and mean. It was not to be expected he would always remain content in his subjection to his superiors in social and civil life. More and more his discontent would menace the stability of the community, especially when the exigencies of war should compel his rulers to place arms in his hands and enlist him for defense against the foreign foe, for it would become necessary to keep close watch upon him and to use strong measures for the repression of his impulse toward freedom. Judged by the highest standards, Lycurgus certainly did not form the Laconians into an ideal nationality. He set up a military sovereignty in the land, and this demanded that the citizens should be soldiers, live in the camp, and devote themselves solely to the art of war. It is likely he perceived the imperfections of the system, anticipated its reflex effect upon the character and manners of the Spartans, and foreknew its weakness and the consequent perils of the people when it should inevitably be put to stress and strain by the aspirations of the subject classes after freedom and social equality. Could he speak for himself, he would doubtless say, with Solon, that he had not done the best he knew, but the best he could, that his constitution was provisional and suited to the time, and that it was designed to serve as a bridge over which his countrymen could cross a torrent and reach safely the solid ground on which they might securely stand to rearrange their polity and form themselves on a more equitable and generous basis into a real and happy commonwealth. End of section 4, read by Kerry Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 7th of January, 2022. Section 5 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. Themistocles, 514 through 449 BC. Themistocles, who raised Athens from a subordinate position to her proud rank as leader of the Grecian states, was born about the year BC 514. He was the son of Nicocles, an Athenian of moderate fortune, who, however, was connected with the priestly house of the Lycomedae. His mother, Abrotonon, or according to others, Euterpe, was not an Athenian citizen, and according to most authorities, not even a Greek, but either a native of Caria or of Thrace. The education which he received was like that of all Athenians of rank at the time, but Themistocles had no taste for the elegant arts which then began to form a prominent part in the education of Athenian youths. He applied himself with much more zeal to the pursuit of practical and useful knowledge. This, as well as the numerous anecdotes about his youthful willfulness and waywardness, together with the sleepless nights which he is said to have passed in meditating on the trophies of Miltiades, are more or less clear symptoms of the character which he subsequently displayed as a general and a statesman. His mind was early bent upon great things, and was incapable of being diverted from them by reverses, scruples, or difficulties. The great object of his life appears to have been to make Athens great. The powers with which nature had endowed him were quickness of perception, an accurate judgment of the course which was to be taken on sudden and extraordinary emergencies, and sagacity in calculating the consequences of his own actions. And these were the qualities which Athens, during her wars with Persia, stood most in need of. His ambition was unbounded, but he was, at the same time, persuaded that it could not reach its end unless Athens was the first among the Grecian states, and as he was not very scrupulous about the means that he employed for these ends, he came into frequent conflict with Aristides the Just, who had nothing at heart but the welfare of his country and no desire for personal aggrandizement. In the year 483 BC, when Aristides was sent into exile by ostracism, Themistocles, who had for several years taken an active part in public affairs and was one of the chief authors of the banishment of his rival, remained in the almost undivided possession of the popular favor, and the year after, BC 482, he was elected Archon Eponymus of Athens. The city was at that time involved in a war with Aegina, which then possessed the strongest navy in Greece, and with which Athens was unable to cope. It was in this year that Themistocles conceived and partly carried into effect the plans by which he intended to raise the power of Athens. His first object was to increase the navy of Athens, and this he did ostensibly to enable Athens to contend with Aegina. But his real intention was to put his country in a position to meet the danger of a second Persian invasion, with which Greece was threatened. The manner in which he raised the naval power was this. Hitherto the people of Athens had been accustomed to divide among themselves the yearly revenues of the silver mines of Laurion. In the year of his archonship, these revenues were unusually large, and he persuaded his countrymen to forego their personal advantage and to apply these revenues to the enlargement of their fleet. His advice was followed, and the fleet was raised to the number of 200 sail. It was probably at the same time that he induced the Athenians to pass a decree that for the purpose of keeping up their navy, 20 new ships should be built every year. Athens soon after made peace with Aegina, as Xerxes was at Sardis making preparations for invading Greece with all the forces he could muster. At the same time, Themistocles was actively engaged in allaying the disputes and hostile feelings which existed among the several states of Greece. He acted, however, with great severity toward those who espoused the cause of the Persians, and a Greek interpreter who accompanied the envoys of Xerxes that came to Athens to demand earth and water as a sign of submission was put to death for having made use of the Greek tongue in the service of the common enemy. After affairs among the Greeks were tolerably settled, a detachment of the allied troops of the Greeks was sent out to take possession of Tempe, under the command of Themistocles of Athens and Euanytus of Sparta. But on finding that there they would be overwhelmed by the host of the barbarians, they returned to the Corinthian isthmus. When Xerxes arrived in Pieria, the Greek fleet took its post near Artemisium, on the north coast of Euboea, under the command of the Spartan admiral Eurybiades, under whom Themistocles condescended to serve in order not to cause new dissensions among the Greeks, although Athens alone furnished 127 ships and supplied the Chalcidians with 20 others, while the Spartan contingent was incomparably smaller. When the Persian fleet, notwithstanding the severe losses which it had sustained by a storm, determined to sail round the eastern and southern coasts of Euboea and then up the Euripus in order to cut off the Greek fleet at Artemisium, the Greeks were so surprised and alarmed that Themistocles had great difficulty in inducing them to remain and maintain their station. The Euboeans, who perceived the advantages of the plan of Themistocles, rewarded him with the sum of 50 talents, part of which he gave to the Spartan Eurybiades and the Corinthian Adamantus, to induce them to remain at Artemisium. In the battle which then took place, the Greeks gained considerable advantage, though the victory was not decisive. A storm and a second engagement near Artemisium severely injured the fleet of the Persians, but the Greeks also sustained great losses, as half of their ships were partly destroyed and partly rendered unfit for further service. When, at the same time, they received intelligence of the defeat of Leonidas at Thermopylae, the Greeks resolved to retreat from Artemisium and sail to the Saronic Gulf. Xerxes was now advancing from Thermopylae, and Athens trembled for her existence, while the Peloponnesians were bent upon seeking shelter and safety in their peninsula, and upon fortifying themselves by a wall across the Corinthian isthmus. On the approach of the danger, the Athenians had sent to Delphi to consult the oracle about the means they should employ for their safety, and the god had commanded Athens to defend herself behind wooden walls. This oracle, which probably had been given at the suggestion of Themistocles, was now also interpreted by him as referring to the fleet, and his advice to seek safety in the fleet was followed. He then further moved that the Athenians should abandon the city to the care of its tutelary deity, that the women, children, and infirm should be removed to Salamis, Aegina, or Troezen, and that the men should embark in the ships. The fleet of the Greeks, consisting of 380 ships, assembled at Salamis, still under the supreme command of Eurybiades. When the Persians had made themselves masters of Attica, and Athens was seen in flames at a distance, some of the commanders of the fleet, under the influence of fear, began to make preparations for an immediate retreat. Themistocles saw the disastrous results of such a course, and exerted all his power of persuasion to induce the commanders of the fleet to maintain their post. When all attempts proved ineffectual, Themistocles had recourse to threats, and thus induced Eurybiades to stay. The example of the admiral was followed by the other commanders also. In the meantime, the Persian fleet arrived in the Saronic Gulf, and the fears of the Peloponnesians were revived and doubled, and nothing seemed to be able to keep them together. At this last and critical moment, Themistocles devised a plan to compel them to remain and face the enemy. He sent a message to the Persian admiral, informing him that the Greeks were on the point of dispersing, and that if the Persians would attack them while they were assembled, they would easily conquer them all at once, whereas it would be otherwise necessary to defeat them one after another. This apparently well-meant advice was eagerly taken up by the enemy, who now hastened, as he thought, to destroy the fleet of the Greeks. But the event proved the wisdom of Themistocles. The unwieldy armament of the Persians was unable to perform any movements in the narrow straits between the island of Salamis and the mainland. The Greeks gained a most complete and brilliant victory, for they only lost 40 ships, while the enemy lost 200, or, according to Ctesias, even 500. Very soon after the victory was decided, Xerxes, with the remains of the fleet, left the Attic coast and sailed toward the Hellespont. The battles of Artemisium and Salamis occurred in the same year, BC 480. When the Greeks were informed of the departure of Xerxes, they pursued him as far as Andros, without gaining sight of his fleet, and Themistocles proposed to continue the chase. But he gave way to the opposition that was made to this plan, and consented not to drive the vanquished enemy to despair. The Greek fleet, therefore, only stayed some time among the Cyclades, to chastise those islanders who had been unfaithful to the national cause. Themistocles, in the meantime, in order to get completely rid of the king and his fleet, sent a message to him, exhorting him to hasten back to Asia as speedily as possible, for otherwise he would be in danger of having his retreat cut off. Themistocles availed himself of the stay of the Greek fleet among the Cyclades for the purpose of enriching himself at the cost of the islanders, partly by extorting money from them by way of punishment, and partly by accepting bribes for securing them impunity for their conduct. He was now, however, the greatest man in Greece. His fame spread everywhere, and all acknowledged that the country had been saved through his wisdom and resolution. But the confederate Greeks, actuated by jealousy, awarded to him only the second prize. At Sparta, whither he went, as Herodotus says, to be honored, he received a chaplet of olive leaves, a reward which they had bestowed upon their own admiral Eurybiades, and the best chariot that the city possessed. And on his return, 300 knights escorted him as far as Tegea in Arcadia. When the Persian army had been again defeated at Plataea and Mycale in BC 479, and when the Athenians had rebuilt their private dwellings, it was also resolved, on the advice of Themistocles, to restore the fortifications of Athens, but on a larger scale than they had been before, and more in accordance with the proud position which the city now occupied in Greece. This plan excited the fear and jealousy of the rival states, and especially of Sparta, which sent an embassy to Athens, and under the veil of friendship, which ill concealed its selfish policy, endeavored to persuade the Athenians not to fortify the city. Themistocles, who saw through their designs, undertook the task of defeating them with their own weapons. He advised his countrymen to dismiss the Spartan ambassadors, and to promise that Athenian envoys should be sent to Sparta to treat with them there respecting the fortifications. He himself offered to go as one of the envoys, but he directed the Athenians not to let his colleagues follow him until the walls, on which all hands should be employed during his absence, should be raised to such a height as to afford sufficient protection against any attack that might be made upon them. His advice was followed, and Themistocles, after his arrival at Sparta, took no steps toward opening the negotiations, but pretended that he was obliged to wait for the arrival of his colleagues. When he was informed that the walls had reached a sufficient height, and when he could drop the mask with safety, he gave the Spartans a well-deserved rebuke, returned home, and the walls were completed without any hindrance. He then proceeded to carry into effect the chief thing which remained to be done to make Athens the first maritime power of Greece. He induced the Athenians to fortify the three ports of Phalerum, Munichia, and Piraeus by a double range of walls. When Athens was thus raised to the station on which it had been the ambition of Themistocles to place it, his star began to sink, though he still continued for some time to enjoy the fruits of his memorable deeds. He was conscious of the services he had done his country, and never scrupled to show that he knew his own value. His extortion and avarice, which made him ready to do anything, and by which he accumulated extraordinary wealth, could not fail to raise enemies against him. But what perhaps contributed more to his downfall was his constant watchfulness in maintaining and promoting the interests of Athens against the encroachments of Sparta, which in its turn was ever looking out for an opportunity to crush him. The great men who had grown up by his side at Athens, such as Hehman, and who were no less indebted to him for their greatness in the eyes of Greece than to their own talents, were his natural rivals, and succeeded in gradually supplanting him in the favor of the people. They also endeavored to represent him as a man of too much power, and as dangerous to the public. The consequence of all this was that in B.C. 472 he was banished from Athens by the ostracism. He took up his residence at Argos, where he was still residing when, in the same year, B.C. 472, Pausanias was put to death at Sparta for his ambitious and treacherous designs, and his fate involved that of Themistocles. The Spartans, in their search to discover more traces of the plot of Pausanias, found a letter of Themistocles from which it was evident that he had been acquainted with his plans. This was sufficient for the Spartans to ground upon it the charge that Themistocles had been an accomplice in his crime, and ambassadors were forthwith sent to Athens to demand that he should suffer the same punishment as Pausanias. This charge was no less welcome to his enemies at Athens than the discovery of his letter had been to the Spartans. Orders were consequently issued to arrest and convey him to Athens, and, foreseeing that his destruction would be unavoidable if he should fall into the hands of his enemies, he fled to Corcyra, and thence to the opposite coast of Epirus, where he took refuge at the court of Admetus, king of the Molossians. On his arrival, the king was absent, But his queen, Phthia, received him kindly, and pointed out to him in what manner he might win the sympathy of Admetus. When the king returned home, Themistocles, seated on the hearth and holding the child of Admetus in his arms, implored the king not to deliver him up to his persecutors, who traced him to the court of the Molossians. It is stated that Themistocles was here joined by his wife and children. The king not only granted his request, but provided him with the means of reaching the coast of the Aegean, whence he intended to proceed to Asia and seek refuge at the court of the king of Persia. From Pydna he sailed in a merchant ship to the coast of Asia Minor. At Ephesus he received such part of his property as his friends had been able to wrest from the hands of his enemies at Athens, together with that which he had left at Argos. A few months after his arrival in Asia, Xerxes was assassinated, BC 465, and was, after a short interval, succeeded by Artaxerxes. Various adventures are told of Themistocles before he reached the residence of the Persian king. On his arrival, he sent him a letter in which he acknowledged the evils he had inflicted upon his predecessor, but at the same time claimed the merit of having saved him from destruction by his timely advice. He added that his present exile was only the consequence of his great zeal for the interests of the king of Persia. He did not ask for an immediate interview with the king, as he was yet unacquainted with the language and the manners of the Persians, to acquire which he requested a year's time. During this period he applied himself so zealously and with such success to these studies that at the close of the year, when he was presented to the king, he is said to have excited the jealousy of the courtiers, and was most kindly received by the king, to whom he held out prospects of conquering Greece by his assistance. The king became so attached to him that Themistocles was always in his company. But death overtook him at the age of 65, before any of his plans were carried into effect. Most of the ancient writers state that he put an end to his life by poison, or, according to another strange story, by drinking the blood of a bull, because he despaired of being able to fulfill his promises to the king. The motive for his suicide is very questionable. Reflection on his past life and upon the glory of his former rivals at Athens are much more likely to have rendered him dissatisfied with life. Before he took the poison, he is said to have requested his friends to convey his remains secretly to Attica, and in later times a tomb, which was believed to contain them, existed in Piraeus. In the marketplace of Magnesia, a splendid monument was erected to his memory, and his descendants in that place continued to be distinguished by certain privileges down to the time of Plutarch. End of section 5. Read by Kerry, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 23rd of January, 2022. Section 6 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3 by Charles F. Horne. Pericles, 499 to 429 BC. Pericles, the greatest statesman of ancient Greece, was born of distinguished parentage in the early part of the 5th century BC. His father was that Xanthippus who won the victory over the Persians at Mycale, 479 BC, and by his mother, Agariste, the niece of the great Athenian reformer Cleisthenes. He was connected with the princely line of Sicyon and the great house of the Alcmonidae. He received an elaborate education, but of all his teachers, the one whom he most reverenced was the serene and humane philosopher Anaxagoras. Pericles was conspicuous all through his career for the singular dignity of his manners, the Olympian grandeur of his eloquence, his majestic intelligence, in Plato's phrase, his sagacity, probity, and profound Athenian patriotism. Both in voice and in appearance, he was so like Pisistratus, who had once overturned the Athenian republic and ruled as a king, that for some time he was afraid to come forward in political life. When he entered on public life, Aristides had only recently died, Themistocles was an exile, and Cimon was fighting the battles of his country abroad. Although the family to which he belonged was good, it did not rank among the first in either wealth or influence. Yet so transcendent were the abilities of Pericles that he rapidly rose to the highest power in the state as the leader of the dominant democracy. The sincerity of his attachment to the popular party has been questioned, but without a shadow of evidence. At any rate, the measures which, either personally or through his adherents, he brought forward and caused to be passed, were always in favor of extending the privileges of the poorer class of the citizens, and if he diminished the spirit of reverence for the ancient institutions of public life, he enlisted an immense body of citizens on the side of law. He extended enormously, if he did not originate, the practice of distributing gratuities among the citizens for military service, for acting as dicast, and in the ecclesia, and the like, as well as for admission to the theatre, then really a great school for manners and instruction. Pericles seems to have grasped very clearly, and to have held as firmly, the modern radical idea that as the state is supported by the taxation of the body of the citizens, it must govern with a view to general interests rather than to those of a caste alone. About 463, Pericles, through the agency of his follower, Ephialtes, struck a great blow at the influence of the oligarchy, by causing the decree to be passed which deprived the Areopagus of its most important political powers. Shortly after the democracy obtained another triumph in the ostracism of Cimon, 461, during the next few years the political course pursued by Pericles is less clearly intelligible to us, but it is safe to say that in general his attitude was hostile to the desire for foreign conquest or territorial aggrandizement, so prevalent among his ambitious fellow citizens. Shortly after the Battle of Tanagra, 457, in which he showed conspicuous courage, Pericles magnanimously carried the measure for the recall of Cimon. His successful expeditions to the Thracian Chersonese and to the Sinope on the Black Sea, together with his colonies planted at Naxos, Andros, Aureus in Euboea, Bria in Macedonia, and Aegina, as well as Thurii in Italy and Amphipolis on the Strymon, did much to extend and confirm the naval supremacy of Athens and afford a means of subsistence for her poorer citizens. But his greatest project was to form, in concert with other Hellenic states, a grand Hellenic confederation in order to put an end to the mutually destructive wars of kindred peoples and to make Greece one mighty nation fit to front the outlying world. the idea was not less sagacious than it was grand. Had it been accomplished, the semi-barbarous Macedonians would have menaced the civilized Greeks in vain, and even Rome, at a later period, might perhaps have found the Adriatic, and not the Euphrates, the limit of her empire. But the Spartan aristocrats were utterly incapable of appreciating such exalted patriotism or of understanding the political necessity for it, and by their secret intrigues the well-planned scheme was brought to nothing. Athens and Sparta were already in that mood toward each other which rendered the disaster of the Peloponnesian War inevitable. When the Spartans, in 448, restored to the Delphians the guardianship of the temple and treasures of Delphi, of which they had been deprived by the Phocians, the Athenians immediately after marched an army thither and reinstated the latter. 3 years later, an insurrection broke out in the tributary Megara and Euboea, and the Spartans again appeared in the field as the allies of the insurgents. The position of Athens was critical. Pericles wisely declined to fight against all his enemies at once. A bribe of 10 talents sent the Spartans home, and the insurgents were then thoroughly subdued. The 30 years' peace with Sparta, 445, left him free to carry out his schemes for the internal prosperity of Athens. Cimon was now dead, and was succeeded in the leadership of the aristocratic party by Thucydides, son of Melesias, who, in 444 BC, made a strong effort to overthrow the supremacy of Pericles by attacking him in the popular assembly for squandering the public money on buildings and in festivals and amusements. Thucydides made an effective speech, but Pericles immediately rose and offered to execute the buildings at his own expense if the citizens would allow him to put his own name upon them instead of theirs. The sarcasm was successful. Thucydides was ostracized, and to the end of his life, Pericles reigned the undisputed master of the public policy of Athens. During the rest of his career, there was, says the historian Thucydides, in name a democracy, but in reality a government in the hands of the first man. And the Athens of his day was the home of Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, Anaxagoras, Zeno, Protagoras, Socrates, as well as Myron and Phidias, while there flourished at the same time, but elsewhere in Greece, Herodotus, Hippocrates, Pindar, Empedocles, and Democritus. The center of this splendid group was Pericles, of whom the truthful pen of Thucydides records that he never did anything unworthy of his high position, that he did not flatter the people or oppress his adversaries, and that with all his unlimited command of the public purse, he was personally incorruptible. Soon after this, the Samian War broke out, in which Pericles gained high renown as a naval commander. This war originated in a quarrel between Miletus and the island of Samos, in which Athens was led to take part with the former. The Samians, after an obstinate struggle, were beaten, and a peace was concluded, 439. The position in which Athens then stood toward many of the Greek states was peculiar. Since the time of the Persian invasion, she had been the leader of the confederacy formed to resist the attacks of the powerful enemy, and the guardian of the Confederate treasury kept in the Isle of Delos. Pericles caused the treasury to be removed to Athens, and commuting the contingents of the allies for money, enormously increased the contributions to the patriotic fund, Athens herself undertaking to protect the confederacy. The grand charge against Pericles is that he applied the money thus obtained to other purposes than those for which it was designed, that, in short, he adorned and enriched Athens with the spoils of the allied states. To his mind, Hellas was subordinate to Athens, and he confounded the splendor of the dominant city with the splendor of Greece, in a manner possible to a man of poetic imagination, hardly to a man of the highest honor. His enemies, who dared not attack himself, struck at him in the person of his friends. Phidias was flung into prison for the impiety of introducing portraits of himself and Pericles into the battle of the Amazons depicted on the shield of the goddess Athena in the Parthenon. The brilliant Aspasia, the famous mistress of Pericles, was arraigned on a charge of impiety, and only acquitted through the eloquence of Pericles on her behalf, while the aged Anaxagoras was driven from the city. It is unnecessary to give a detailed account of all that Pericles did to make his native city the most glorious in the ancient world. Greek architecture and sculpture under his patronage reached perfection. To him, Athens owed the Parthenon, the Erechtheum, left unfinished at his death, the Propylae, the Odium, and numberless other public and sacred edifices. He also liberally encouraged music and the drama, and during his life industry and commerce were in so flourishing a condition that prosperity was universal in Attica. At length, in 431, the long-foreseen and inevitable Peloponnesian War broke out between Athens and Sparta. The plan of Pericles was for Athens to adopt a defensive attitude to defend the city itself, leaving Attica to be ravaged by the enemy, but to cripple the power of Sparta by harassing its coasts. The story of the war must be told elsewhere. Here it is enough to say that the result was unfavorable to Athens for reasons for which Pericles was only in small part to blame. He trusted in the ultimate success of Athens, both from her superior wealth and from her possessing the command of the sea, but he had not calculated upon the deterioration in her citizens' spirit, nor upon the robust courage of the Boeotian and Spartan infantry. Nor was his advice to keep behind the city walls rather than face the enemy in the field best calculated to arouse the Athenians' courage. The plague ravaged the city in 430, and in the autumn of the following year Pericles died after a lingering fever. His 2 sons had been carried off by the plague. He had been harassed by a charge of peculation brought by Cleon, and the actual infliction of a fine by the dicastery, while he had been without office from July 430 to July 429, but before the last he recovered his hold over the ecclesia, and was gratified in the closing days of his life by its legitimation of his and Haspasia's son. As a statesman, his greatest fault was a failure to foresee that personal government is ultimately ruinous to a nation. He taught the people to follow a leader, but he could not perpetuate a descent of leaders like himself. Hence we cannot wonder, when days of trouble broke over Athens, how that men spoke bitterly of Pericles and all his glory. Yet he was a lofty-minded statesman, inspired by noble aspirations, and his heart was full of a noble love for the city and her citizens. Plutarch tells the story that as he lay dying and apparently unconscious, his friends around his bed were passing in review the great achievements of his life and the 9 trophies which he had erected at different times for so many victories. The dying patriot quietly interrupted with the characteristic sentence, "What you praise in my life belongs partly to good fortune, and is, at best, common to me with many generals. but that of which I am proudest you have left unnoticed. No Athenian has ever put on mourning through any act of mine. End of section 6. Read by Kerry Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 13th of January, 2022.
Section 7 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michael Fassio. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. Socrates, from the French of Fenelon, 468 to 399 BC. Socrates, who by the consent of all antiquity has been considered as the most virtuous and enlightened of pagan philosophers, was a citizen of Athens, and belonged to the town of Alapis. He was born in the 4th year of the 77th Olympiad. His father, Sophroniscus, was a sculptor, and his mother, Pharinete, a midwife. He first studied philosophy under Anaxagoras, and next under Archelaus, the natural philosopher. But finding that all these vain speculations concerning natural objects served no useful purpose, and had no influence in rendering the philosopher a better man, he devoted himself to the study of ethics, and, as Cicero in the 3rd book of his Tusculan Questions observes, may be said to be the founder of moral philosophy among the Greeks. In the 1st book, speaking of him still more particularly and more extensively, he expresses himself thus, quote, "It is my opinion, and it is an opinion in which all are agreed, that Socrates was the first who, calling off the attention of philosophy from the investigation of secrets which nature has concealed, but to which alone all preceding philosophers had attached themselves, engaged her in those things which concern the duties of common life. His object was to investigate the nature of virtue and vice, and to point out the characteristics of good and evil, saying that the investigation of celestial phenomena was a subject far above the reach of our powers, and that even were they more within the reach of our faculties, it could have no influence in regulating our conduct. That part of philosophy, then, whose province is the cultivation of morals, and which embraces every age and condition of life, he made his only study. This new mode of philosophizing was the better received on this account, that he who was the founder of it, fulfilling with the most scrupulous care all the duties of a good citizen, whether in peace or in war, enforced by example the precepts which he taught. Of all the philosophers who have acquired celebrity, he, as Lucian in his dialogue of the Parasite remarks, was the only one that ever subjected himself to the hardships of war. He served 2 campaigns, in both of which, though unsuccessful, he served in person and exhibited a manly courage. In the one, he saved the life of Xenophon, who, when retreating, had fallen from his horse and would have been killed by the enemy, had not Socrates taken him upon his shoulders, removed him from the danger, and carried him several furlongs, till his horse, which had run off, was brought back. This fact is related by Strabo. In his other campaign, the Athenians having been entirely defeated and put to flight, Socrates was the last to retreat, and showed such stern aspect that the pursuers of those who had fled, seeing him every moment ready to turn upon them, never had the boldness to attack him. This testimony is given him by Athenaeus. After these 2 expeditions, Socrates never set a foot out of Athens. In this, his conduct was very different from that of the other philosophers, who all devoted a part of their life to traveling, that by intercourse with the learned of other countries they might acquire new knowledge. But as that kind of philosophy to which Socrates limited himself led a man to use every effort to know himself, rather than to burden his mind with knowledge which has no influence on moral conduct, he thought it his duty to dispense with tedious traveling, in which nothing was to be learned which he might not learn at Athens among his countrymen, for whose reformation, Besides, he thought his labors ought to be devoted, rather than to that of strangers. And as moral philosophy is a science which is taught better by example than by precept, he laid it down as a rule to himself, to follow and practice all that right reason and the most rigid virtue could demand. It was in compliance with this maxim that, when elected one of the senators of the city, and having taken the oath to give his opinion according to the laws, he peremptorily refused to subscribe to the sentence by which the people, in opposition to the laws, had condemned to death 9 officers. And though the people took offense at it, and some of the most powerful even threw out several manicures against him, he always firmly adhered to his resolution, thinking it inconsistent with the principles of a man of virtue or honor to act contrary to his oath merely to please the people. Except on this single occasion, we know not whether he ever acted in a civil capacity. But insulated as the occasion was, he acquired such reputation by it at Athens for probity and the other virtues, that he was more respected there than the magistrates themselves. He was very careful of his person, and blamed those who paid no attention to themselves or who affected exterior negligence. He was always neat, dressed in a decent becoming manner, observing a just medium between what might seem gross and rustic and what savored of pride and effeminacy. Though furnished with few of the blessings of fortune, he always maintained perfect disinterestedness by receiving no remuneration from those who attended on his instructions. By such conduct he condemned the practice of the other philosophers, whose custom it was to sell their lessons, and to tax their scholars higher or lower, according to the degree of reputation they had acquired. Thus Socrates, as Xenophon relates, used to say that he could not conceive how a man, whose object it was to teach virtue, should think of turning it to gain, as if to form a man of virtue, and to make of his pupil a good friend, were not the richest advantages and the most solid profit with which his cares could be rewarded. It must further be remarked that Socrates kept no class, as did the other philosophers, who had a fixed place where their scholars assembled, and where lectures were delivered to them at stated hours. Socrates' manner of philosophizing consisted simply in conversing with those who chanced to be where he was, without any regard to time or place. He was always poor, but in his poverty so contented that though to be rich was within reach of a wish, by receiving the presents which his friends and scholars often urged him to accept, he always returned them, to the great displeasure of his wife, who had no relish for carrying philosophy to such a height. In regard to food and clothes, so hardy was his manner of life that Antiphon, the sophist, sometimes reproached him, by saying that he had not a slave so miserable as would be contented with it. "For," said he, "your food is disgustingly mean. Besides, not only are you always very poorly dressed, but winter or summer you have the same robe, and never anything above it. With this, you on all occasions go barefoot." But Socrates proved to him that he was greatly mistaken if he thought that happiness depended on wealth or finery, and that, poor as he might seem to him, he was in fact happier than he. "I consider," said he, "that as to want nothing is the exclusive prerogative of the gods, so the fewer wants a man has, the nearer he approaches to the condition of the gods." It was impossible that virtue so pure as that of Socrates should have no effect in exciting admiration, especially in a city such as Athens, where that example must have appeared very extraordinary. For those very persons who have not the happiness to follow virtue themselves cannot refrain from doing justice to those who do follow it. This soon gained Socrates the universal esteem of his fellow citizens, and attracted to him many scholars of every age, by whom the advantages of listening to his instructions and engaging in conversation with him were preferred to the most fascinating pleasure and the most agreeable amusements. What rendered the manner of Socrates particularly engaging was, that though in his own practice he maintained the most rigid severity, yet to others he was in the highest degree gentle and complacent. The first principle with which he wished to inspire his youthful auditors was piety and reverence for the gods. He then allured them as much as possible to observe temperance, and to avoid voluptuousness, representing to them how the latter deprives a man of liberty, the richest treasure of which he is possessed. His manner of treating the science of morals was the more insinuating, as he always conducted his subject in the way of conversation, and without any apparent method. For without proposing any point for discussion, he kept by that which chance first presented. Like one who himself wished information, he first put a question, and then, profiting by the concessions of his respondent, brought himself to a proposition subversive of that which, in the beginning of the debate, had been considered as a first principle. He spent one part of the day in conference of this kind on morals. To this everyone was welcome, and according to the testimony of Xenophon, none departed from them without becoming a better man. Though Socrates has left us nothing in writing, yet by what we find in the works of Plato and Xenophon, it is easy to judge both of the principles of his ethical knowledge and of the manner in which he communicated them. The uniformity observable, especially in his manner of disputing, as transmitted by these two scholars of Socrates, is a certain proof of the method which he followed. It will be difficult to conceive how a person who exhorted all men to honor the gods, and who preached, so to speak, to the young to avoid and abandon every vice, should himself be condemned to death for impiety against the gods received at Athens, and as a corrupter of youth. This infamously unjust proceeding took place in a time of disorder and under the seditious government of the 30 tyrants. The occasion of it was as follows. Critias, the most powerful of these 30 tyrants, had formerly, as well as Alcibiades, been a disciple of Socrates. But both of them being weary of a philosophy the maxims of which would not yield to their ambition and intemperance, they at length totally abandoned it. Critias, though formerly a scholar of Socrates, became his most inveterate enemy. This we are to trace to that firmness with which Socrates reproached him for a certain shameful vice, and to those means by which he endeavored to thwart his indulging in it. Hence it was that Critias, having become one of the 30 tyrants, had nothing more at heart than the destruction of Socrates, who, besides, not being able to brook their tyranny, was wont to speak against them with much freedom. For, seeing that they were always putting to death citizens and powerful men, he could not refrain from observing, in a company where he was, that if he to whom the care of cattle was committed exhibited them every day leaner and fewer in number, it would be very strange if he would not himself confess that he was a bad cowherd. Critias and Pericles, two of the most powerful of the 30 tyrants, feeling the weight of the illusion fall upon themselves, first enacted that no one should teach in Athens the art of reasoning. Although Socrates had never professed that art, yet it was easy to discover that he was aimed at, and that it was intended thus to deprive him of the liberty of conversing as usual on moral subjects with those who resorted to him. That he might have a precise explanation of this law, he went to the two authors of it, but as he embarrassed them by the subtlety of his questions, they plainly told him that they prohibited him from entering into conversation with young people. But, seeing Socrates' reputation was so great that to attack him and serve him with an indictment would have drawn upon them public odium, it was thought necessary to begin by discrediting him in the view of the public. This was attempted by the comedy of Aristophanes called The Clouds, in which Socrates was represented as teaching the art of making that which is just appear unjust. The comedy having had its effect by the ridicule which it threw upon Socrates, Meletus brought a capital accusation against him, in which he alleged, first, that he did not honor those as gods, who were acknowledged such as Athens, and that he was introducing new ones. Secondly, that he corrupted the youth, that is to say, that he taught them not to respect their parents or the magistrates. The accuser required that for these two crimes he should be condemned to death. Enraged as the tyrants were, and especially Critias and Pericles, against Socrates, it is certain that they would have been very reluctant to condemn him, had he availed himself in the least of the favorable circumstances in his case. But the intrepidity and resolution with which he heard the accusations, refusing even to pay any fine, as that would have been to avow himself in some degree culpable, and especially the firmness with which he addressed the judges when called upon to state the punishment which he thought he deserved, enraged them against him. For, with confidence in his integrity, he answered them, that he thought he deserved to be maintained at the public expense during the rest of his life. This whetted afresh the resentment of the 30 tyrants, who caused him now to be condemned to death. Lysias, a very eloquent philosopher, had composed an apologetical oration that Socrates might avail himself of it, and pronounce it before the judges when called to appear before them. Socrates, having heard it, acknowledged it to be a very good one, but returned it, saying that it did not suit him. "But why," replied Lysias, "will it not suit you, since you think it a good one?" "Oh, my friend," returned Socrates, "may there not be shoes and different articles of dress very good in themselves, and yet not suitable for me?" The fact is, though the oration was very fine and energetic, yet the manner in which it was conducted did not suit the uprightness and candor of Socrates. Now condemned to death, Socrates was put in prison, where some days after he died by drinking the poison hemlock. For this was the instrument of death, thus used by the Athenians in the case of those who were condemned for capital crimes. According to Diogenes Laertius, Socrates was twice married, but of the 2 wives he has given him, we know nothing except of the famous Xantippe, by whom he had a son named Pericles. Xantippe rendered herself celebrated by her ill humor, and by the exercise which she afforded to the patience of Socrates. He had married her, he said, from a persuasion that if he were able to bear with her bad temper, there could be nothing which he might not support. He died in the first year of the 95th Olympiad, aged 70. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. Diogenes, from the French of Fenelon, 412 to 323 BC. Diogenes the Cynic, son of Icesius, a banker, was born about the 91st Olympiad in Sinope, a city of Paphlagonia. He was accused of having forged money in concert with his father. Icesius was arrested and died in prison. Alarmed at the fate of his father, Diogenes fled to Athens. When he had arrived at that city, he inquired for Antisthenes, but the latter, having resolved never to take a scholar, repulsed him and beat him off with his stick. Diogenes was by no means discouraged by this treatment. "Strike, fear not," said he to him, bowing his head. "You shall never find a stick hard enough to make me run off, so long as you continue to speak." Overcome by the importunity of Diogenes, Antisthenes yielded and permitted him to become his scholar. Banished from his native country and without any resource, Diogenes was reduced to great indigence. He perceived one day a mouse running briskly up and down, without any fear of being surprised by the approach of night, without any anxiety about a lodging place, and even without thinking of food. This reconciled him to his misery. He resolved to live at his ease, without constraint, and to dispense with everything which was not absolutely necessary for the preservation of life. He doubled his cloak, that by rolling himself up in it, it might serve the purposes both of a bed and of a coverlet. His movables consisted of a bag, a jug, and a staff, and wherever he went he always carried his furniture along with him. His stick, however, he used only when he went to the country, or on some emergency. Persons really lame were, he said, neither the deaf nor the blind, but those who had no bag. He always went barefoot. nor did he wear sandals even when the ground was covered with snow. He endeavoured also to accustom himself to eat raw flesh, but this was a point of perfection to which he never could arrive. He entreated a person of his acquaintance to afford him some little hole in his lodging, to which he might occasionally retire. But as he was dilatory in giving him a positive answer, he took possession of an earthen tub, which he always carried about with him, and which was the only house he ever had. In the heat of summer, when the fields were scorched by the sun, he used to roll among the burning sands, and in winter to embrace statues covered with snow, that he might accustom himself to endure without pain the inclemencies of heat and cold. He treated everyone with contempt. He accused Plato and his scholars of dissipation and of the crime of loving good cheer. All the orators he styled the slaves of the people. Crowns were, he said, as brittle marks of glory as bubbles of water, which burst in the formation. That theatrical representations were the wonder of fools only. In a word, nothing escaped his satiric humour. He ate, he spoke, he slept, without discrimination, wherever chance placed him. Pointing to Jupiter's porticos on one occasion, he exclaimed, "How excellent a dining room the Athenians have built for me there!" He frequently said, "When I consider the rulers, the physicians, and the philosophers whom the world contains, I am tempted to think man considerably elevated by his wisdom above the brutes. But when, on the other hand, I behold augurs, interpreters of dreams, and people who can be inflated with pride on account of their riches or honours, I cannot help thinking him the most foolish of all animals." When taking a walk one day, he observed a child drinking from the hollow of his hand. He felt greatly affronted at the sight. "What!" exclaimed Diogenes, "do children know better than I do with what things a man ought to be contented?" Upon which he took his jug out of his bag and instantly broke it, as a superfluous movable. The province in philosophy to which Diogenes attached himself was that of morals. He did not, however, entirely neglect the other sciences. He was possessed of lively parts and easily anticipated objections. As he was one day discoursing on a very serious and important subject, everyone passed by without giving himself the least concern about what Diogenes was saying. Upon this he began to sing. The people crowded about him. He immediately seized the opportunity of giving them a severe reprimand for flocking about him and attending with eagerness to a mere trifle, while they would not so much as listen to things of the greatest importance. Walking out once at noon, with a lighted torch in his hand, he was asked what he was in quest of. "I am searching for a man," said he. On another occasion he called out in the middle of the street, "Ho! Men! Men!" A great many people assembling around him, Diogenes beat them away with his stick, saying, "I was calling for men." Alexander, passing through Corinth on one occasion, had the curiosity to see Diogenes, who happened to be there at that time. He found him basking in the sun in the grove Cranium, where he was cementing his tub. "I am," said he to him, "the great King Alexander." "And I," replied the philosopher, "am the dog Diogenes." "Are you not afraid of me?" continued Alexander. "Are you good or bad?" returned Diogenes. "I am good," rejoined Alexander. "And who would be afraid of one who is good?" replied Diogenes. Alexander admired the penetration and free manners of Diogenes. After some conversation he said to him, "I see, Diogenes, that you are in want of many things, and I shall be happy to have an opportunity of assisting you. Ask of me what you will." "Retire a little to one side, then," replied Diogenes. "You are depriving me of the rays of the sun." It It is no wonder that Alexander stood astonished at seeing a man so completely above every human concern. Which of the two is richest? Continued Diogenes. He who is content with his cloak and his bag, or he for whom a whole kingdom is not sufficient, but who is daily exposing himself to 1,000 dangers in order to extend its limits? Alexander's courtiers felt indignant that so great a king should do so much honour to such a dog as Diogenes, who did not even rise from his place. Alexander perceived it, and turning about to them said, "Were I not Alexander, I should wish to be Diogenes." As Diogenes was one day going to Aegina, he was taken by pirates, who brought him to Crete and exposed him for sale. He did not appear to be in the least disconcerted, nor to feel the least uneasiness on account of his misfortune. Seeing one Xeniades, corpulent and well dressed, "I must be sold to that person," said he, "for I perceive he needs a master. Come, child," said he to Xeniades, as he was coming up to purchase him, "come, child, buy a man." Being asked what he could do, he said he had the talent of commanding men. "Crier," said he, "call out in the market, 'If any one needs a master, let him come here and purchase one.'" Xeniades charged him with the instruction of his children, a task which Diogenes performed with great fidelity. He made them commit to memory the finest passages of the poets, with an abridgment of his own philosophy, which he composed on purpose for them. He made them exercise themselves in running, wrestling, hunting, horsemanship, and in using the bow and the sling. He accustomed them to very plain fare, and in their ordinary meals to drink nothing but water. He ordered them to be shaven to the skin. He brought them with him into the streets very carelessly dressed, and frequently without sandals and tunics. These children had a great affection for Diogenes, and took particular care to recommend him to their parents. When Diogenes was in slavery, some of his friends used their interest to procure him his liberty. "Fools," said he, "you are jesting. Do you not know that the lion is not the slave of them who feed him? They who feed him are his slaves." Diogenes one day heard a herald publish that Dioxippus had conquered men at the Olympic Games. "Say, slaves and wretches," said he to them, "it is I who have conquered men." When it was said to him, "You are old, you must take your ease," he said, "What? Must I slacken my pace at the end of my course? Would it not be fitter that I should redouble my efforts?" When walking in the streets, he observed a man let fall some bread which he was ashamed to lift. In order to show him that a man ought never to blush when he is desirous to save anything, Diogenes collected the fragments of a broken bottle and carried them through the town. "I am like good musicians," said he, "who leave the true sound that others may catch it." To one who came to him to be his disciple, he gave a gammon of bacon to carry and desired him to follow him. Ashamed to carry it through the streets, the man threw it down and made off. Diogenes, meeting him a few days after, said to him, "What? Has a gammon of bacon broken our friendship?" After reflecting on his life, Diogenes, smiling, said, that all the imprecations generally uttered in tragedies had fallen upon him, that he had neither house, nor city, nor country, and that, in a state of indigence, he lived from day to day, but that to fortune he opposed firmness, to custom nature, and reason to the disorders of the soul. Diogenes was greatly beloved and highly esteemed by the Athenians. They publicly scourged one who had broken his tub, and gave the philosopher another. He was one day asked where he chose to be buried after his death. He replied, "In an open field." "How?" said one. "Are you not afraid of becoming food for birds of prey and wild beasts?" "Then I must have my stick beside me," said Diogenes, "to drive them away when they come." "But," resumed the other, "you will be devoid of all sensation." "If that be the case," replied he, "it is no matter whether they eat me or not, seeing I shall not be sensible to it." Some say that having arrived at the age of 90, he ate a neat's foot raw, which caused indigestion to such a degree that he burst. It is said by others that, feeling himself burdened with age, he retained his breath, and was thus the cause of his own death. His friends coming next day found him muffled up in his cloak. Upon first discovering him, they doubted whether he were not asleep, which with him was very unusual. They were soon convinced that he was dead. There was a great dispute among them about who should bury him, but when on the eve of breaking out into open violence, the magistrates and old men of Corinth opportunely arrived to appease the disturbance. Diogenes was buried beside the gate lying toward the isthmus. There was erected, beside his tomb, a dog of Parian marble. The death of this philosopher happened in the first year of the 114th Olympiad, on the same day that Alexander died at Babylon. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. Demosthenes, by E. Benjamin Andrews, 385 to 322 B.C. Demosthenes, the foremost orator of all history, was born in Athens about July in the year 385 B.C. His father, also named Demosthenes, a manufacturer of swords, was a gentleman widely and justly esteemed. His mother was Cleobule, the daughter of Gilon by a Scythian lady. The father died when the son was about 7 years of age, leaving an estate of 14 or 15 talents, equal to some $200,000 now. The guardians partly embezzled, partly wasted the property, and the young orator's first law business, occupying several years, was the prosecution of these criminals to recover what he might. His success was but partial, yet his patrimony, with what he earned, always kept him in relative affluence, spite of his expensive tastes and great public and private munificence. As a boy he was weak, and did not avail himself of the physical training then usual among Greek youth of great families. He however employed the best teachers in his studies, and his mental education was thorough. To Thucydides and the old rhetoricians he was ardently devoted, and these, with personal instruction by the orator Esaeus, did most to form his style. The early years of Demosthenes' manhood were spent in preparing speeches for sale, in instructing pupils in rhetoric, and in the severe and painstaking education of himself as a public speaker. His resolution in overcoming obstacles is much dwelled upon by ancient writers. He at first lisped and stammered and had a weak voice. To cure these faults he enunciated with pebbles in his mouth, and declaimed while walking uphill and by the roaring breakers of the seashore. He shut himself in an underground study, which he constructed for the purpose, and practised going through long trains of thought there alone. When he went out upon a visit or received one, says Plutarch, he would take something that passed in conversation, some business or fact that was reported to him, for a subject to exercise himself upon. As soon as he had parted from his friends, he went to his study, where he repeated the matter in order as it passed, together with the arguments for and against it. The substance of the speeches which he heard he committed to memory, and afterward reduced them to regular sentences and periods, meditating a variety of corrections and new forms of expression, both for what others had said to him and what he had addressed to them. Thence it was concluded that he was not a man of much genius, and that all his eloquence was the effect of labour. A strong proof of this seemed to be that he was seldom heard to speak anything extempore, and though the people often called upon him by name as he sat in the assembly to speak to the point debated, he would not do it unless he came prepared. It is related that when in speaking he happened to be thrown into confusion by any occurrence in the assembly, the orator Demades, the foremost extempore speaker of the age, often arose and supported him in an extempore address, but that he never did this for Demades. Demosthenes was not, however, the slave of manuscript or memory. He declared that "he neither wrote the whole of his orations nor spoke without first committing part to writing." There was said to be greater spirit and boldness in his impromptu speeches than in those which he had elaborately prepared. People thought that sometimes when he spoke out thus on a sudden his eloquence was inspired from above, as when once he uttered, in regular though unpremeditated verse, the forceful oath, "By earth, by all her fountains, streams, and floods." Demosthenes' first speeches were harsh and obscure. The sentences were too long, the metaphors violent and inapt. On the occasion of his first set address before a public assembly he even broke down. He was, however, indomitable in his determination and efforts to speak well, and persevered until at last the most critical heard him with delight. Notwithstanding certain defects which nice critics very early remarked, such as undue vehemence, argumentation and intensity too long sustained, and in general lack of variety and relief, Demosthenes' oratory is worthy the exalted regard which the best readers have in all ages accorded to it. His thought is always lucid and weighty, his argument fair and convincing, his diction manly and solid. He never uses a superfluous or a far-fetched word, never indulges in flowers, word painting, or rhetorical trickery of any kind. He shows no trace of affectation, no effort to surprise or to be witty. He depends for effect upon truth logically and earnestly presented. If such a style, everywhere perfectly kept up, was in any degree artificial, how much less the art which concealed the art. So plain and straightforward are many of his speeches, that one is tempted to refer their wonderful power when spoken to some richness of elocution not appreciable now. Says Hume, treating of Demosthenes' manner, "Could it be copied, its success would be infallible over a modern assembly. It is rapid harmony exactly adjusted to the sense. It is vehement reasoning without any appearance of art. It is disdain, anger, boldness, freedom, involved in a continued stream of argument, and of all human productions, the orations of Demosthenes present to us the models which approach nearest to perfection." Note: Essay on Eloquence. Complete Lord Brougham's Works, Volume 7, pages 59 and the following.] Demosthenes was between 25 and 30 when Philip of Macedon began his astonishing career of conquest. It was soon clear that he was to be the rival of Athens for the headship of Greece. Demosthenes became the champion of the Athenian cause, and henceforth, as long as he lived, used all his powers against Macedonian aggressions. Most of his best speeches relate to this issue. His eloquence, argument, and personal influence won nearly all the Grecian states to a coalition that, for a time, successfully forbade Philip to set foot in Greece proper. Only Thebes and Sparta stood out, and when Philip, daring them all, ventured south and conquered Phocis, even the Thebans yielded to Demosthenes' pleas and joined the league. In vain, however. At the decisive battle of Cheronea, B.C. 338, Philip was entirely victorious. The allies fled, Demosthenes himself among them, leaving Philip to become at his leisure the master of every city so far south at least as the northern confines of Sparta. He might have realized his wish at once but for his excesses. He drank himself drunk, dancing over his slain foes, and beating time in maudlin song to the caption of the Athenian decree which Demosthenes had procured against him. But it is said that when sober again he trembled to remember the prodigious power of that orator who had obliged him to put both empire and life on the cast of a day. 2 years after the battle of Cheronea, Philip is stricken down by the assassin Pausanias. Alexander mounts the throne, a youth of 20. Greece flies to arms against him, not dreaming that a greater than Philip is here. Marching quickly against the Thracians and the Illyrians, who at once succumb, he vaults to smite rebellious Thebes and Athens, whom Demosthenes' incessant appeals have again induced to take the field. In spite of him, the Athenians now basely desert the Thebans, leaving them to stand the entire fury of the war alone. Greece is thus soon quieted again, and the boy warrior, leaving Antipater behind him with a sufficient home guard, crosses to Asia, never to return. Once, later, when Harpalus, Alexander's renegade treasurer, came to Athens with his bags of Asiatic gold, and again after Alexander's death, it for a moment seemed possible to throw off Macedonia's yoke. Each time the orator led in an attempt to do this, but failed. Fined 50 talents for taking some of Harpalus's gold, he fled from Athens, living for a time in Trezen and Aegina. The new hope for the former Greek regime, evoked by Alexander's death, was brief. Athens recalled Demosthenes, and he made a successful tour of the cities to rally them against Antipater. Antipater, however, was too strong, and his victory at Cranon, B.C. 322, fully restored Macedonia's supremacy. Pursued to Calaurea by Antipater's emissaries, Demosthenes fled for refuge to the temple of Neptune there, took poison, which he had long carried with him for that purpose, and died, aged 62. It is clear that both the Macedonian conquerors deemed Demosthenes their most powerful foe. Drunk or sober, Philip thought constantly of him as the great force to be reckoned with. When he with 9 other deputies visited Philip's court, it was Demosthenes' speech to which Philip felt called to give special reply, treating him with argument, while bestowing his choicest hospitality upon the others. Aeschines and Philocrates accordingly came full of praise for Philip. He was eloquent, they said, handsome, and could drink more liquor than any other man. Demosthenes, showing for the nonce some wit, ridiculed these traits, the first as that of a sophist, the second as that of a woman, the third as that of a sponge. The fame of Demosthenes reached the Persian court, and the king wrote letters to his lieutenants commanding them to supply him with money, and to attend to him more than to any other man in Greece, because he best knew how to make a diversion in his favour by raising fresh troubles and finding employment for the Macedonian arms nearer home. This Alexander afterwards discovered by letters of Demosthenes which he found at Sardis, and the papers of the Persian government expressing the sums which had been given him. Note: Plutarch. End of note. The moral character of Demosthenes was fiercely assailed during his life, the chief charges being vacillation, unchastity, cowardice, and the receipt of bribes. In weighing these accusations we must remember that they were inspired by personal hatred, and that public life in Demosthenes' day was characterized by almost inconceivable strife and bitterness. There was probably considerable ground for all the allegations, except perhaps that of infirmity in purpose. Plutarch believes that the orator was vindictive in his nature and implacable in his resentments, but the same author wonders how Theopompus could say that he was a man of no steadiness, since it appeared that he abode by the party and the measures which he first adopted, and was so far from quitting them during his life that he forfeited his life rather than forsake them. He was never a time server either in his words or in his actions. The key of politics which he first touched he kept to without variation, but he certainly lacked physical courage. At Cheronea, a battle which he himself had brought on, he fled ignominiously, throwing away his arms. His cowardice was recognized in the inscription upon the pedestal of the bronze statue which the Athenians erected him: "Divine in speech, in judgment too divine, had valour's wreath, Demosthenes, been thine, fair Greece had still her freedom's ensign borne, and held the scourge of Macedon in scorn." It is equally certain that he loved gold too well, and sometimes took it when it should have burned his hands. For all this, Demosthenes' character was rather a noble one for that age. Among the distinguished Athenians of the day, only Phocion outshone it. Nearly all that Demosthenes' foes cite to his discredit seems weak considering the known vices of the period, while much of it, as when they taunt him with always drinking water instead of wine, implies on his part a creditable strength of will, which is further attested by his self-discipline in mastering his chosen art. What, after all, speaks the most strongly for the orator's character is the serious moral tone of his orations. This cannot have been simulated, and hence cannot have proceeded from a man with a vicious nature. The esteem in which Demosthenes was held at Athens is seen in what had occurred soon after the battle of Chaeronea, an event which led to Demosthenes' greatest oratorical effort. One Ctesiphon had proposed that the people reward Demosthenes' public service by the gift of a golden crown, and the Senate had passed a bill to this effect for submission to the vote of the Assembly. Aeschines denied that the orator's conduct gave him any right to be thus honoured, and prosecuted Ctesiphon for bringing forward an unconstitutional measure. After years of delay, the trial came on in B.C. 330, Aeschines delivering his famous address against Ctesiphon, really an adverse critical review of Demosthenes' public and private life to that time, to which Demosthenes replied by his immortal oration on the crown. Demosthenes gained a surprising victory. Although the judges were nearly all of the Macedonian party, Aeschines did not secure for his cause a fifth part of their votes, a fact which, according to Athenian law, subjected him to a fine of 1,000 drachmas for provoking the litigation. He at once left Athens and never returned. The most recent judgment of Demosthenes as a statesman differs much from that in which nearly all the standard English and American authorities since Grote agree. Till lately it has been common to think of Athens as a real democracy, favourable to freedom, the bulwark of liberty then for Greece and the world. Philip has been deemed a mere barbarian, whose victory was certain to be, and was, the death of Grecian liberty. This being so, Demosthenes, in opposing Philip and his son Alexander, was not only a sincere patriot, but a wise one. This is the view of Greek politics then, which one gets from Demosthenes himself. Readers of his masterly orations insensibly adopt it, without due reflection upon the evidence now available to substantiate a different one. Demosthenes is understood to argue for a constitutional form of government, which, to all lovers of such, is an additional reason for siding with him. Grote's history urges the same view in a most enthusiastic and unhesitating way, and has had enormous influence in disseminating it. Thucydides, the original Greek historian most read in our time, makes the fate of everything good in Greece turn upon that of Athens. This great author so trains us in his manner of thought as to disqualify us from coolly considering the question whether the fortunes of Greece might not have risen or fallen in some other way. The present writer believes the above theory to be almost entirely an error. Doubtless Demosthenes was honest, but he was mistaken in his views of what was best for Greece and even for Athens. Philip and Alexander, however selfish, were neither in purpose nor in fact so hostile to Greek freedom as the mighty orator makes out. Inordinate ambition possessed both. In this they are to be ranked with Napoleon and Julius Caesar rather than with Washington. They, however, clearly saw the vanity of the old Greek regime, the total uselessness of trying to unify Greece, or to make her independent of Persia through any of the devices paraded by the politicians. Therefore, with patriotism and philanthropy enough to give their cause a certain moral glow in their minds, they set out by force of arms, the only possible way to succeed, first to unify Greece, and next to make her eternally independent of Persia. Since Gustav Droysen in his Alexander the Great led off with this theory, the best writers upon Greek history have gradually adopted it, deserting Grote more and more. Droysen went too far. With him Alexander was the veritable demigod whom he sottishly decreed that his subjects should see in him. Droysen, of course, has too little respect for Demosthenes' policy. Victor Duruy is the only late writer of note who still blows the trumpet for our old orator as a statesman. He says that the result of the Macedonian dominion was the death of European Greece, and he calls it the immortal glory of Demosthenes to have perceived this. Yet even he admits that the civilization of the world gained by the Macedonian conquest, and hence, after all, places himself, from the point of view of the world's history, on the side of Philip and his son. The tendency of writers upon this period is thus to exalt the man with a great national policy in his head, though with a sword in his hand, at the expense of him who, never so honestly, dinned the populace with his high-sounding pleas for an obstructive course. We are learning that republicanism or democracy, whichever one pleases to call it, was in ancient times a very different thing from aught that now exists under either name. The various republics of Greece and the Republic of Rome were nothing but oligarchies, often atrociously tyrannical. Even at their best estate the rights of individuals in them, of their citizens even, were far less perfectly guarded than in some pretty absolute monarchies of later times. The Athenian imperial democracy was no popular government. In the first place, there was no such thing as representation in their constitution. Those only had votes who could come and give them at the General Assembly, and they did so at once upon the conclusion of the debate. There was no second chamber or higher council to revise or delay their decisions, no crown, no high court of appeal to settle claims against the state. The body of Athenian citizens formed the Assembly. Sections of this body formed the jury to try cases of violation of the constitution either in act or in the proposal of new laws. The result was that all outlying provinces, even had they obtained votes, were without a voice in the government, but as a matter of fact they had no votes, for the states which became subjects to Athens were merely tributary, and nothing was further from the ideas of the Athenians than to make them members of their imperial republic, in the sense that a new state is made a member of the American Republic. This it was which ruined even the great Roman Republic, without any military reverses, and when its domination of the world was unshaken. Owing to the absence of representation, the empire of the Roman Republic was in the hands of the city population, who were perfectly incompetent, even had they been in real earnest, to manage the government of the vast kingdoms their troops had conquered. In both cases the outsiders were governed wholly for the benefit of the city crowd. The mistakes and the injustices which resulted in the Roman executive were such that any able adventurer could take advantage of the worldwide discontent, and could play off one city faction against the other. It is not conceivable that any other general course of events would have taken place at Athens had she become the ruler of the Hellenic world. Her demos regarded itself as a sovereign, ruling subjects for its own glory and benefit. There can therefore be no doubt that the external pressure of that wide discontent, which was the primary cause of the Peloponnesian War, would have cooperated with politicians within, if there were no enemies without, and that ambitious military chiefs, as of Rome, would have wrested the power from the sovereign people either by force or by fraud. Note: Manhafi, Problems in Greek History, pages 98 and the following. End of note. In other words, however distressing the ills which might happen to Athens through Philip's success, they could not be worse than those which were sure to beset her in any event. While for Greece as a whole Philip's victory would mean unity and peace, such as could have been secured in no other way. This splendid possibility, which must have impressed the minds of Phocion and Philip, is obscured to our thought by the untimely death of both the great Macedonian generals, before their plans had any time to bear fruit. Desperate chaos follows Alexander's death, of course, and when, little by little, order is evolved, it is a new order, not the old one. Never again does Athens sit there as a queen looking upon her Aegean, but her day of political glory is ended forever. It is natural to trace all this wild disorder, involving the decline of Athens, the war of Alexander's successors, small and great, and also the Roman conquest at last, to Philip's victory at Chaeronea. As we read the tangled and bloody record, we say to ourselves, oh, how much better all would have been had the Athenians roused at the cry of Demosthenes, and beaten Philip instead of being beaten. We assume that had this happened, Greece would have kept on its old splendid way, able to have conquered Rome herself when Rome came. Philip ruined Greece. The advice of Demosthenes, had it been followed, would have saved her. Superficially considered, all this seems clever reasoning, but it is in fact a stupendous fallacy. Post hoc ergo propter hoc. Philip conquered and subsequently things went ill with Greece. A man looked at Mars and subsequently had the cholera. Let us no longer argue so childishly. The evils that befell Hellas were not at all those which Demosthenes prophesied. They are no proof of his foresight. From the point of view of his wishes they were entirely accidental. To see this we need only inquire what would in all probability have come to pass had Alexander lived. One may heavily discount Droysen's adoration of the young conqueror, and yet, from what he achieved while alive, and the way in which he achieved it, believe that immeasurable blessings to Greece and to humanity would have resulted from a lengthening of his days. I cannot think it rash to affirm that 10 or 20 years added to Alexander's career would probably have changed subsequent history in at least 3 colossal particulars. 1. Probably Greece would have been more happily, perfectly, and permanently cemented together than was the case, or could in any other way have been the case. 2. Probably Greece would not only have been at last forever free from Asia, but would also have become Asia's lord, and this in a manner truly beneficial to both lands. 3. Probably Greece would have ruled Rome instead of being ruled by Rome, and this too in such wise as to have benefited both and the world as well. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. Aristotle, from the French of Fenelon, 384 to 322 B.C. Of all the philosophers of antiquity, Aristotle was one of the most celebrated, and in every seat of learning his name, even at this day, is held in esteem. He was the son of Nicomachus, a physician, and friend of Amyntas, king of Macedonia, and was descended from Machaon, son of Aesculapius. He was born at Stagira, a city of Macedonia, in the first year of the 99th Olympiad. He lost his father and mother in his infancy, and was very much neglected by those who had the charge of his education. In his early years he dissipated almost all his patrimony in libertinism and debauchery. At first he became a soldier, but the profession of arms not suiting his turn of mind, he went to Delphi to consult the oracle and fix his determination. By the response of the oracle he was directed to go to Athens and pursue the study of philosophy. He was then in his 18th year. For 20 years he studied in the academy under Plato, and as he had spent all his inheritance, he was induced, in order to procure a subsistence, to vend medicines at Athens. Aristotle ate little and slept less. So strong was his passion for study that in order to resist the oppression of sleep, he kept at his bedside a brazen basin, over which, when in bed, he stretched one of his hands in which he held an iron ball, that if he should fall asleep, the noise of the ball dropping into the basin might awake him instantly. According to Laertius, his voice was shrill and squeaking, his eyes small, his legs slender, and he dressed magnificently. Aristotle was a man of acute parts, and one who easily comprehended the most difficult questions. He soon became master of the doctrines of Plato, and distinguished himself among the other academicians. No question was decided in the academy without the opinion of Aristotle, though it was often subversive of that of Plato. By all his fellow students he was considered as a prodigy of genius, and his opinions were often followed, in opposition to those of his master. Aristotle left the academy. This excited the resentment of Plato. He could not refrain from treating him as a rebel, comparing him to the chick which pecks its dam. The Athenians appointed him ambassador to Philip, king of Macedonia, father of Alexander the Great. Aristotle, having spent some time in Macedonia in settling the affairs of the Athenians, found, upon his return, that Xenocrates had been chosen master of the academy. Seeing that place thus filled, he said, "It would be a shame for me to be silent when Xenocrates speaks." He accordingly established a new sect and taught doctrines different from those of his master Plato. The celebrity of Aristotle, who now surpassed all his contemporaries in every kind of science, especially in the departments of philosophy and politics, induced Philip, king of Macedonia, to offer him the care of the education of his son Alexander, then 14 years of age. Aristotle accepted. He continued Alexander's preceptor for 8 years, and according to the testimony of Plutarch, taught him some secret doctrines which he communicated to none other. The study of philosophy did not render the manners of Aristotle austere. He applied to business and took an interest in everything that passed at the court of Macedonia. From respect to this philosopher, Philip rebuilt Stagira, his native city, which had been destroyed during the wars, and restored to their possessions all the inhabitants, of whom some had fled and others had been reduced to slavery. When Alexander's education was finished, Aristotle returned to Athens, where he was well received on account of the mildness with which, for his sake, that city had been treated by Philip. He fixed upon a place in the Lyceum highly beautified with avenues of trees, where he established his school. He used to walk about when teaching, and from this circumstance his sect was called Peripatetic. The Lyceum was soon thronged by a concourse of students whom Aristotle's reputation had drawn together from every quarter of Greece. Alexander recommended to him to attend particularly to experiments in physical science. To facilitate his observations, he sent him, beside 800 talents to defray expenses, a great number of huntsmen and fishermen to supply him from every quarter with subjects for experiment. At that time Aristotle published his books of physics and metaphysics. Of this, Alexander, who was now in Asia, got information. That ambitious prince, desirous of being in everything the first man in the world, was dissatisfied that the learning of his master should become common. He showed his resentment by the following letter: "You have not done well in publishing your books on speculative science. If what you taught me be taught to men of all ranks, I shall then have nothing but in common with others. But I would have you consider that I had rather be superior to other men in abstract and secret knowledge than to surpass them in power." To appease this prince, Aristotle sent for him answer, that he had published his books, but in such a way that in fact they were not published. By this he apparently meant that his doctrines were laid down in a manner so embarrassed that it was impossible for any one ever to understand them. Aristotle carefully investigated that question, the great object of moral philosophy, how men might be rendered happy in the present world. In the first place, he refutes the opinion of the voluptuous, who make happiness to consist in corporal pleasures. "Not only," said he, "are these pleasures fleeting, they are also succeeded by disgust, and while they enfeeble the body, they debase the mind." He next rejects the opinion of the ambitious, who place happiness in honours, and, with this object in view, pay no regard to the maxims of equity or the restraints of law. "Honour," he said, "exists in him who honours." The ambitious, he adds, desire to be honoured in consequence of some virtue of which they wish themselves supposed to be possessed; that consequently happiness consists in virtue rather than in honours, especially as these are external and do not depend upon ourselves. In the last place, he refutes the system of the avaricious, who constitute riches the supreme good. "Riches," he said, "are not desirable on their own account. They render him who possesses them unhappy, because he is afraid to use them. In order to render them really useful, it is necessary to use and to distribute them, and not to place happiness in what is in itself detestable and not worth the having. The opinion of Aristotle is that happiness consists in the most perfect exercise of the understanding and the practice of the virtues. The most noble exercise of the understanding he considered to be speculation concerning natural objects, the heavens, the stars, nature, and chiefly the first being. He observed, however, that without a competency of the good things of fortune suited to a man's situation in life, it was impossible to be perfectly happy, because without this we could neither have time to pursue speculation nor opportunity to practice the virtues. Thus, for example, one could not please his friends, and to do good to those whom we love is always one of the highest enjoyments of life. Happiness depends, therefore, he said, on three things: the goods of mind, as wisdom and prudence; the goods of the body, as beauty, health, strength; and the goods of fortune, as riches and nobility. Virtue, he maintained, is not sufficient to render men happy. The goods of the body and of fortune are absolutely necessary, and a wise man would be unhappy were he to want riches, or if his share of them were insufficient. He affirmed, on the other hand, vice is sufficient to render men unhappy, though in the greatest affluence, and enjoying every other advantage, it is impossible for a man ever to be happy while the slave of vice. The wise man is not wholly exempted from the ills of life, but his share of them is small. The virtues and vices, he said, are not incompatible, for the same man, though intemperate, may be just and prudent. He mentions three kinds of friendship: one of relationship, another of inclination, and a third of hospitality. Elegant literature, he thinks, contributes greatly to produce a love of virtue, and the cultivation of letters he affirms to be the greatest consolation of age. Like Plato, he admitted the existence of a supreme being, to whom he attributed providence. In his politics, he maintains that the monarchical form of government is the most perfect, because in other forms there are more rulers than one. An army under the conduct of one able commander succeeds better than one conducted by several leaders, and while deputies, or chief men, are employed in assembling and deliberating, a monarch has already finished an expedition and executed his designs. The rulers of a republic do not care though they should ruin the state, provided they enrich themselves. Jealousies are engendered, divisions arise, and the republic is in danger of being finally destroyed and overthrown. In a monarchy, on the other hand, the interests of the prince are those of the state, and the state, of course, must flourish. Aristotle was one day asked, "What does a man gain by telling a lie?" "Not to be believed," said he, "even when he tells the truth." Having been blamed for giving alms to a bad man, he said, "It is not because he is bad, but because he is a man, that I have compassion for him." To his friends and scholars he used to say that knowledge is to the soul what light is to the eyes, and that mellowness of the fruit makes up for the bitterness of the root. When irritated against the Athenians, he reproached them with neglecting their laws and using their corn, though possessed of the former as well as the latter. He was one day asked, "What is it that is soonest effaced?" "Gratitude," replied he. "What is hope?" "A waking man's dream." Diogenes presented Aristotle with a fig. Aristotle very well knew that were he to refuse it, Diogenes would level his wit against him. He took the fig, therefore, and with a smile said, "Diogenes has at once lost his fig and the use he intended to make of it." He said there were three things very necessary to children: genius, exercise, and instruction. When asked the difference between the learned and the ignorant, he replied, "The same as between the living and the dead." "Knowledge," he said, "is an ornament in prosperity, and in adversity a refuge. Those who give children a good education are much more their fathers than those who have begotten them. The latter communicate mere life to them, the former put it in their power to spend it comfortably. Beauty," said he, "is a recommendation infinitely stronger than any kind of learning." He was one day asked what pupils should do to turn their instructions to the greatest advantage. "They must," said he, "always keep in view those before them, and never look back to those behind them." A certain person was one day boasting of being the citizen of an illustrious state. "Do not value yourself upon that," said Aristotle. "Rather ask yourself whether you deserve to be so." Reflecting on human life, he sometimes said, "There are some who amass riches with as much avidity as if they were to live for ever. Others are as careless about their possessions as if they were to die tomorrow." When asked, "What is a friend?" he replied, "One soul animating two bodies." "How," said one to him, "ought we act to our friends?" "As we would have them act towards us," replied Aristotle. He used frequently to exclaim, "Ah, my friends, there is not a friend in the world." He was one day asked, "How is it come that we prefer beautiful women to those who are ugly?" "You now ask a blind man's question," returned Aristotle. He was asked what advantage he had derived from philosophy. "To do voluntarily," replied he, "what others do through fear of the laws." It is said that during his stay at Athens he was intimate with an able Jew, by whom he was accurately instructed in the science and religion of the Egyptians, for the acquisition of which every one at that time used to go to Egypt itself. Having taught in the Lyceum for 13 years with great reputation, Aristotle was accused of impiety by Eurymedon, priest of Ceres. He was so overwhelmed with the recollection of what Socrates had suffered that he hastily left Athens and retired to Chalcis in Euboea. It is said by some that he there died of vexation because he could not discover the cause of the flux and reflux of the Euripus. By others it is added that he threw himself into that sea, and when falling said, "Let the Euripus receive me, since I cannot comprehend it." And lastly, it is affirmed by others that he died of a colic in the 63rd year of his age, 2 years after the death of his pupil, Alexander the Great. By the Stagirites, altars were erected to him as a god. Aristotle made a will, of which Antipater was appointed the executor. He left a son called Nicomachus, and a daughter who was married to a grandson of Demaratus, king of Lacedaemonia. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in December 2021. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. Archimedes, by John Timbs, FSA. 287 to 212 BC. It is scarcely possible to view the vast steamships of our day without reflecting that to a great master of mechanics, upward of 2000 years since, we in part owe the invention of the machine by which these mighty vessels are propelled upon the wide world of waters. This power is an application of the screw of Archimedes, the most celebrated of the Greek geometricians. He was born in Sicily, in the Corinthian colony of Syracuse, in the year 287 BC, and when a very young man, was fortunate enough to enjoy the patronage of his relative Hiero, the reigning prince of Syracuse. The ancients attribute to Archimedes more than 40 mechanical inventions, among which are the endless screw, the combination of pulleys, an hydraulic organ, according to Tertullian, a machine called the helix or screw for launching ships, and a machine called loculus, which appears to have consisted of 40 pieces, by the putting together of which various objects could be framed, and which were used by boys as a sort of artificial memory. Archimedes is said to have obtained the friendship and confidence of Hiero by the following incidents. The king had delivered a certain weight of gold to a workman to be made into a crown. When the crown was made and sent to the king, a suspicion arose in the royal mind that the gold had been adulterated by the alloy of a baser metal, and he applied to Archimedes for his assistance in detecting the imposture. The difficulty was to measure the bulk of the crown without melting it into a regular figure, for silver being, weight for weight, of greater bulk than gold, any alloy of the former in place of an equal weight of the latter would necessarily increase the bulk of the crown, and at that time there was no known means of testing the purity of metal. Archimedes, after many unsuccessful attempts, was about to abandon the subject altogether, when the following circumstance suggested to his discerning and prepared mind a train of thought which led to the solution of the difficulty. Stepping into his bath one day, as was his custom, his mind doubtless fixed on the object of his research, he chanced to observe that, the bath being full, a quantity of water of the same bulk as his body must flow over before he could immerse himself. He probably perceived that any other body of the same bulk would have raised the water equally, but that another body of the same weight, but less bulky, would not have produced so great an effect. In the words of Vitruvius, as soon as he had hit upon this method of detection, he did not wait a moment, but jumped joyfully out of the bath, and running forthwith toward his own house, called out with a loud voice that he had found what he sought. For as he ran, he called out, in Greek, "Eureka! Eureka! I have found it! I have found it!" When his emotion had sobered down, he proceeded to investigate the subject calmly. He procured 2 masses of metal, each of equal weight with the crown, one of gold and the other of silver, and having filled a vessel very accurately with water, he plunged into it the silver, and marked the exact quantity of water that overflowed. He then treated the gold in the same manner, and observed that a less quantity of water overflowed than before. He next plunged the crown into the same vessel full of water, and observed that it displaced more of the fluid than the gold had done, and less than the silver, by which he inferred that the crown was neither pure gold nor pure silver, but a mixture of both. Hiero was so gratified with this result as to declare that from that moment he could never refuse to believe anything Archimedes told him. Traveling in Egypt, and observing the necessity of raising the water of the Nile to points which the river did not reach, as well as the difficulty of clearing the land from the periodical overflowings of the Nile, Archimedes invented for this purpose the screw which bears his name. It was likewise used as a pump to clear water from the holds of vessels, and the name of Archimedes was held in great veneration by seamen on this account. The screw may be briefly described as a long spiral, with its lower extremity immersed in the water, which, rising along the channels by the revolution of the machine on its axis, is discharged at the upper extremity. When applied to the propulsion of steam vessels, the screw is horizontal, and being put in motion by a steam engine, drives the water backward, when its reaction, or return, propels the vessel. The mechanical ingenuity of Archimedes was next displayed in the various machines which he constructed for the defense of Syracuse during a 3 years' siege by the Romans. Among these inventions were catapults for throwing arrows, and ballistae for throwing masses of stone, and iron hands or hooks attached to chains, thrown to catch the prows of the enemy's vessels and then overturn them. He is likewise stated to have set their vessels on fire by burning glasses. This, however, rests upon modern authority, and Archimedes is rather believed to have set the ships on fire by machines for throwing lighted materials. After the storming of Syracuse, Archimedes was killed by a Roman soldier who did not know who he was. The soldier inquired, but the philosopher, being intent upon a problem, begged that his diagram might not be disturbed, upon which the soldier put him to death. At his own request, expressed during his life, a sphere inscribed in a cylinder was sculptured on his tomb, in memory of his discovery that the solid contents of a sphere is exactly 2/3 of that of the circumscribing cylinder, and by this means the memorial was afterward identified. 150 years after the death of Archimedes, when Cicero was residing in Sicily, he paid homage to his forgotten tomb. "During my quaestorship," says the illustrious Roman, "I diligently sought to discover the sepulchre of Archimedes, which the Syracusans had totally neglected and suffered to be grown over with thorns and briars. Recollecting some verses, said to be inscribed on the tomb, which mentioned that on the top was placed a sphere with a cylinder, I looked round me upon every object at the Agrigentine gate, the common receptacle of the dead. At last I observed a little column which just rose above the thorns, upon which was placed the figure of a sphere and cylinder. This, said I to the Syracusan nobles who were with me, this must, I think, be what I am seeking. Several persons were immediately employed to clear away the weeds and lay open the spot. As soon as a passage was opened, we drew near, and found on the opposite base the inscription, with nearly half the latter part of the verses worn away. Thus would this most famous, and formerly most learned city of Greece have remained a stranger to the tomb of one of its most ingenious citizens, had it not been discovered by a man of Arpinum." To Archimedes is attributed the apophthegm, "Give me a lever long enough, and a prop strong enough, and with my own weight I will move the world." This arose from his knowledge of the possible effects of machinery, but however it might astonish a Greek of his day, it would now be admired to be as theoretically possible as it is practically impossible. Archimedes would have required to move with the velocity of a cannon ball for millions of ages to alter the position of the earth by the smallest part of an inch. In mathematical truth, however, the feat is performed by every man who leaps from the ground, for he kicks the world away when he rises, and attracts it again when he falls back. Under the superintendence of Archimedes was also built the renowned galley for Hiero. It was constructed to half its height, by 300 master workmen and their servants, in 6 months. Hiero then directed that the vessel should be perfected afloat, but how to get the vast pile into the water the builders knew not, till Archimedes invented his engine called the helix, by which, with the assistance of very few hands, he drew the ship into the sea, where it was completed in 6 months. The ship consumed wood enough to build 60 large galleys. It had 20 tiers of bars and 3 decks. The middle deck had on each side 15 dining apartments besides other chambers, luxuriously furnished, and floors paved with mosaics of the story of the Iliad. On the upper deck were gardens with arbors of ivy and vines, and here was a temple of Venus, paved with agates and roofed with cypress wood. It was richly adorned with pictures and statues, and furnished with couches and drinking vessels. Adjoining was an apartment of boxwood, with a clock in the ceiling, in imitation of the great dial of Syracuse, and here was a huge bath set with gems called Toromenites. There were also on each side of this deck cabins for the marine soldiers, and 20 stables for horses. In the forecastle was a freshwater cistern which held 253 hogsheads, and near it was a large tank of sea-water, in which fish were kept. From the ship's sides projected ovens, kitchens, mills, and other offices, built upon beams, each supported by a carved image 9 feet high. Around the deck were 8 wooden towers, from each of which was raised a breastwork full of loopholes, whence an enemy might be annoyed with stones, each tower being guarded by 4 armed soldiers and 2 archers. On this upper deck was also placed the machine invented by Archimedes to fling stones of 300 pounds weight and darts 18 feet long to the distance of 120 paces, while each of the 3 masts had 2 engines for throwing stones. The ship was furnished with 4 anchors of wood and 8 of iron, and the water screw of Archimedes, already mentioned, was used instead of a pump for the vast ship, by the help of which one man might easily and speedily drain out the water, though it were very deep. The whole ship's company consisted of an immense multitude, there being in the forecastle alone 600 seamen. There were placed on board her 60,000 bushels of corn, 10,000 barrels of salt fish, and 20,000 barrels of flesh, besides the provisions for her company. She was first called the Syracuse, but afterward the Alexandria. The builder was Archias, the Corinthian shipwright. The vessel appears to have been armed for war and sumptuously fitted for a pleasure yacht, yet was ultimately used to carry corn. The timber for the main mast, after being in vain sought for in Italy, was brought from England. The dimensions are not recorded, but they must have exceeded those of any ship of the present day. Indeed, Hiero, finding that none of the surrounding harbours sufficed to receive his vast ship, loaded it with corn and presented the vessel with its cargo to Ptolemy, king of Egypt. And on arriving at Alexandria it was hauled ashore, and nothing more is recorded respecting it. A most elaborate description of this vast ship has been preserved to us by Athenaeus, and translated into English by Burchett in his Naval Transactions. Archimedes has been styled the Homer of geometry, yet it must not be concealed that he fell into the prevailing error of the ancient philosophers, that geometry was degraded by being employed to produce anything useful. It was with difficulty, says Lord Macaulay, that he was induced to stoop from speculation to practice. He was half ashamed of those inventions which were the wonder of hostile nations, and always spoke of them slightingly, as mere amusements, as trifles in which a mathematician might be suffered to relax his mind after intense application to the higher parts of his science. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louis Hehman, Louisville, Kentucky. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. Marcus Tullius Cicero, by Reverend W. J. Brodribb, 106 to 43 B.C. Marcus Tullius Cicero, the foremost orator of ancient Rome, one of her leading statesmen, and the most brilliant and accomplished of her men of letters, lived in those stirring later days of the Roman Republic, that age of revolution and civil wars, in which an old and decaying order of things was passing away. It was the age of great and daring spirits, of Catiline, Caesar, Pompey, Antony, with whose history Cicero's life is so closely intertwined. Born 106 BC at an old Italian town, Arpinum, in Latium, of a good family, and inheriting from his father, who was a man of considerable culture, a moderate estate, he went as a boy to Rome, and there, under the best teachers and professors, he learned law and oratory, Greek philosophy, and Greek literature, acquiring, in fact, the universal knowledge which he himself says in his essay on the orator, De Oratore, an orator ought to possess. An orator in the ancient world, we should bear in mind, was first and chiefly a pleader of causes both legal and political, speaker alike, as we should say, at the bar and in Parliament. Hence the necessity for knowledge and information of every kind. Cicero's first important speech in his 26th year was the successful defense in a criminal trial of a client against one of the favorites of the all-powerful Sulla, then dictator. After a visit to Athens and a tour in Asia Minor, where he profited by the society of eminent professors of rhetoric and men of letters, he returned to Rome, and at 30 years of age, he was in the highest repute at the Roman bar. In 76 BC, having been elected quaestor, a financial secretary, as we may say, by a unanimous popular vote, he held an appointment in Sicily, where he won the good opinion of two highly important interests, apt at times to conflict, the traders and the revenue collectors. To this he owed the glory of his successful impeachment of the infamous Verus in 70 BC, which he undertook at the request of the Sicilian provincials. The bad man, who had so hideously misgoverned them, felt himself crushed by Cicero's opening speech, and went into voluntary exile. Cicero was now a power in the state, and his rise up the official ladder was sure and rapid. In 66 BC, he was praetor, and supported in a great political speech, Pro Lege Manilia, the appointment of Pompey to the conduct of the war with Mithridates, which in fact carried with it the supreme control of Asia and of the East. In 63 BC, at the age of 44, he was consul, the highest dignity attainable to a Roman. In that memorable year, he foiled by a bold promptitude the revolutionary plot of Catiline, in which many distinguished Romans, Caesar it was even said among them, were implicated. He was now at the height of his fame. Father of the country he was actually called. For a brief space he was with all classes the great man of the day. But the tide soon turned. Cicero might have saved the country, but in saving it, it was said he had violated the constitution, according to which a Roman citizen could not be capitally punished, but by the sentence of the people in regular assembly. As it was, Roman citizens guilty of complicity with Catiline had, at Cicero's instigation, been put to death simply by an order of the Senate. This, it was said, was a dangerous precedent, and Cicero must be held responsible for it. His bitter enemy, Clodius, now tribune, pressed the charge against him in inflammatory speeches specially addressed to the lowest class of citizens, and Cicero, in despair, left Rome in 58 BC and took refuge at Thessalonica. That same year saw the father of his country condemned to exile by a vote of the Roman people, and his house at Rome and his country houses at Formiae and Tusculum plundered and ruined. But in those revolutionary days, the events of one year were reversed by those of the next. In 57 BC, with new consuls and new tribunes, the people almost unanimously voted the recall of the exile, and Cicero was welcomed back to Rome amid an outburst of popular enthusiasm. But he was no longer a power in the world of politics. He could not see his way clearly, and he was so nervously sensitive to the fluctuations of public opinion that he could not decide between Pompey and the aristocracy on the one hand, and Caesar and the new democracy on the other. His leanings had hitherto been toward Pompey and the Senate and the old Republic, but as time went on, he felt that Pompey was a half-hearted man who could not be trusted, and that he would have ultimately to succumb to his far abler and more far-sighted rival, Caesar. The result was that he lost the esteem of both parties and came to be regarded as a mere trimmer and time server. There was all that political indecision about him which may often be observed in eminent lawyers and men of letters. The age wanted strong men, such as Caesar. This Cicero certainly was not. He was gentle, amiable, very clever, and highly cultivated, but the last man in the world to succeed in politics. The later years of his life were spent chiefly in pleading at the bar and writing essays. In 52 BC, he composed one of his finest speeches in defense of Milo, who had killed Clodius in a riot, and was then standing for the consulship. In this, he was acting quite against the wishes of Pompey. In the following years, 51 to 50 BC, he was in Asia as governor of the province of Cilicia, and here the best side of his character showed itself in his just and sympathetic treatment of the provincials. In 49 to 48 BC, he was with Pompey's army in Greece to fight for the old cause, of which, however, he was well nigh despaired, and after the decisive battle of Pharsalia, at which he was not present, he threw himself on the conqueror's mercy. Caesar, who had certainly nothing to fear from him, received him kindly, and was a great friend to him from that day. But Cicero was not a happy man, now that he could no longer make speeches in the Senate or in the courts. To all this, Caesar's victory had, for the time, at least put to an end. In the years 46, 45, 44 BC, he wrote most of his chief works on rhetoric and philosophy, living in retirement and brooding mournfully over his griefs and disappointments. In 43 BC, the year after Caesar's death, he had once again the delight of having his eloquence applauded by the Senate. In that year, his famous speeches against Antony, Philippics, as he called them after the title of Demosthenes' orations against Philip of Macedon, were delivered. These cost him his life. As soon as Antony, Octavius, afterward the Emperor Augustus, and Lepidus had leagued themselves together in the so-called triumvirate for the settlement of the state, they followed the precedent of former revolutions, a proscription list of their political enemies. All such were outlawed and given up to destruction. Cicero's name was on the fatal list. Old and feeble, he fled to his villa at Formiae, pursued by the soldiers of Antony, and was overtaken by them as he was being carried in a litter down to the shore, where it had been his intention to embark. With a calm courage, which, to quote Macaulay's words, has half redeemed his fame, he put his head out of the litter and bade his murderers strike. He died in the December of 43 BC, in the 63rd year of his age. As an orator and a pleader, Cicero undoubtedly stands in the first rank. Many of his speeches have come down to us. Of these, the most famous, and perhaps the finest, are his speeches against Varus and against Catiline. Eloquence in those days of furious faction and revolution was a greater force than it is with us. As a politician, he failed because he did not distinctly realize to himself that the old republic, the government of the Senate and of the nobles, had been tried and had been found wanting. He had not the courage to face the great changes which he felt were impending. Pompey, the champion of the old order, was not a leader to whom he could look up with confidence, and so he wavered, and half acquiesced in Caesar's triumph, even though he suspected that with that triumph the Rome which he had known and loved would pass away. To us, it is as an essayist and as the writer of a multitude of letters to friends full of miscellaneous information that Cicero is particularly attractive. There is a gracefulness and refinement and elevation of tone about his writings which cannot fail to incline the reader to say with Erasmus, "I feel a better man for reading Cicero." His essays on old age and on friendship, his De Officiis, or Whole Duty of Man, as we may paraphrase it, are good and pleasant reading, such as we can all enjoy. There is no fairer picture in literature than of him sitting in the garden of his villa at Tusculum, surrounded by admiring friends, and engaged upon his Tusculan disputations, while his treatises on the nature of gods and on the true ends of human life, De Finibus, if they do not show any very deep and original thought, at least give us an insight into the teachings of the various philosophical schools. End of section 12.
Section 3 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3 by Charles F. Horne. Augustus Caesar, 63 B.C. to 14 A.D. Caius Julius Caesar Octavianus Augustus, son of Caius Octavius and Attia, Julius Caesar's niece, was born in 63 B.C. He was the first and greatest of the Roman emperors, in his way perhaps fully as great as his adoptive father, Julius Caesar. The Octavian family came originally from Velitrae, in the country of the Volsci, and the branch to which Augustus belonged was rich and honorable. His father had risen to the rank of senator and praetor, but died in the prime of life, when Augustus was only 4 years old. Augustus was carefully educated in Rome under the guardianship of his mother and his stepfather, and his talents recommended him to his great-uncle Julius Caesar, who adopted him as his son and heir. At the time of Caesar's assassination, 44 B.C., Augustus was a student under the celebrated orator Apollodorus, at Apollonia in Illyricum, whither, however, he had been sent chiefly to gain practical instruction in military affairs. He returned to Italy, and now, first learning that he was his uncle's heir, assumed the name of Julius Caesar Octavianus. The soldiers at Brundusium saluted him as Caesar, but he declined their offers, and entered Rome almost alone. The city was at this time divided between the Republicans and the friends of Mark Antony, but the latter, by adroit maneuvers, had gained the ascendancy, and enjoyed almost absolute power. At first, Augustus was haughtily treated by Antony, who refused to surrender Caesar's property. But after some fighting, in which Antony was worsted and forced to flee across the Alps, Augustus, who had made himself a favorite with the people and the army, obtained the consulship, and carried out Caesar's will. He found an able advocate in Cicero, who at first had regarded him with contempt. To himself, the great orator seemed to be laboring in behalf of the Republic, whereas he really was only an instrument for raising Augustus to supreme power. When Antony returned from Gaul with Lepidus, Augustus threw off the Republican mask and joined them in establishing a triumvirate. He obtained Africa, Sardinia, and Sicily, Antony Gaul, and Lepidus Spain. Their power was soon made absolute by the massacre of those unfriendly to them in Italy, and by the victory at Philippi over the Republicans under Brutus and Cassius. The Persian War, excited by Fulvia, wife of Antony, seemed likely to lead to a contest between Augustus and his rival, but was ended by Fulvia's death, and the subsequent marriage of Antony with Octavia, sister of Augustus. Shortly afterward, the Roman world was divided anew, Augustus taking the western half and Antony the eastern. The contest for supremacy commenced. While Antony was lost in luxurious dissipation at the court of Cleopatra, Augustus was industriously striving to gain the love and confidence of the Roman people, and to damage his rival in public estimation. War was at length declared against the Egyptian queen, and at the naval battle of Actium, 31 B.C., Augustus was victorious, and became sole ruler of the whole Roman world. Antony soon afterward ended his life by suicide, and Cleopatra, learning of his death, and believing that Augustus intended carrying her in chains to Rome, also killed herself, so that Augustus triumphed only over her dead body, which he found awaiting him. Antony's son by Fulvia and Caesarion, son of Caesar and Cleopatra, were put to death. And in 29 BC, after regulating affairs in Egypt, Greece, Syria, and Asia Minor, Augustus returned to Rome in triumph, and closing the temple of Janus, proclaimed universal peace. His subsequent measures were mild and prudent. To ensure popular favor, he abolished the laws of the triumvirate, and reformed many abuses. Hitherto, since Caesar's death, he had been named Octavian, but now the title of Augustus, sacred or consecrated, was conferred on him. In his 11th consulship, 23 BC, the tribunican power was granted him for life by the Senate. Republican names and forms still remained, but they were mere shadows, and Augustus, in all but name, was absolute monarch. In 21 BC, on the death of Lepidus, he had the high title of Pontifex Maximus bestowed on him. The nation surrendered to him all the power and honor that it had to give. After a course of victories in Asia, Spain, Pannonia, Dalmatia, Gaul, etc., Augustus, 9 BC, suffered the one crushing defeat of his long rule, in the person of Quintilius Varus, whose army was annihilated by the Germans under Hehman. The loss so afflicted Augustus that for some time he allowed his beard and hair to grow, as a sign of deep mourning, and often exclaimed, "O Varus, Varus, give me back my legions." Thenceforth he confined himself to plans of domestic improvements and reform, and so beautified Rome that it was said, Augustus found the city built of brick, and left it built of marble. He also built cities in several parts of the empire, and altars were raised by the grateful people to commemorate his beneficence, while by a decree of the Senate the name Augustus was given to the month Sextilis. Though thus surrounded with honor and prosperity, Augustus was not free from domestic trouble. The abandoned conduct of his daughter Julia was the cause of sore vexation to him. He had no son, and his nephew Marcellus, and Caius, and Lucius, his daughter's sons, whom he had appointed as his successors and heirs, as well as his favorite stepson Drusus, all died early, while his stepson Tiberius was an unamiable character whom he could not love. Age, sorrow, and failing health warned him to seek repose, and to recruit his strength he undertook a journey to Campania, but his infirmity increased, and he died at Nola, 14 A.D., in the 77th year of his age. According to tradition, shortly before his death he called for a mirror, arranged his hair neatly, and said to his attendants, "Did I play my part well? If so, applaud me." Augustus had consummate tact and address as a ruler and politician, and made use of the passions and talents of others to forward his own designs. The good and great measures which marked his reign were originated mostly by himself. He encouraged agriculture, patronized the arts and literature, and was himself an author, though only a few fragments of his writings have been preserved. Horace, Virgil, Ovid, Propertius, Tibullus, and Livy, greatest of Latin poets and scholars, belong to the Augustan age, a name since applied in France to the reign of Louis XIV, in England to that of Queen Anne. End of section 13. Section 14 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3 by Charles F. Horne. St. Ambrose by Reverend A. Lambing, LL.D., 340 to 397. Biographical history presents few characters more interesting, either to the statesman or the churchman, than that of St. Ambrose. As a statesman, though but a small part of his life was devoted to the affairs of civil government, he showed great prudence, was sincerely devoted to the interests of his imperial master, and yet he was at the same time an uncompromising advocate and defender of the rights of the people. As a churchman, he united a high degree of personal sanctity and a fatherly care of those entrusted to his pastoral vigilance, especially the poor, to an extraordinary firmness in maintaining the rights of the Church against imperial usurpation, and the purity of doctrine against the inroads of heresy. St. Ambrose was born about the year 340 of a Roman of the same name who was at that time prefect of the Praetorium in Gaul, a province which then embraced a large portion of western and southwestern Europe. Arles, Lyon, and Treves contend for the honor of being his birthplace, but it is most probable that it was in the latter he first saw the light. Legends, too, are not wanting of extraordinary occurrences which took place during his infancy, that seem to presage his future greatness. Be these as they may, his life and works, which are before the world, stand in need of no such embellishments, now that they have become matters of history. His father died in his infancy, and his mother returned to Rome, where her wealth and social position enabled her to give her children the best education possible, and none of them profited more by his opportunities than Ambrose. His attainments were numerous and varied, embracing, among other things, a thorough knowledge of the Greek language and literature, oratory of a high order, unusual skill in poetic composition, and a thorough acquaintance with music. Having completed his education, he went to Milan to enter upon his public career. Here his learning, ability, and integrity were soon recognized, and preferments crowded thick upon him. But under all circumstances he remained true to himself, and although then only a catechumen, or one undergoing instruction before embracing Christianity, he yet made the maxims of the gospel the rule of his life and conduct. In a short time he was made governor of the provinces of Liguria and Aemilia, which embraced the greater part of northern Italy. When setting out to assume the duties of that exalted position, he was told by one of those highest in authority to go and rule more as a bishop than a judge. Although but 30 years of age at the time of his appointment, he strove by his vigilance, mildness, and probity to act upon that advice which seemed almost prophetic. For he was soon after called to the bishopric of Milan, as we shall presently have occasion to remark. The Arian heresy was then at the zenith of its power, and was at least secretly, and often openly, favored by the imperial authority. In few places was it more openly defiant than at Milan. Auxentius, the Arian bishop of that see, died in the year 374, and a serious tumult was raised during the election of his successor. The Arians and the Orthodox Christians each contending for the mastery. In the discharge of his duties as governor, Ambrose entered the assembly, where by his firmness, prudence, and moderation he succeeded in restoring order. Tradition states that in a moment of tranquillity a child cried out, "Ambrose is bishop!" But be that as it may, and it matters little, so great was the public appreciation of his merits, and so high was the esteem in which he was held, that he was immediately elected by acclamation. Alarmed at this determination of the people, he endeavored to escape the honor and remain in concealment till another election should take place. But the vigilance of the people prevented it. He then had recourse to another means of escape, urging that he was only a catechumen and could not lawfully be elected a bishop. But this too was overruled, when he insisted that being in the service of the emperor his permission was necessary. So far, however, from this availing, it had the opposite effect. For the Emperor Valentinian readily gave his consent, adding the flattering remark that he was very much pleased to know that the civil governors whom he had selected to rule the provinces of the empire were fit to be made bishops to rule the Church of God. Seeing the will of heaven so clearly manifested, Ambrose feared longer to refuse his acquiescence, and at the age of 34 he passed through the various ecclesiastical orders and was consecrated Bishop of Milan on December 7th, 374. Solicitude for the portion of the church now entrusted to his pastoral care was thenceforth his only thought, and to his other numerous and profound acquirements he added that of a careful study of the Scriptures. In those unhappy times, storms were raging on all sides between the Orthodox Christians and the Arians, and while he and the Church of Milan were congratulated from all sides on the choice of so able a chief pastor, he clearly saw that his future life must be one of constant struggle with the civil power for the rights of the Church, and with the Arians for the purity of doctrine. But his extraordinary combination of gentleness and charity with firmness and courage never failed him, and in the end it proved equal to the task imposed upon him, and it has handed down his name as one of the noblest on the pages of the world's history. The better to free himself from unnecessary trammels, he at once disposed of his immense wealth to the poor, except so much of it as was necessary for the becoming maintenance of his household, and the administration of even this he committed to others. The turbulent times through which the Church had passed, and was still passing, had necessarily given rise to numerous abuses, and to the correction of these the newly consecrated bishop unsparingly devoted himself. But though this was destined to be a life work, and though he met with a great measure of success, it must needs be that scandals come, and no one can hope to eradicate entirely every abuse. Never was the Arian heresy so successfully dealt with as by him, and if he did not succeed in entirely destroying it, he did succeed in breaking its power, and restoring greater tranquillity to the Church than it had enjoyed for a long term of years. Many elements combined to produce these consoling results, and since we are treating of an eminent churchman, it is necessary to attach due importance to his own personal sanctity, which was at once a rebuke to disregard of ecclesiastical discipline, a living illustration of what the true Christian should be, and an evidence of the purity of his motives and the sincerity of his conduct. This holiness had its effect too before the throne of grace, for the Scriptures assure us that the prayers of the just man avail much. So long as we entertain the belief that Christ has established a church on earth, we must from necessity hold that he takes a lively interest in it, and blesses the labors of those who devote themselves to its extension. His eloquence, too, in the pulpit not only advanced the interests of religion, but also stimulated the zeal and guided the efforts of others of less ability. His numerous controversial works refuted the errors and sophistries of the enemies of religion on the one hand, and on the other explained and defended its tenets. Those who wished to tread the higher walks of the spiritual life found in his several treatises on certain of the Christian virtues a sure light to guide them in the way of perfection. Devoting his attention to the liturgy of divine worship, he added greatly to the attractiveness of the ceremonial, especially by a thorough revision of the church music that had previously been in use. But in the march of the human mind, nothing now remains of the Ambrosian chant in its purity, save the exultet, as it is called, which is a hymn sung in the Latin Church during the blessing of the Paschal Candle on Holy Saturday. Large numbers of his poetic compositions still remain, and are found for the most part in the Roman Breviary. It may be said that his pen was never idle, nor his voice hushed when the interests of religion could be promoted. And many of his writings remain to our day, a proof of his learning, an evidence of his zeal, and a monument to his courage. Among his successes in advancing the cause of religion must be mentioned his conversion in 387 of St. Augustine, the greatest light of the Western Church. But he is better known to the world at large by his firmness in withstanding the usurpation of the secular power, and bringing those in high places to confess and repent of their faults. In doing this, he had ever the best interests of mankind at heart. Soon after his consecration as a bishop, he wrote to the emperor, complaining of the corruption of some imperial governors, to whom Valentinian replied, "I've long since been acquainted with your freedom of speech, which did not deter me from consenting to your consecration. Continue to apply to our sins the remedies prescribed by the divine law. Even in our own day, not a few salutary laws are due to his humane influence. He prevailed on the Emperor Gratian to pass a law, among others, that no criminal should be executed within less than 30 days after sentence had been passed. He also succeeded, but with great difficulty, in having the pagan statues removed from the Senate. He also had a law passed forbidding the Arians to rebuild or repair their churches. When the Empress Justina sent to him asking the use of certain churches for the celebration of Easter, he refused. And when threats were made, he answered in language worthy of a Christian prelate, "Should you ask what is mine, as my land or my money, I would not refuse you, though all that I possess belongs to the poor. But you have no right to that which belongs to God." A year later, the Easter of 386, the same request was made, when the intrepid bishop answered, "Naboth would not give up the inheritance of his ancestors, and shall I give up that of Jesus Christ?" It may perhaps be difficult for many in our day, when so little importance is attached to Christian unity, to appreciate the fearless action of this heroic person. But his biography would be imperfect in a very important particular if these points were passed over in silence. And before passing judgment on him, we must bear in mind the rule of the historian and biographer so frequently lost sight of, that persons and things must be judged by the times and circumstances in which they were placed. The times change, and we change in them. Perhaps the most remarkable event in the life of St. Ambrose, so far as the world at large will judge him, was his rebuke of the Emperor Theodosius. Instances like this are not rare, it is true, in the history of the Christian Church, but this one stands forth with more than ordinary prominence. The circumstances are briefly these. A sedition broke out in the city of Thessalonica, in which a number of officers and the commander of the imperial forces were slain. Theodosius, at the instigation of Rufinus, a military officer of prominence, sent a warrant to the commander of Illyricum to let the soldiers loose upon the city, a command that was carried out with great cruelty, and by which more than 7,000 persons, the innocent as well as the guilty, were massacred in the most inhuman manner. The grief of Ambrose on hearing this was extreme, and in order to afford the emperor time to reflect, he withdrew from Milan, and addressed him a very touching letter exhorting him to repentance, assuring him at the same time that he, as bishop, would not receive his offerings nor perform the services of religion in his presence till he had done so. The prelate soon after returned to his episcopal city, and when the emperor appeared at the doors of the church to attend divine services, he forbade him to enter till he had done penance for his crime. Excuses and palliations were of no avail, and when the emperor urged that King David had sinned, he was told that as he had imitated David in his sin, he should also imitate him in his repentance, and the doors of the church were closed against him. The emperor returned to his palace, where for 8 months he did penance for his fault, and he was not admitted to full communion till he had perfectly complied with the requirements of the bishop. While to the general reader there may appear an unwonted severity, and even a tyrannical vindictiveness in the firmness of the holy prelate, his companions and those who knew his character best find in it an evidence of his zeal for the cause of religion, and his desire for the true conversion of the sinner. And the man of the world will find in him the champion of the poor and oppressed against the tyranny of power. It is a well-known fact of history that he did not cease, during all this time, to beseech heaven with prayers and tears for the emperor, whom he sincerely loved. But his character in this, as in all else, has withstood the test of time, and shines with undiminished luster down the vista of ages. St. Ambrose died about midnight before Holy Saturday, April 4th, 397, and his body reposes in a vault under the high altar of the Basilica of Milan, the church that he had served so long and so well. His feast is kept in the Latin Church on December 7th, and he is justly regarded as one of the most illustrious doctors of the Church. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. St. Augustine of Hippo, by His Eminence James Cardinal Gibbons, 354 to 430. Among the few great names which have most signally emblazoned the pages of history, and whose fame and influence have not been limited to their own age, country, or people, that of Augustine, saint and bishop, stands out preeminently as worthy of all the encomiums bestowed upon him by serious students of men and their times. He has been and is regarded as the greatest and most celebrated of theologians, the father and master of preachers of the divine word, the peer of the rarest and most enlightened minds, whose soaring is above all time. He has been given a place with Plato and Bossuet, with Cicero and St. Thomas in the universal acclaim. Great in faith, great in thought, great in virtue, great in genius, he lived in the century of great men, towering above all. Athanasius was Patriarch of Alexandria and Cyril of Jerusalem. Gregory of Nyssa, Gregory of Nazianzen, and Basil the Great formed a triumvirate of holy, eloquent, and erudite defenders of truth and justice. Ambrose was by his faith and piety illumining the See of Milan. The Christian Cicero, Chrysostom, was pouring forth at Constantinople streams of golden eloquence. Jerome, the hermit of Bethlehem, was giving his masterly expositions of Scripture. And Augustine arose in this galaxy of greatness and genius to shed glory on the land and church of Africa, which had seen its Tertullian and been adorned by its Cyprian. Contact with such men were an honour. Drinking at their feet deep and wholesome draughts of purest wisdom were glory, but to have the notes of one song arise above theirs, as did Augustine's, was solid genius and lasting fame. St. Augustine was born on November the 13th, AD 354, at the little town of Tagasta in ancient Numidia, which is now Algeria. His father was an unassuming and honourable soul, though of humble and modest origin. His mother was the sainted Monica, who is so justly venerated on Christian altars. The early education of Augustine was received in his native village, with slender means and amidst meagre advantages. As a boy he manifested very little of those studious habits which were afterward to distinguish and elevate him to universal honour. At great sacrifice on his father's part, and with the princely generosity of a noted inhabitant of Tagasta, named Romanian, he was sent to the better equipped schools of the neighbouring Madara and later to Carthage. The schools of Carthage, though not so renowned and exceptional as those of Alexandria and Antioch, were yet among the most prominent of the Roman world. He was 16 years of age when he was taken to this city, and after 4 years he had risen to the first place in the schools of rhetoric and had mastered all the branches of the liberal arts then taught. None could equal his penetration, none surpass him in the readiness of his answers or in the clearness of his expositions. The subtle distinctions and divisions of Aristotle were plain to him, and in the arena of philosophical disputation he knew no superior. He was particularly attracted to the study of eloquence, and the perusal of Cicero's Hortensius, which unfortunately has been lost in the vicissitudes of time, stirred his soul to higher flights, and begot a noble enthusiasm for the imperishable beauty of wisdom, made him impatient of the evanescent hopes of men, and carried him onward to further quest of truth. When his studies were completed, he returned in 370 to Tagasta and lodged with his wealthy patron and benefactor, for his father had died the year after his arrival in Carthage. Though here he began to teach grammar and kindred branches, he did not long remain at home. He soon departed again for Carthage, where his successes as a master surpassed those he had gained as a disciple. Led by his former fame and by the daily increasing applause which greeted the youthful professor of rhetoric, many gathered around him. He was then only 23 years of age. Among his pupils he numbered Licentius and Alypius, 2 names indissolubly bound up with the story of Augustine's life. His place among the learned and first men of that ancient city was made doubly secure when, at a public contest in poetry, he was awarded the prize and was crowned with the laurel by the proconsul Vindician before the assembled people and most celebrated minds of the city. But while he was thus advancing in favour with men, while thirst for truth was burning him, he yielded to the seductions of the wealthy youth of his time. Though he had been early trained by his pious mother in the love of virtue and the hatred of iniquity, yet the apparent austerity of virtue seemed now to affright him, and the pleasures of life and the allurements of vice captivated his ardent disposition. And while he never seems to have plunged into the extravagances and disorders common to so many of his companions, nor to have been guilty of crimes which spring from a cruel nature or very depraved instincts, he indulged in some pursuits which formed the prolific source of future profound grief. He loved ease, and was averse to self-denial and hardship. Hence his indiscretions and follies. But the most distinguishing trait of his character was his honesty, and this feature redeemed and palliated his few irregularities. The scholars of Carthage were anything but sober, industrious, modest, and orderly youths. They were indocile and turbulent, not only disturbing by their wild pranks the peace of the city, but interrupting by their noisy behaviour and inattention the master's discourses and lectures. It was next to impossible to preserve any semblance of discipline in the classes. So Augustine left in disgust and set out for Rome, the ancient mistress of the world. He had been enamoured by her imperishable traditions and magnificent monuments of grandeur and art, by her memories of numerous great men, their genius and their works, by her history ever rich in majesty and glory. Induced by the consideration that he would find there the absence of unfavourable circumstances and the presence of stronger incentives to enthusiasm and high inspiration, he left his country and his mother, and in 383, with Alypius, his friend and pupil, he departed for this metropolis. But again he was doomed to disappointment. Though disciples were not wanting, and his chair was surrounded by a throng of earnest and strong students, he did not find the all-absorbing passion for wisdom and truth, for the sublime and beautiful, that he had fondly anticipated. There was not, indeed, the same degree of turbulence and disorder as at Carthage, but the magnificence and ostentation of the Roman family and life, their splendid palaces and festive orgies, could not but prove very injurious to habits of study. The youth had imbibed the venal corruption everywhere prevalent. Hence it not seldom happened that Roman scholars conspired to rob their master of his salary and desert his class in a body. Roman vileness and baseness disgusted Augustine even more than Punic insubordination. He therefore took advantage of a request made by the citizens of Milan of Symmachus, who was then prefect of Rome, that he would procure for them a professor of rhetoric. He accepted the proposal, and toward the close of the year 384 he was teaching at Milan. Up to this time, the soul of Augustine was not influenced by higher inspiration than pleasure, nor his mind by anything which did not correspond to his preconceived notions of philosophic accuracy. Nor was he yet a Christian by baptism, as it was the custom of the age to postpone the reception of this sacrament till later in life, both that it might be received with better dispositions and more fruit, and because sins and faults committed by the baptized possessed in their eyes, and before God, deeper malice and blacker ingratitude. They wished to avoid this evil. When a child, Augustine was so ill that his life was despaired of. The waters of regeneration were about to be poured over him, but he soon recovered, and again the baptism was deferred. In Milan he was attracted by St. Ambrose's eloquent discourses on the Christian religion, and their simple and earnest character, their strong and convincing argument, their fervid and impassioned vein, appealed to the young man's mind. His heart was touched by the manifest holiness of the good bishop's life and conduct, especially when he contrasted them with those of the Manichaeans with whom he had so long been associated. The study of Platonic philosophy urged him on to celestial heights and made him gaze on the infinite nature of God. The epistles of St. Paul riveted his attention in his search after purest truth, and joined to the pious prayers of the sainted Monica, who thus drew down abundant grace divine, completed the miracle of his conversion. The wayward Augustine wept for his sins. The learned philosopher bowed his head in faith and humility before the gospel of Jesus Christ and the truth of God as revealed by him. After a period of seclusion which he spent from August 386 to the Easter solemnity of the next year, with Monica, Alypius, Licentius, and several others, at Cassiacium in the suburbs of Milan, he was baptized by St. Ambrose on April the 24th or 25th, AD 387. Once a Christian, Augustine thought of returning to his native country. He desired to perfect himself in the Christian science and spirit, and to teach and defend among his own people Catholic doctrines and interests, henceforth to be the sole aim of his life. In August or September, therefore, of that same year, he set out with his mother and friends for Africa. But the death of Monica at Ostia in Italy changed his plans, and after paying all the duties of religion and filial tenderness to this devoted mother, he went to Rome. But in the spring of the year 388, he finally set foot on his native shores. He betook himself immediately to the environs of Tagasta, and found an asylum for study, contemplation, and prayer. It happened that, prompted by zeal and affection, he went on one occasion in 391 to Hippo, which was on the Mediterranean Sea, 5 leagues from Carthage, and the site of the present Bona, for the purpose of inducing a certain friend to join him in his solitude. While here he entered the church where the holy bishop Valerius was preaching to the people and complaining of his sad need of a priest to aid him in his duties, and especially to exercise the office of preaching, since an impediment in his speech rendered that duty very difficult and extremely painful for him. Preaching was the exclusive function of the bishop, and when Augustine as a priest assumed the duty, he was the first in priests' orders who had ever preached in presence of a bishop. And it was in that capacity that he arose in the Council of Hippo, 393, and delivered his famous discourse on Faith and its Creed. As Augustine entered the church while the bishop was making the above complaint, the congregation, who recognized him, for his fame had spread all over Africa, immediately, as if by divine inspiration, proposed him for the office of priest. Valerius was of course overjoyed, and after a short time, which the saint requested for preparation, he was ordained and attached to the church of Hippo. The esteem in which the new priest was held, his apostolic labours, his eloquence, his piety, soon impelled the aged bishop to raise his sacerdotal co-labourer to the episcopal dignity, and associate him still more closely with himself in the government of the See of Hippo. He was accordingly consecrated a little before Christmas of the year 395, and the subsequent 35 years were the busiest, the most arduous, and the most fruitful of his long and eventful career. His energy was indefatigable and extended in every direction. The religious movements of his time brought into play all the resources of his mind and heart. He combated heresies and reclaimed heretics. His correspondence embraced a multitude of subjects, and was carried on with various parts of the church. His zeal in preaching never knew rest, and his efforts in instructing the ignorant were ceaseless. He established centres of religious life for men and women, and composed for them a rule of life and spirit and principles that have not yet died. He was alive to the necessity of a zealous and energetic clergy, whom he wished trained in the spirit and teachings of the gospel maxims and counsels, and therefore formed the nucleus of a monastic clergy. He had begun the realization of this idea in the community which he established at Hippo just after his ordination as priest, and he perfected it when he was made bishop. 10 of those whom he trained in this, his first monastery, became bishops of the various sees of Africa, including Alypius, who was sent to Tagasta, Posidius, his first biographer, and Fortunatus, who was his successor in the see of Hippo. During all this time he continued to wear the long black robe and hood and leathern girdle peculiar to the Cenobites of the East, which he had donned at Milan shortly after his baptism, when he laid aside the dress of his native Africa. Not only his vesture, but also his daily life and practices were the same as those which are the privilege and glory of monks, nuns, and hermits. None surpassed him in austerities and self-denial, as none had surpassed him in philosophic lore at Carthage, and at Milan, and Rome. The magnificent effects of his extraordinary gifts, fertile ingenuity, and deep learning and broad mind, the influence of his genius on the thoughts and ideas of his own and succeeding ages, may be best gleaned from a brief survey of his writings. Augustine's early aim was to seek truth. He was perplexed with many doubts. He could not conceive the existence of anything real outside of physical bodies, and nothing around him completely and satisfactorily gave him answer. The Manichaeans, who had occupied themselves with questions on the nature of God, the creation of the world, and the origin of evil, seemed to have attained on these points some tangible conclusions. For want of better, Augustine defended their doctrines without participating in the excesses which distinguished those sectaries, but he felt himself alienated from them, partly because of the lack of the prestige of great men among them, and because he found Faustus, a Manichaean bishop, and the Goliath of their forces, ignorant of many simple subjects, and unable to give but vague and shallow responses to the questions that agitated his soul. He afterward had a famous controversy with this Faustus, and wrote against him 33 books. The results of Augustine's studies were that he was able to refute their attacks on Holy Scripture, which they said had undergone serious changes, and to see the falsehood of their main postulate that good proceeds from a good principle and evil from an evil principle, and also to recognize the futility of their objection that the Christians spoke of a human form in God. Against this sect his principal writings are On the Manners and Customs of the Catholic Church and those of the Manichaeans, The Utility of Faith, The Two Souls, and a book against Adamantes, the disciple of Manes, in which he reconciles the contradictions alleged to exist between the Old and the New Testament. From the Manichaeans, Augustine turned to the Academicians, who were a philosophical sect, and pretended that it was impossible for man to come to the possession of truth. Augustine had many conferences on this subject with his friends in his retreat at Cassiaciacum, and the outcome was 2 books, On Order and one on The Blessed Life. These works discussed the matter thoroughly and left the philosophers no loophole of escape. A more dangerous error, though purely local in its immediate surroundings, was the denial of the validity of baptism when conferred by heretics. This contention had occasioned a schism in the Church of Africa since the beginning of the 4th century. It received the name of Donatism from Donatus, schismatic bishop of Carthage, who had been aided by another Donatus of Case Nigre. In St. Augustine's time it had spread over the whole country. The saint put forward the true idea of the Church, and showed that the minister of a sacrament does not communicate to the recipient his own character of holiness or of guilt, that it is Christ himself who baptizes and absolves and gives efficacy to sacramental signs. The cogency of his words the clearness of his explanations, and his grace of manner led many of the Donatists to desire union with the Church, which he showed them, as Christ's body, is one and indivisible. His chief works in this controversy are a letter to Maximinus, a Donatist bishop whom he brought back to Catholic unity, the Christian combat, the one baptism, 3 books against Parmenion, letter to Glorious and 3 others, and a conference with Bishop Fortunatus at Turbuzum. As if by divine inspiration, he had laid down in a work on free will, which he had begun at Rome, enlarged at Tagasta, and completed in 395, principles which afford sufficient answer to the errors of Pelagianism. This heresy broached novel teachings on man, the fall, and the state in which that fall had left the human race. St. Augustine, who had not been able to take part in the Council of Carthage, where Pelagius was first condemned, brought out in clear light the true doctrine and nature and action of supernatural grace, and the effects of original sin on man's will and heart. His treatises on merit and the remission of sins explained all the weakness of fallen nature, the need of divine grace to perform actions that conduce to eternal life, and the necessity and place of human effort in the work of justification and faith. As it was asserted that children should not be baptized because the sin of Adam was not transmitted to them, he wrote a book on the baptism of children. In Nature and Grace and Faith and its Works, on the grace of Jesus Christ and original sin, still further explanation and argument are given to establish Catholic truth. Still another heresy was beginning to poison religious thought. Arianism, or the denial of the divinity of Jesus Christ, was invading the Church of Africa, and the writings of St. Augustine against this movement are among his most luminous and brilliant works. He wrote 3 letters and 15 books on the Trinity. These he commenced in 400 and completed in 416. Perhaps the clearest and plainest are the 124 treatises, so-called, on the Gospel of St. John, and 10 on the first epistle of the same apostle. They were sermons or catechetical instructions and homilies delivered during the year 416 to his flock on the prevalent heresies, but especially on the Arian. And his response to the 5 questions of Honorius, a citizen of Carthage, contains lucid expositions of some difficult portions of Scripture. On Scripture matters, besides the works just mentioned, St. Augustine's enlightened views are found in 12 books on the literal sense of Genesis. In these he seems to have divined all modern objections and theories about this work of Moses. On the 7 first books of the Bible he has left us 7 treatises, an explanation of the Psalms, a correspondence with St. Jerome on the Epistle to the Galatians, 4 books on the agreement of the evangelists, 2 on gospel questions, and a book on things that are not seen, should not be unknown to biblical students. Nor was the pagan attitude toward Catholic truth forgotten. He had passed through the phase and knew the pagan mind. He put down their difficulties, reasoned away their doubts, threw light on their darkness, led them on in truth, in The True Religion, 83 Questions, the Christian Doctrine, and an early treatise on the immortality of the soul. But by far his greatest and most enduring works are his Confessions and The City of God. The former, at once a poem, a history, and a treatise of philosophy, beautifully expresses the trials and efforts of a human soul striving for truth and happiness away from God, and the ecstatic sentiments of the same soul on the attainment of both truth and happiness in the faith and virtues of Jesus Christ and in his gospel. The other, in eloquent and philosophical vein, discourses on the Church of God on earth and in heaven, shows the hollowness of all opinions, thoughts, and efforts contrary to the eternal order which is God, is, as it were, an encyclopaedia of all that he had written before, an exhaustless summary of refutation against heresy and paganism, and an analysis of the glories and benefits of Christianity. St. Augustine in its composition occupied all the time from 413 to 426, the period of his momentous struggle against Pelagianism. The lines of intellectual and religious thought which called forth the just mentioned and other productions of St. Augustine's brilliant genius have continued all along the centuries even till now. The same movements exist, the same tendencies, though more intense in their working, actuate men toward truth, and the same obstacles impede their progress. Objections, in other forms perhaps, yet substantially the same, are urged against the very points against which the sainted pontiff wrote and struggled: God, creation, the Bible, Christ, human infirmity or human strength, man's power to attain truth unaided, and his freedom from any supernatural dependence. No wonder that Augustine, who had passed through all these phases of action, should have always been called upon for effective weapons in the warfare, and that he should have been the supreme authority in such questions for many an age in the Latin or Western Church. His sounds are as clear today, and his arguments are as convincing and potent. The student and the dialectician and the theologian can ill afford to be unfamiliar with the great doctor's thoughts. All these writings everywhere evidence the beauty of his character, as his actions were ever in accord with evangelical perfection. There is wonderful power of mercy, compassion, and love in all. He had been weak himself, hence he treated weakness with gentleness. Two things rendered him indulgent: a sad experience of the infirmities of human nature, and a profound knowledge of the depth of those infirmities. His virtues of humility, compassion, moderation, and generosity all sprung from that, just as his deep faith and strong convictions of Christian truth were begotten of his fierce struggle with doubt and error and his long and ardent search for truth. He died in honour on August 28th, AD 430. But men have not ceased to admire his genius, appreciate his labours, love his character, and thousands imitate his piety and are governed by his mandates of spiritual life. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3 by Charles F. Horne. St. Patrick by Reverend G. F. McClear, B.D. About 372 to 466. The original name of St. Patrick was Sacat, which is said to signify strong in war. Patricius appears to have been his Roman name. He was born of Christian parents at some period between AD 372 and AD 415. His father, Calphurnius, was a deacon. His grandfather, Potatus, a priest, though an ecclesiastic. Calphurnius would seem to have held the rank of decurion, and may therefore have been of Roman or provincial British extraction. His birthplace was a spot which he himself calls Bonavem Taberniae, and which in all probability may be identified with the modern Kirkpatrick, between Dumbarton and Glasgow. The parents of Sacat, as has been already said, were Christians, and it would seem that the gospel had been preached to some extent in the neighborhood of his father's home. Whatever amount, however, of instruction he may have received was rudely interrupted when he was about 16 years of age. The coasts of Scotland were at this time exposed to the frequent incursions of Irish chieftains. who landed from their swift barks, ravaged the country, and having carried off as many of the inhabitants as they could, consigned them to slavery. In one of these expeditions, the house of Calphurnius was attacked, and Sacat, with 2 of his sisters and many of his countrymen, was carried away and conveyed to the north of Ireland. Here he was purchased as a slave by Michel, or Milchu, a chief of North Doloradia, who dwelt in the valley of the Brade near Mount Slemish, in the country of Antrim. The work assigned him was that of attending his master's flocks and herds, and in his confession, which he wrote toward the close of his life, he describes how he wandered over the bleak mountains, often drenched with the rains and numbed with the frosts. His period of servitude lasted 6 years, and during this time he would seem to have made himself acquainted with the language of the native tribes, and to have learned their habits and modes of life. At length he succeeded in effecting his escape to the seaside, where he took ship and, after a tempestuous passage, regained his father's house. His stay, however, was destined to be very short. In a predatory excursion he was a second time taken captive, and again, after a brief interval, succeeded in making his escape. Had he listened to his parents, he would now have remained with them, but he was bent on a very different occupation. The divine voice, he says, frequently admonished me to consider whence I derived the wisdom which was in me, who once knew neither the number of my days, nor was acquainted with God, and whence I obtained afterward so great and salutary a gift as to know and to love God. During the weary hours, moreover, of his captivity, he had often reflected how blessed a thing it would be if he, to whom it had been given to know the true God and his Son, Jesus Christ, could carry the glad tidings to his master's people and the land of his exile. One night, he tells us, he had a dream, in which he thought he saw a man coming from Ireland with a number of letters. One of these he gave him to read, and in the beginning occurred the words, "The voice of the Irish." While he was reading it, he thought he heard a voice calling to him across the western sea. "We entreat thee, holy youth, to come and walk among us." Obedient, therefore, to what he deemed to be a plain leading from heaven, and resisting the arguments and entreaties of relatives and friends, who mocked at his enthusiastic resolve, he set out for the monasteries in southern France, there to prepare himself for the work of preaching the gospel in the land of his captivity. Amidst the conflicting legends which now follow him at every step, it seems probable that he repaired to the monastic schools of Tours, Auxerre, and Lerins, where he studied and was employed for some little time in pastoral duties, having been ordained successively deacon and priest. There, too, he would seem to have been elevated to the episcopate, and thence, with a band of fellow labourers, he set sail for Ireland, about the middle of the 5th century. Landing on one of the islands off the coast of Dublin, he and his companions tried unsuccessfully to obtain provisions, which they greatly needed. Thence, sailing northward, they put in at a strait called Bren, and after landing at the southwestern extremity of Strangford Loch, advanced some considerable way into the interior. They had not gone far before they encountered a native chief named Jichu at the head of a band of men. Mistaking St. Patrick for the leader of one of the many pirate crews which at the time often appeared upon the coast, he was on the point of putting him to death. But struck by the missionary's appearance, and seeing that both he and his companions were unarmed, he hospitably received them into his house. In frequent interviews he now heard the doctrines of the faith, and after a time was baptized with all his family. According to some authorities, he also bestowed upon his instructor the ground whereupon his barn was built, and here arose the celebrated church called Sabal Patrick, the Barn of Patrick, which still retains the name of Sabal, or Saul, and is situated about 2 miles northeast of Downpatrick. Leaving Saul, the missionaries proceeded to North Doloradia, and the residence of St. Patrick's old master, Milchu. But nothing would induce the old chief to receive one who had once been his slave, or to forsake the paganism of his forefathers. His journey thus ineffectual, St. Patrick returned to the district where Jichu resided, and made the neighborhood for some time his headquarters. Thence proceeding southward, he determined to visit the central parts of the island, and especially the famous hill of Tara, where King Logair was about to hold a great religious festival in the presence of all of his tributary chieftains, druids, and bards. In this stronghold of Druidism, he resolved to celebrate the approaching festival of Easter, and preach the word to the assembled chiefs. It was Easter Eve, we are told, when he reached the neighborhood of Tara, and having erected a tent, he made preparations for spending the night with his companions, and kindled a fire for the purpose of preparing food. As the smoke curled upward in the evening air, it was observed by the Druids in the king's tents, and caused the greatest consternation. To kindle any fire during the solemn assembly of the chiefs, before the king had lighted the sacred flame in the palace of Tara, was a sin of the greatest enormity, and the Druids did not scruple to warn the king that if the fire of the stranger was not extinguished that night, unto him whose fire it was, would belong the sovereignty of Ireland forever. Messengers were accordingly sent to discover the authors of the sacrilege, and to order them to appear before Laguerre. The missionaries went, and their fearlessness when in the presence of the monarch and his nobles won for them a respectful hearing. On the following day St. Patrick again addressed the chiefs, doubtless in their own language, and proclaimed to them the doctrines of the faith. Laguerre himself, indeed, did not profess to be a convert, but he gave permission to the man of God to preach the word, on condition that he did not disturb the peace of the kingdom. During the ensuing week, therefore, when the great public games were celebrated at Tailten, the missionary and his companions addressed themselves to the youngest brother of the king, and were so favorably received that he professed himself a believer, submitted to baptism, and is said to have given the site of a church called afterward the Great Church of Patrick. The impression thus made upon the chiefs was soon shared by their subjects, and though the pagan party made frequent attempts to put the missionaries to death, from which they narrowly escaped, they were heartily received in Westmeath, Connaught, Mayo, and Ulster, and before long found themselves strong enough to destroy the great idol Crom-Croch on the plain of Moxlecht in the county of Cavan, and in the district of the clan Amalgaid admitted to baptism the 7 sons of the king and many of their people. To the worshippers of the power of nature, and especially the sun and other heavenly bodies, St. Patrick proclaimed that the great luminary which ruled the day had no self-originated existence, but was created by one, whom he taught them to call God the Father. Besides him, said he, there is no other God, nor ever was, nor will be. He was in the beginning before all things, and from him all things are derived, visible and invisible. He told them next of his only begotten Son, Jesus Christ, who had become man, had conquered death, and ascended into heaven, where he sat far above all principalities and powers, and whence he would hereafter come to judge both the quick and the dead, and reward every man according to his deeds. Those, he declared, who believed in him, would rise again in the glory of the true Son, that is, in the glory of Jesus Christ, being by redemption sons of God and joint heirs of the Christ, of whom, and by whom, and to whom, are all things. For the true Son, Jesus Christ, will never wane nor set, nor will any perish who do his will, but they shall live forever, even as he liveth forever, with God the Father Almighty, and the Holy Spirit, world without end. Such as it would seem from his confession was the gospel he proclaimed, and his words, confirmed and illustrated by his own intrepid zeal, ardent love, and sincere and devoted life, made a deep impression on the minds of the Celtic chiefs. With the religious enthusiasm deeply seated in the primitive Celtic character, which many years before won for St. Paul so warm a reception in Galatia, their hearts were touched, and they welcomed the missionary, and believed the word which he preached. As time went on, the labors of St. Patrick were lightened by the arrival of the bishops Secundinus, Auxilius, and Iserninus, whom he had sent either to France or Britain to receive consecration. Their coming enabled him to extend the sphere of his operations, and he undertook missionary tours in Meath, Leinster, Ulster, and Munster. These continued for several years, during which he was occupied in preaching the word, baptizing new converts, and erecting churches. Knowing well how much his own acquaintance with the native language had contributed to his success, he labored diligently to establish a native ministry wherever he went, cautiously selecting from the higher classes those whose piety and intelligence seemed to fit them for the work of the ministry. He established seminaries and monastic schools, where they were trained and educated, and to these schools the young of both sexes flocked with extraordinary eagerness. While he was laboring in the southeastern part of Munster, a petty prince of Cardiganshire named Caroticus, though apparently professing Christianity, set out from Wales and descending on the Irish coast with a band of armed followers, murdered several of the people and carried off a large number, with the intention of disposing of them as slaves. This outrage, perpetrated in one of the districts where St. Patrick was baptizing, roused his keenest indignation, and he wrote a letter which he sent by one of his companions, calling upon Caroticus to restore the captives, many of whom had been baptized. But his request being treated with contempt and scorn, he composed another circular epistle in which he inveighed in the strongest terms against the cruelty of the marauding tribe and its chief. He contrasted his conduct with that of the Christians of the continent, who were in the habit of sending large sums of money to ransom captives, and concluded by threatening him and his followers with excommunication unless he desisted in future from his piratical habits. What was the result of the epistle is not known, but it is to be feared that the attempt to recover the captives was not successful. Slavery and the trade in slaves was almost more difficult to root out than paganism, and the inhuman traffic was in full activity as late as the 10th century between England and Ireland, and the port of Bristol was one of its principal centres. Meanwhile, after a somewhat lengthened sojourn in the district of Louth and parts of Ulster, St. Patrick reached the district of Macha, containing the royal city of Amania, the residence of the kings of Ulster, the remains of which, under the name of the Navan, still exist about 2 miles west of Armagh. Here he was cordially received by Dare, a wealthy chief, who made over to him a pleasant piece of ground on an eminence, Drum Sauch, or Hill of the Willows. The spot pleased St. Patrick, and here he determined to erect a church. The foundations were accordingly laid, and around it rose by degrees the city of Armagh, the ecclesiastical metropolis of Ireland. And here its founder spent the remainder of his life, only leaving it now and then to visit his favorite retreat at Saul, round which clustered so many associations of his earliest labors and of his first convert, Dichu. Here, too, having called to his aid the bishops Secundinus, Iserninus, and Auxilius, who next to himself were best qualified by long experience for the work, he proceeded to hold synods and to make regulations for the general government of the churches he had founded. Again and again he was solicited to revisit his friends and relatives in Scotland, but nothing could induce him to leave his post. In his confession, written when far advanced in years, he touchingly describes how often he had been requested to come among his kinsmen once more, but how a deep sense of the spiritual love between himself and his flock ever retained him in Ireland. It was while he was staying at Saul that the Apostle of Ireland was seized with his last illness. He had lived to a good old age, and the sunset of his life was calm and peaceful. Perceiving that his end drew nigh, and desirous, as we are told, that Armagh should be the resting place of his remains, he set out thither, but was unable to continue the journey. Increasing weakness, and, as it seemed to him, the voice of an angel, bade him return to the church of his first convert, and there he closed his eyes in death, probably in the year A.D. 466, leaving behind him the visible memorials of a noble work nobly done. He and his fellow laborers had made for themselves, by the labors of their own hands, civilized dwellings amid the tangled forest and the dreary morass. At a time when clan feuds and bloodshed were rife, and princes rose and fell, and all was stormy and changeful, they had covered the islands with monastic schools, where the scriptures were studied, ancient books collected and read, and native missionaries trained for their own country, and for the remotest parts of the European continent. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robin Lee. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne, Section 17. Justinian the Great, 483 to 565. Justinian. Flavius Anicius Justinianus, nephew on the mother's side of the Emperor Justin, was born in 482 or 483 A.D. in the village of Torresium in Illyria. His original name was Eupranda. Although of obscure parentage and indeed slave-born, he shared the success of his maternal uncle Justin, being invited at an early age to Constantinople, where he received an early education. When his uncle assumed the purple in 518, he appointed Justinian commander-in-chief of the army of Asia. His tastes, however, inclining him rather to civic pursuits, he declined this appointment and remained attached to the court of Constantinople. In 521 he was named consul, and during the remaining years of the reign of his uncle he continued to exercise great influence. In 527 the Emperor Justin, by the advice of the Senate, proclaimed him his partner in the empire. Justin survived this step but 4 months, and in the same year Justinian was proclaimed sole emperor and crowned along with his wife, the famous Theodora, whom, despite her more than dubious antecedents as an actress, he had raised to the position as his wife. Justinian on his accession was in his 45th year. His reign, which extends over 38 years, is the most brilliant in the history of the late empire. Although himself without the taste or the capacity for military command, he had the good fortune or the skill to select the ablest generals of the last days of Roman military ascendancy. Under the direction of his generals, and especially of the celebrated Narses and Belisarius, his reign may be said to have restored the Roman Empire, at least in outward appearance, to its ancient limits, and to have reunited the East and the West under a single rule. In his first war, that with Persia, he concluded a treaty by which the crisis that had so long threatened was at least warded off, but the rejoicings which celebrated its termination had, owing to a domestic revolution, almost proved fatal to the authority of Justinian himself. A conflict of the so-called blue and green factions in the Circus in 532 was but an outburst of political discontent, which went so far as to elect a rival emperor, Hypatius. Justinian himself was struck with dismay and had made preparations for flight, but the vigor and determination of Theodora arrested the revolt. Narses, with a relentless hand, suppressed the tumults, 30,000 victims having, it is said, fallen in a single day. By the arms of Belisarius, the Vandal kingdom of Africa was re-annexed to the empire, and the same general, conjointly with Narses, restored the imperial authority in Rome, in northern Italy, and in a large portion of Spain. One of the most extraordinary, though in the end ineffective, works of the reign of Justinian was the vast line of fortification which he constructed or renewed and strengthened along the eastern and southeastern frontier of his empire. These works of defense, and the construction of many public buildings both in his capital and in other cities of the empire, involved an enormous expenditure, and the fiscal administration of Justinian, in consequence, pressed heavily on the public resource. It is, however, as a legislator that Justinian has gained his most enduring renown. His good fortune in obtaining the services of able generals was not greater than that which attended him in the field of law and legislation. Brilliant as were the triumphs of Narses and Belisarius, they were indeed short-lived in comparison with the work done by the celebrated Tribonian and his coadjutors in the way of reforming and codifying the law. Immediately on his accession, Justinian set himself to collect and codify the principal imperial constitutions or statutes enacted prior to and in force at the date of his accession. In this respect he followed the example set by his predecessor Theodosian. The code in which these constitutions were collected was published in 528 to 529, and it contained a general provision by which all previous imperial enactments were repealed. But Justinian's ambition in the matter of consolidating the laws went much further. Imperial constitutions made up but a comparatively small part of the body of the law. The bulk of it, what might be called the common law, was contained in the writings of the jurists, that is, of text writers and commentators. Of these writers there were at this time many hundreds of volumes in existence, and owing to want of agreement in the opinion of the various writers, the law was in a state of great uncertainty, not to say confusion. To remedy this evil, Justinian resolved upon the publication of a single treatise in which the commentaries and other writings of the jurists might be digested and harmonized. The preparation of this great work was entrusted to Tribonian, with the assistance of Theophilus, a celebrated professor of law at Berytus, modern Beirut, and 2 other professors, and it was completed in the almost incredibly short period of 4 years. It was published in 50 books under the title Digesta or Pandectae. While the digest was in course of preparation, Justinian resolved on the composition of a third work, viz. A systematic and elementary treatise on the law which might serve as a textbook for the use of students and as an introduction to the larger work. The preparation of this was also entrusted to Tribonian and his colleagues, and having been completed a few days before the digest, was published in 4 books on the same day, December 31st, 534, under the title of Institutiones. It is based upon the Institutes of Gaius and is familiar to all modern lawyers under the name of Justinian's Institutes. Meantime, while both the digest and the Institutes were being prepared, the Code of 529 above mentioned was withdrawn from circulation and republished in 534 with some alterations, and especially with the addition of 50 new constitutions, known as the Quinquaginta Decisiones, which had in the interim been pronounced by Justinian. This new edition in 12 books is known as the Codex Repetitii Pro Electionis, and is the one which has come down to us, no copy of the earlier codex being extant. All these works, Code, Digest, Institutes, were written originally in Latin, and all of them were prepared with care and skill and testify to the great ability of Tribonian and his co-editors. Upon the publication of the digest, Justinian declared by a constitution that all previous law books and decisions were to be held as superseded, and it was forbidden to refer to them in the practice of the courts. During the subsequent years of his reign, Justinian pronounced from time to time several new constitutions or laws, some of them making very important changes in certain departments of the law. These, mostly in Greek, were collected and published under the title of novellae, that is, the novels or new works. They were, so far as can be ascertained, about 170 of these novels. The Institutes, Digest, Code, and novels together make up what is known as the Corpus Juris Civilis. The character of Justinian has been much canvassed, and opinions are not agreed about it. Procopius, in 2 separate works, has painted him in very different lights. Making allowance, however, for much exaggeration of his abilities by contemporary writers, it may be said that he contrasts favorably with most of the emperors, whether of the earlier or of the later empire. If his personal virtues be open to doubt, and certainly vanity, avarice, and inconstancy were in no small degree characteristic of him, he, on the other hand, displayed undoubted ability as a ruler, and in the main just and upright intentions. He was easy of access, patient of hearing, courteous and affable in discourse, and perfect master of his temper. In the conspiracies against his authority and person he often showed both justice and clemency. He excelled in the private virtues of chastity and temperance. His meals were short and frugal. On solemn fasts he contented himself with water and vegetables, and he frequently passed 2 days and as many nights without tasting any food. He allowed himself little time for sleep and was always up before the morning light. His restless application to business and to study, as well as the extent of his learning, have been attested even by his enemies. He was, or professed to be, a poet and philosopher, a lawyer and theologian, a musician and an architect, but the brightest ornament of his reign is the compilation of Roman law which has immortalized his name. He died on November 14th, 565, at the age of 83, and in the 38th year of his reign. A few words must be said about the legislative reforms carried through by Justinian. He was not only a collector and codifier of the laws, He also introduced in many directions the most fundamental changes into the substantive law itself. The following were the most important changes. 1. He ameliorated the condition of slaves, depriving their masters of the power of putting them to death. He declared that anyone who put a slave to death by his own hand should be guilty of homicide. 2. He greatly revolutionized the law of intestate succession by giving to cognati, relatives on the mother's side, an equal share with agnati, relatives on the father's side, of the same degree. These two changes in the law were probably in a large measure induced by the circumstances of his birth. 3. He made considerable changes in the law of divorce and as to the property of spouses. 4. He reformed civil procedure in the way of making it uniform and introducing a system of small debt courts. End of section 17. Read by Robin Lee, Phoenix, Arizona, November 16th, 2021.
Section 18 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. St. Augustine of Canterbury, by the Right Reverend Henry Codman Potter, Bishop of New York. Died 604. A complete biography of St. Augustine of Canterbury it is impossible to write. Almost all that is known of him is his work as a missionary to the English, and almost the only source of our knowledge of that missionary work is the Ecclesiastical History of Beda. But the mission of St. Augustine was one of the great crises, not only of the history of the Christian Church, but of the history of human civilization. The difference between a number of Celtic churches, with bishops largely subordinate to the abbots of monasteries, included, as it seems, in none of the great Catholic patriarchates, cut off from all communication with the great centres of human thought and life, and a Church of England taking her place, at once independent and subordinate, in the swift development of human progress, both conservative and creative. This difference is quite incalculable, and the mission of St. Augustine made the difference. The triumph of Christianity depended, apart from its divine authority, upon the thorough organisation of the Christian communities, and that organisation had for its centre the episcopacy. But as separate congregations without a bishop could never have escaped disintegration, so the united congregations, with their presbyters and bishop, would have been powerless without some further organisation, uniting the bishops with well-defined regulations under some recognised hierarchy of authority. Thus arose metropolitan sees and the great patriarchates of the Catholic Church, Jerusalem, Antioch, Rome, Alexandria, Constantinople. This centralisation was rendered necessary by the course of events, but it had otherwise no divine authority and might be modified just as validly as it was created. When the Roman Empire was submerged under the deluge of barbarian races, a yet closer centralisation became necessary, at least in the West, and the ark in which floated over that terrible deluge not only the Christian religion, but the remains of ancient civilization, both Greek and Roman, was the Patriarchate of Rome. The man who not only clearly perceived, but was absolutely compelled to assume his awful responsibility in the West, the saviour at once of the Church and the world, was the splendid pontiff Gregory the great pontiff who sent St. Augustine and his companions to preach the gospel to the English conquerors of Britain. If we would clearly understand the work of St. Augustine, we must free our minds from the illusion produced by familiar names. One of these is the name Britain. In the time of Gregory the Great, the island called by that name was, of course, the same as that on which Julius Caesar had landed. The barbarians whom Caesar encountered had been subdued by his successors and a Roman province had been formed. Roman civilization had been introduced and, one might almost say, had flourished. The Christian religion had found its way thither. There had been Christian congregations and bishops, and even a heresiarch. But Rome, in the struggle for her own existence, had been compelled to withdraw her legions from the province of Britain, and to leave the people not only to their internal dissensions, but to the attacks of the Scots and Picts from Ireland and the Highlands of Scotland. Then followed the conquest of Britain by the English, as the Teutonic invaders began soon to be called. The Celtic people were largely driven out, including the Celtic Christians. The English were heathens, and the Celtic Christians seem to have made no effort whatever for their conversion. The English again were by no means consolidated into an English nation. It was to one division of these English heathens that Gregory the Great sent Augustine. Even the term, the British Church, is somewhat misleading. There is not the slightest trustworthy evidence, either as to the time when, or the person by whom Christianity was introduced into Britain. There, of course, as everywhere else, the Church was under the rule of bishops. But, excepting for the purpose of ordaining, the authority of the British bishops seems to have been entirely overshadowed by the authority of the abbots of monasteries. There seems, as we have said, no evidence of anything resembling the patriarchal system among them, nor of any close or frequent communication between the British churches and the rest of Christendom. This is proved, among other things, by their curious reckoning of Easter, which, as Giesler shows, Ecclesiastical History 2, 164, English translation, was by no means identical with that of the Quarto Decimans. It was simply the survival of the use of an old cycle which had been elsewhere superseded by one more accurate and convenient. The ascertainable biography of St. Augustine begins with his mission, by command of Gregory, to the heathen English, and especially to the subjects of Ethelbert, King of Kent, who had married a Christian lady. There is not the slightest reason for discrediting the story related by Beda of the incident which first excited Gregory's interest in the heathen English. The relations between Britain and Rome having come to an end, it is not in the least surprising that even a person so exceptionally well informed should have known nothing about the Teutonic peoples, Angles, Jutes, Saxons, which had driven out the British. That he should have played upon words so suggestive as Angli, Diera, and Aela is exactly what might be expected from the author of the Magna Moralia. The familiar story, he calls it Opinio quae di Beato Gregorio traditione majorum ad nos usque perlata est, as told by Bada, is as follows. Hist. Eccles. 2, 1. It is reported that some merchants, having just arrived at Rome on a certain day, exposed many things for sale in the marketplace. An abundance of people resorted thither to buy. Gregory himself went with the rest, and, among other things, some boys were set to sale, their bodies white, their countenances beautiful, and their hair very fine. Having viewed them, he asked, as is said, from what country or nation they were brought, and was told, from the island of Britain, whose inhabitants were of such personal appearance. He again inquired whether those islanders were Christians, or still involved in the errors of paganism, and was informed that they were pagans. Then, fetching a deep sigh from the bottom of his heart, "Alas, what pity," said he, "that the author of darkness is possessed of men of such fair countenances, and that, being remarkable for such graceful aspects, their minds should be void of inward grace." He therefore again asked, what was the name of that nation, and was answered that they were called Angles. "Right," said he, "for they have an angelic face, and it becomes such to be co-heirs with the angels in heaven." "What is the name," proceeded he, "of the province from which they are brought?" It was replied that the natives of that place were called Dieri. "Truly are they Dei Ira," said he, withdrawn from wrath, and called to the mercy of Christ. How is the king of that province called? They told him his name was Aella, and he, alluding to the name, said, Alleluia! The praise of God the Creator must be sung in those parts. Gregory was eager to go at once on a mission to the home of these beautiful children, and the then Pope gave his consent. But the Roman people could not bear the loss of one already so useful and distinguished, and almost before he had started, he was recalled. When, during his own pontificate, Gregory carried out his purpose, it was probably due to a request of Queen Bertha, speaking, most likely, in behalf of some of the Kentish people, made to the Frankish bishops for missionaries. It has come to our knowledge, writes Gregory, that, through the mercy of God, the people of the Angeli are eagerly desiring to be converted to the Christian faith, but that the priests of their own neighbourhood neglect them. When Bertha married Ethelbert, it was on condition that she should retain her own religion, and she was accompanied to Kent by a French bishop named Luillard, who must have acted chiefly as her private chaplain. Ethelbert nobly kept his word, and thus the piety of Bertha and her religion may easily and deeply have impressed the Kentish heathen. That the Celtic bishops and clergy, sacerdotes e vincinio, did nothing for the conversion of the heathen English can scarcely be a matter of surprise, though possibly of regret. For they were not only Christians, but belonged to the conquered race, whom, apart from their religion, it was the policy of the conquerors to drive out of the country, and who were compelled to take refuge in the remotest districts of the land. The Frankish bishops seem to have done little or nothing in response to Queen Bertha's solicitations, and Gregory ordered Candidus, administrator of the patrimony of St. Peter in Gaul, to bring up English youths and have them trained in monasteries and fitted to be made missionaries to their own land. At length, in the 6th year of his pontificate, he determined to undertake the work himself, and sent from his own monastery of St. Andrew, on the Caelian Hill in Rome, a company of 40 monks, headed by their prior, Augustine. Their progress at first was rapid. Starting in the summer of A.D. 596, they soon arrived in the neighbourhood of Aix, in Provence, but the nearer they came to what should have been their journey's end, the less inclined they were for the work to which they had been appointed. The heathen English were represented as barbarians of unusual ferocity, and the companions of Augustine were as frightened as the companions of Caleb and Joshua. They induced their prior to return to Gregory and seek a release from their perilous task. But Gregory was not a man to be frightened himself, or to have much sympathy with cowards. He wrote, however, with great gentleness, "Forasmuch as it had been better not to begin a good work than to think of desisting from that which has been begun, it behoves you, my beloved sons, to fulfil the good work which, by the help of the Lord, you have undertaken. Let not, therefore, the toil of the journey, nor the tongues of evil-speaking men deter you, but with all possible earnestness and zeal, perform that which by God's direction you have undertaken." He furnished them with letters to the bishops of Tours, Marseille, Vienne, and Autun, and also to the metropolitan of Arles. After the lapse of a year, they slowly continued their journey, and landed at last at Ebb's Fleet in the Isle of Thanet. As soon as they had landed, Augustine sent the interpreters, whom he had obtained from the nation of the Franks, to tell Ethelbert of his arrival. Ethelbert seems to have been a really noble-hearted man, and had doubtless been attracted by the piety of his wife Bertha. The missionaries told him that they had come from Rome, the great capital of the West, and had brought a joyful message, which most undoubtedly assured to all that took advantage of it everlasting joys in heaven, and a kingdom that would never end, with the living and true God. The king ordered them to remain in the island where they had landed, and promised that they should be furnished with all necessaries till he should consider what he would do with them. Soon after he came to the island and conferred with Augustine and his companions in the open air, fearing the possibility of magic enchantments if he met them under any roof. He was much impressed by their ceremonial, their bearing, and their teaching. "Your words and promises," he said, "are very fair, but as they are new to us, and of uncertain import, I cannot approve of them so far as to forsake that which I have so long followed with the whole English nation. Cum omni Angelorum gente." This by no means implies, it is scarcely necessary to say, an English nation in the modern sense of those words. "But because you have come from far into my kingdom, and, as I conceive, are desirous to impart to us those things which you believe to be true and most beneficial, we will not molest you, but give you favourable entertainment, and take care to supply you with your necessary sustenance. Nor do we forbid you to preach, and gain as many as you can to your religion." By the king's invitation they crossed from Thanet and took their abode in the then rude town of Canterbury, and before long were allowed to worship in St. Martin's Church with the Queen. Their influence gradually increased, and a considerable number of the English were converted. At last Ethelbert himself received baptism, Whitsunday, A.D. 597, and, following his example, it is said that on December the 25th following, midwinter, upward of 10,000 were baptized in the waters of the Swale. Of course, it cannot be supposed that in these medieval "conversions" of whole tribes or nations there was any rational acceptance of the complete theology of the Church. The conversion was rather the acceptance of a discipline, a mode of life, founded indeed on Christian doctrine, and in all kinds of subtle ways symbolizing it, but primarily an imitation of a sweeter and purer life, and a more spiritual and suggestive worship. The words of Beda, 1:26, are worthy of note as indicating the temper both of Gregory and Augustine. Their conversion the king so far encouraged, as that he compelled none to embrace Christianity, but only showed more affection to the believers as to his fellow citizens in the heavenly kingdom, for he had learnt from his instructors and leaders to salvation that the service of Christ ought to be voluntary, not by compulsion. Having so far succeeded in his mission, Augustine went to Arles and was consecrated Archbishop of the English by the Metropolitan Virgilius. Beda says, 1:27, "Archiepiscopus genti Angelorum ordinatus est," the actual see probably being then undetermined. On his return he dispatched Lawrence and Peter to Rome to tell Gregory that the Angli had been converted to the faith, and that he himself, Augustine, had been made a bishop. They were also to bring back the Pope's answers to sundry questions respecting the conduct of the mission which Augustine proposed to him. Both the questions and the answers are highly suggestive. The first question was as to the division of the offerings of the faithful. The second as to differences of use in the celebration of Mass and other divine offices. The answer of Gregory is almost classical and may well be repeated here. "You know, my brother," he says, "the custom of the Roman Church, but it pleases me that if you have found anything, whether in the Roman Church or the Church of the Gauls, Galliarum, or any church whatever, which may be more pleasing to Almighty God, you should carefully make choice of the same, and diligently teach the Church of the English, which as yet is new in the faith, whatever you have been able to collect from many churches. For things are not to be loved for the sake of places, but places for the sake of good things." The fourth and fifth questions of Augustine refer to prohibited degrees of marriage, and Gregory replies, as to the marriage of first cousins, among other objections, "We have learned by experience that no offspring can come of such marriage." To Augustine's inquiring as to his relations with the bishops of Gaul and Britain, Galliarum Britanniarumque, Gregory replies that Augustine has no authority whatever within the jurisdiction of the Metropolitan of Arles, but he adds, "As for the bishops of Britain, Britanniarium, we commit them to your care, that the unlearned may be taught, the weak strengthened by persuasion, and the perverse corrected by authority. Considering the context, Augustine had been asking whether, under the circumstances, he could consecrate bishops without the presence of any other bishops, and, moreover, he had not yet come into any kind of contact with the Celtic bishops. It seems probable that the bishops of Britain, here placed under Augustine's jurisdiction, were the bishops to be afterward consecrated by himself, with or without the presence and witness of Gallic or other bishops. Gregory's advice to Augustine, conveyed through the abbot Mellitus, may well be pondered by the managers of modern missions. He says, "The temples of the idols in that nation," the English, "ought not to be destroyed, but let the idols that are in them be destroyed. Let holy water be made and sprinkled in the said temples. Let altars be erected, and relics placed. For if those temples are well built, it is requisite that they be converted from the worship of devils to the service of the true God, that the nation, adoring the true God, may the more familiarly resort to the places to which they have been accustomed." He even suggests that their sacrifices, which were largely festivals, as much social as religious, should be discontinued indeed as sacrifices, but changed into banquets and associated with the day of the dedication of a church, or the nativity of a holy martyr. And all this on the perfectly sound principle, too often forgotten, that he who strives to reach the highest place raises himself by steps and degrees, and not by leaps. Gradibus vel passibus non autem saltibus elevatus. At last Augustine was brought into contact with the Celtic bishops. It was clear that their assistance would be very valuable in the endeavour to convert the English, and also that their peculiar usages would convey the impression of far greater diversity of doctrine than actually existed. Augustine was willing to make much concession. There were 3 conditions of union which seemed to him indispensable: agreement as to the time of keeping Easter, agreement as to the mode of administering baptism, and hearty cooperation in mission work among the heathen. We may leave out of consideration alleged miracles, also the curious or even the ludicrous test of a divine mission suggested by the aged hermit of the story. The Celtic bishops refused any sort of cooperation, and Augustine left them, not without a solemn warning. If they would not have peace with their brethren, they would have to accept war from their enemies. If they would not preach the way of life to the nation of the Angli, they would have to suffer at their hands the vengeance of death. It is scarcely credible, though in religious controversy almost anything is credible, that a warning so obviously wise and even charitable should have been interpreted as a mere threat, and as evidence that Augustine himself was the author of the calamities that afterward befell the Celtic Church. Such is the simple story of the mission and the life, for we read nothing about his life but his mission, of Augustine, the first Archbishop of Canterbury. He was not able to carry out the whole scheme of Gregory. He was not the first to introduce Christianity into Britain, but, apart from Queen Bertha's private chaplain, he was the first to introduce Christianity to the English, those Teutonic tribes which were the ancestors of the English of today. Who first brought the gospel to the Roman province of Britain, no one knows, nor is it of the slightest importance that anyone should know. But that there should have been 2 Christian religions in England when the nation was being consolidated would have been fatal both to nation and church. We conclude this brief notice by a passage from 2 historians, neither of whom could possibly be suspected of any undue subservience to the modern Church of Rome. The first is from Mr. Green's The Making of England, pages 314-315. He is speaking of the results of the Synod of Whitby, AD 664. it is possible that lesser political motives may have partly swayed Oswin in his decision, for the revival of Mercia had left him but the alliance of Kent in the south, and this victory of the Kentish Church would draw tighter the bonds which linked together the two powers. But we may fairly credit him with a larger statesmanship. Trivial, in fact, as were the actual points of difference which parted the Roman Church from the Irish, the question of which communion Northumbria should belong was, as we have seen, of immense moment to the after fortunes of England. It was not merely that, as Wilfrid said, to fight against Rome was to fight against the world. Had England indeed clung to the Irish Church, it must have remained spiritually isolated from the bulk of Western Christendom. Fallen as Rome might be from its older greatness, it preserved the traditions of civilization, of letters, and art and law. Its faith still served as a bond which held together the nations that sprang from the wreck of the empire. To repulse Rome was to condemn England to isolation. But grave as such considerations were, they were of little weight beside the influence which Oswin's decision had on the very unity of the English race. The issue of the synod not only gave England a share in the religious unity of Western Christendom, it gave her a religious unity at home. However dimly such thoughts may have presented themselves to Oswin's mind, it was the instinct of a statesman that led him to set aside the love and gratitude of his youth, and to secure the religious oneness of England in the Synod of Whitby. The other is from Milman's History of Latin Christianity, 2, 198-199, American edition. The effect of Christianity on Anglo-Saxon England was at once to re-establish a connection both between the remoter parts of the island with each other, and of England with the rest of the Christian world. They ceased to dwell apart, a race of warlike, unapproachable barbarians, in constant warfare with the bordering tribes, or occupied in their own petty feuds or inroads, rarely, as in the case of Ethelbert, connected by intermarriage with some neighbouring Teutonic state. Though the Britons were still secluded in the mountains, or at extremities of the land, by animosities which even Christianity could not allay, yet the Picts and Scots, and the parts of Ireland which were occupied by Christian monasteries, were now brought into peaceful communication, first with the kingdom of Northumbria, and through Northumbria with the rest of England. The intercourse with Europe was of far higher importance, and tended much more rapidly to introduce the arts and habits of civilization into the land. There was a constant flow of missionaries across the British Channel, who possessed all the knowledge which still remained in Europe. All the earlier metropolitans of Canterbury and the bishops of most of the southern seas were foreigners. They were commissioned at Rome, if not consecrated there. They travelled backward and forward in person, or were in constant communication with that great city, in which were found all the culture, the letters, the arts and sciences which had survived the general wreck. Nobody need disparage the Celtic Church, but it is not too much to say that the Celtic Church could never have preserved Christianity in Britain against the victorious Saxon or English heathen. But from the very beginning, the Church of England has retained the traces of her early origin, when Gregory the Great was Pope, when the claim to be universal bishop was deemed untenable, when even the ritual of the Mass was still in unessential details flexible. End of section 18. Section 19. Of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. Mahomet, 571 to 632. The Arabian prophet was born at the city of Mecca some time during the 6th century, but the precise year has, after much discussion, still been left in doubt. Hottinger says AD 571, Reiske AD 572, and Gagnère AD 578. His lineage has also been the subject of great altercation, one party exalting him above most of his countrymen, while the other degraded him to the lowest rank, particularly contemporary Christian writers, who were desirous of rendering him an object of contempt, and in the same degree that the Christians felt themselves called upon to degrade the Arabian prophet, so did the Mahometans think themselves compelled to exalt him. Mahomet successfully vindicated for himself a high lineage among his countrymen. The tribe of Koresh, to which he belonged, laying claim to Ishmael as their progenitor, and this claim, arising from the vanity of the tribe, was eagerly laid hold of and supported by his votaries. Abdallah, the father of Mahomet, was the youngest son of Abd al-Muttalib, the son of Hashem. Hashem, say the authors of the modern universal history, succeeded his father Abd al-Menaf in the principality of the Koresh, and consequently in the government of Mecca and the custody of the Kaaba. So far, the genealogy of the prophet is supported by authentic history. That he was descended from the princes of his people cannot be denied. This descent from Ishmael, Gibbon, after Sale, thus disproves. Abul Feda and Gagnère describe the popular and approved genealogy of the prophet. At Mecca I would not dispute its authenticity. At Lausanne I will venture to observe, first, that from Ishmael to Mahomet, a period of 2,500 years, they reckon 30 instead of 75 generations. Second, that the modern Bedouins are ignorant of their history and careless of their pedigree. Abdallah, though of high lineage, was possessed of little wealth, and as he died while his son was yet an infant, we may easily suppose that little to have been diminished by the rapacity of his kindred. At the early age of 6 years, Mahomet lost his mother, Amina, and 2 years after, his grandfather, Abd al-Muttalib, who, when dying, earnestly confided the helpless orphan to the care of Abu Talib, the eldest of his sons, and the successor to his authority. From him, though treated with kindness, Mahomet received a scanty education, but whether that education was equal or inferior to that of his countrymen, it is not easy to discover. Tradition states that at the time of Mahomet's first declaration concerning his mission, only one man in Mecca could write. If so, it is nothing wonderful that Mahomet, like the rest of his kindred, should also be unable to write. At 13 years of age, he is said to have made a journey to Syria in the caravan of his uncle, and some years after to have performed the same journey in the capacity of factor to his mistress, Khadijah. The next remarkable event in the life of Mahomet is his appearance in the character of a soldier. At the early age of 14, he served under his uncle, who commanded the troops of his tribe, the Koresh, in their wars against the rival tribes of Kenan and Hawazan. The circumstance is worthy of remark, as illustrative of the perfect compatibility between the business of a merchant and that of a soldier among the Arabian people, and upon the constant and rapid transition from one to the other. By the assistance of his uncle, he became soon after the factor of a rich trading widow in his native city. The animosity of his enemies has degraded the confidential agent into a driver of camels. It has been confidently and constantly asserted that he was a menial servant in the household of his mistress, Khadijah, while in truth he was employed to carry on her mercantile transactions and to superintend her affairs. In this situation of factor, his conduct and integrity gained him the affections of his mistress. Khadijah was not, in the eyes of her people, degraded by an alliance with the grandson of their prince, and in her own estimation, by bestowing her hand and fortune upon Mahomet, she gained a young, handsome, and affectionate husband. 20 years of constancy, of kind and respectful attention on the part of Mahomet, fully justified her choice. It may indeed be imagined, and we confess the supposition bears the appearance of some plausibility, that the affection of Khadija was not uninfluenced by the handsome person and insinuating eloquence of her youthful suitor. And we cannot refuse our applause to the conduct of Mahomet, who, whatever might have been her motives, never afterward forgot the benefits he had received from his benefactress, never made her repent having so bestowed her affection, or grieve at having placed her fortune and her person at his absolute disposal. Khadija, at the time of her marriage, was 40, Mahomet 25 years of age. Till the age of 64 years, when she died, did Khadija enjoy the undivided affection of her husband. In a country where polygamy was allowed, the pride or tenderness of the venerable matron was never insulted by the society of a rival. After her death, he placed her in the rank of the 4 perfect women, with the sister of Moses, the mother of Jesus, and Fatima, the best beloved of his daughters. "Was she not old?" said Ayesha, with the insolence of a blooming beauty. "Has not Allah given you a better in her place?" "No, by Allah," said Mahomet, with an effusion of honest gratitude. "There never can be a better. She believed in me when men despised me. She relieved my wants when I was poor and persecuted by the world." Commerce now occupied his attention. Until the age of 40, nothing remarkable happened in the life of the future prophet. His marriage with Khadija raised him to an equality with the first citizens of Mecca, gave an importance to his opinions, and, combined with the power of his family, probably rendered it impossible to punish or interrupt the first steps he made toward the propagation of his new religion. When relieved from the pressure of indigence, his mind seems almost immediately to have been turned towards religious meditation. The result of this meditation was an opinion exceedingly unfavourable to the religion of his countrymen. The first statement of this conviction was met rather by ridicule than anger, being considered the fantasy of a dreaming enthusiast, who was little to be dreaded and unworthy of opposition. We are told that he retired to a cave in Mount Hara, near Mecca, where, as he assured his first proselyte, his wife, he regularly received the visits of the angel Gabriel. This tale his wife believed, or affected to believe. The next on the list of true believers was Zayd, the servant of the Prophet, and Ali, the son of his uncle, Abu Taleb. The impetuous youth, disdaining his 2 predecessors in the true faith, proudly styled himself the first of believers. The next and most important convert was Abu Bekr, a powerful citizen of Mecca, by whose influence a number of persons possessing great authority were induced to profess the religion of Islam. 3 years were spent in the arduous task of converting 6 of these men. They were afterward his chief companions, and, with a few others, were the only proselytes to the new religion before it became publicly known. The apostle, who was at first derided, came at length to be feared. The people flocked to hear his doctrines, and as they retired, wondering and believing, general consternation reigned among the governors of Mecca. Frightened by his growing influence, they imprudently endeavoured to arrest the evil by punishing the offender. For some time, however, the power of Abu Taleb, the Prophet's uncle, defended him against these hostile attacks, which served, by manifesting the alarm and hatred of the nobles, to increase Mahomet's fame and importance. Persecution gave him strength by bringing him before the public. Once known, he gained sympathizing listeners among the benevolent because a persecuted man, and blindly believing votaries among the ignorant and fearful because a bold and vehement declaimer against wickedness, as well as an eloquent describer of the horrible torments attached to unbelief. In the 7th year of his mission, the heads of the tribe of Koresh made a solemn league one with another, engaging themselves to have no commerce or connection with the families of Hashem and Al-Muttalib. While Abu Talib lived, the league was of no avail. The power of the uncle defended the nephew against the designs of his enemies. At length, at the end of the 7th year, Abu Talib died, and a few days after his death, Mahomet was left a widower by the decease of Khadijah. In his affliction he termed this fatal year the year of mourning. The unprotected prophet was now completely exposed to the attacks of his enemies. His only safety was in flight, and had not the city of Medina been friendly to his cause, the religion of Islam would have been crushed in the bud. The fame of Mahomet, however, had extended far beyond the walls of his native town. Distance, by shrouding him in mystery, increased his influence. While he was scorned and derided at Mecca, he was worshipped at Medina. A secret deputation from the city of Medina waited on the apostle, and an alliance was entered into, during 2 secret and nocturnal interviews, on a hill in the suburbs of Mecca. 73 men and 2 women, having professed the faith of Islam, as well as some yet unbelievers, met the prophet and proffered him assistance. "What recompense," said they, "have we to expect should we fall in your defence?" "Paradise," exclaimed the confident apostle. They promised him fidelity and allegiance. From a fugitive, Mahomet became a monarch. No sooner had he arrived at Medina than he found himself at the head of an army devoted to his person, obedient to his will, and blind believers in his holy office. The fugitives from Mecca and the auxiliaries of Medina, the 2 parties into which Mahomet's followers were now divided, gathered round their chief, and with friendly emulation vied with each other in obedience and in valour. To prevent all jealousy between the brethren, Mahomet wisely gave each one a friend and companion from the rival band. Each fugitive had for his brother one of the auxiliaries. Their fraternity was continued in peace and in war, and during the life of the prophet their union was undisturbed by the voice of discord. The commands of the prophet were followed to the letter. The first warlike attempt of the believers was, nevertheless, unsuccessful. Mahomet, having learned that a caravan, the property of the hostile Koresh, was on its way from Syria to Mecca, dispatched his uncle Hamza with a party of 30 horse to capture it. Hamza, however, discovering the caravan to be guarded by 300 men, desisted from his hostile enterprise and returned without the expected booty. On the plain of Beda, Mahomet, at the head of his troops, effaced the shame of this failure. A rich caravan, proceeding to Mecca, and guarded by Abu Sofyan, with between 30 and 40 men, occasioned the contest. The spies of Mahomet informed him that this rich and apparently easy prey was within his grasp. He advanced with a few followers in pursuit of it, but before he could overtake the unprotected band, Abu Sofyan had sent for a reinforcement from Mecca. A troop consisting of 950 men, among whom were the chief persons of that city, instantly obeyed the summons. Mahomet was posted between the caravan and the coming succour, being able to oppose to this formidable force no more than 313 soldiers, mounted for the most part on camels, some few, according to some authors, not more than 2, being mounted on horses. Undismayed by this disparity of force, Mahomet determined to try the event of a battle and risk his fortune and perhaps his life upon the contest. The troops were persuaded to engage the superior forces of the enemy, and for the present to abandon the tempting prize of Abu Sofyan's rich caravan. Mahomet animated them by his prayers, and in the name of the Most High promised them certain victory. However assured he might have been of divine assistance, he was careful to let slip no human means of securing success. An entrenchment was made to cover the flanks of his troop, and a rivulet flowed past the spot he had chosen for his encampment, and furnished his army with a constant supply of water. When the enemy appeared, descending from the hills, Mahomet ordered his soldiers to the attack. But before the armies could engage, 3 combatants, Ali, Al-Harith, and Hamza, on the side of the Moslems, and 3 of the Quraysh, joined in single conflict. The Moslem warriors were victorious, and thus gave to both armies a presage of the coming engagement. The Prophet, with Abu Bekr, at the commencement of the battle, mounted a pulpit, fervently demanding of God the assistance of Gabriel and 3,000 angels, but when his army appeared to waver, he started from his place of prayer, mounted a horse, and flinging a handful of dust into the air, exclaiming, "May their faces be confounded!" rushed upon the enemy. Fanaticism rendered his followers invincible. The numerous forces of the Quraysh were unable to break the ranks or resist the furious attacks of his confiding soldiers. They fled, leaving 70 of their principal officers dead upon the field, and 70 prisoners in the hands of the enemy. Of the Moslems, only 14 were slain. The names of the slaughtered warriors have been handed down to posterity and enrolled among the list of pious martyrs whom the faithful Mussulman is taught to worship. Space will not permit us to enumerate the various battles fought by Mahomet. According, however, to the computation of some authors, no less than 27 expeditions were undertaken, in which he personally commanded, and in which 9 pitched battles were fought. During the same period, he was besieged in Medina by the implacable Quraysh, but by his own skill and the bravery of his troops, he repelled all their attacks. In the 6th year of the Hegira, with 1,400 men, he meditated what he asserted to be a peaceful pilgrimage to the holy temple of Mecca. Entrance into the city being refused by the people, the prophet in his anger determined to force his way. At this critical juncture an ambassador was dispatched from Mecca to demand a peace. The policy of Mahomet induced him to lay aside his determination of assaulting his native city and to accept the peaceful offers of his countrymen. A truce of 10 years was consequently concluded between the prophet and the Quraysh. 2 years had hardly elapsed when Mahomet accused the people of Mecca of a breach of their engagement. When a man is really desirous of quarrelling, a pretext is never wanting. He was now strong, and his enemies were weak. His superstitious reverence for the city of his nativity and for the temple it contained served also to influence his determination for war. The time since the concluding of the truce had been skilfully employed in seducing the adherents of the Quraysh and converting to his religion the chief citizens of Mecca. With an army of 10,000 men he marched to besiege it, and no sooner did he appear before the walls than the city surrendered at discretion. The religion of Mahomet may be considered now to have been permanently settled. The conquest of Mecca and of the Quraysh was the signal for the submission of the rest of Arabia. The events of the prophet's afterlife cease, therefore, to possess an interest for a Western reader. They were, for the most part, merely expeditions undertaken for the purpose of reducing the petty tribes who still resisted his authority, and were all of them eventually successful. The influence and religion of Mahomet continued rapidly to extend. His difficulties were over, and the hour of his prosperity has nothing to instruct or to amuse the general reader. Between the taking of Mecca and the period of his death, no more than 3 years elapsed. In that short period he had destroyed the idols of Arabia, had extended his conquests to the borders of the Greek and Persian empires, had rendered his name formidable to those once mighty kingdoms, had tried his arms against the undisciplined troops of the former, and defeated them in a desperate encounter at Muta. His throne was now firmly established, and an impetus given to the Arabian nations that in a few years induced them to invade, and enabled them to subdue, a great portion of the globe. India, Persia, the Greek Empire, the whole of Asia Minor, Egypt, Barbary, and Spain were reduced by their victorious arms. The muezzin was heard throughout an empire greater than Alexander's, and though the temporal power of his successors has now faded to a shadow, the religion which he founded still holds sway throughout all that empire, and is even endeavouring to extend itself. Although Mahomet did not live to see such mighty conquests, he laid the first foundations of this wide-spreading dominion, and established over the whole of Arabia and some part of Syria the religion he had proclaimed. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pamela Nagami. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3 by Charles F. Horne. Alfred the Great. By Sir J. Barnard Burke, LL.D. 849-901. No name in English history is so popular, and so justly popular, as Alfred the Great. That he taught his people to defend themselves and defeat their enemies is the least of his many claims to our grateful admiration. He did much more than this. He gave the first impulse to the spirit of civilization, and taught a horde of wild barbarians that there were other and worthier pursuits than war or the pleasures of the table. In fact, he was one of those highly gifted men that would seem to be raised up especially by Providence to meet certain emergencies or to advance the career of nations. Such was the hero so beautifully recorded by the pen of Edmund Burke, and of whose history we now propose to give a slight sketch for the amusement of those who might turn in weariness from a more ample record. Alfred the Great was born at Wantage in Berkshire in the year 849, one of the most dreary and calamitous periods of English chronicle. He was the youngest son of Ethelwulf, a mild and virtuous prince, but full of a timid piety which utterly disqualified him for the circumstances in which he was placed. According to the historian Asser, young Alfred, being of a more comely person and sweeter disposition than his elder brothers, became the favourite of both his parents, and was sent by them to Rome, while yet a child, in order that he might be anointed king by the Pope himself. But though the feeble piety of Ethelwulf showed this special instance of regard for his son, he altogether neglected his education, and the young prince, in his 12th year, had not yet learned to read or write. Fortunately for himself, and still more so for the kingdom he was afterwards to govern, he possessed a mind too active to be entirely subdued by the most unfavourable circumstances. If he could not read for himself, he nevertheless loved to listen to the rude but inspiring strains of Saxon poetry when recited by others, and had he not been a hero and a statesman, he might probably have been a poet. At length, as the old chronicler tells us, on a certain day his mother was showing him and his brothers the Saxon book of poetry which she held in her hand, and said, "Whichever of you shall the soonest learn this volume shall have it for his own." Thus stimulated, Alfred bent himself to the task with all that steady ardour which so strongly characterized him in after life, and easily won the prize from his tardy competitors. This gave a fresh impulse to his natural appetite for learning. Even his passion for the chase could not divert him from earnest study, nor was he to be deterred by what might have been a better excuse for indolence, the incessant tortures of the secret malady which had attacked him while yet a child, and which never left him but with life. What this secret disease was, the old chroniclers have forgotten or for some reasons omitted to explain. In 871, Alfred succeeded his brother in the sovereignty of Wessex at a period when the whole country was suffering under the ravages of the Danes, who burnt, plundered, and destroyed without the least distinction of age, sex, or profession. Being still pagans, the convent was no more sacred to them than the palace or the cottage. They waged war upon all alike, and the general misery was yet further increased by a raging pestilence and the internal dissensions of the people. Alfred now for the first time took the field against these brave but ruthless invaders. He was defeated, yet such was his skill and courage that he was able to maintain the struggle till at length a peace, or rather a truce, was concluded between the combatants, for these intervals of calm seldom lasted beyond a year. Neither was this the worst of the evils that beset the Saxon prince. Any compact he might make with one party of the Danes was considered binding only upon that party, and had no influence whatever upon others of their countrymen who had different leaders and different interests. Thus, upon the present occasion, Alfred had no sooner made terms with one piratical horde than he was invaded by a fresh body of them under Rollo, and when he had compelled these to abandon Wessex and seek for an easier conquest on the shores of Normandy, he was attacked by fresh bodies of Danes already settled in the other parts of England. So long, however, as they ventured to meet him in the open field, his skill secured him the victory, till, taught by repeated defeats, they had recourse to another system of tactics. They used, says Burke, suddenly to land and ravish a part of the country. When a force opposed them, they retired to their ships and passed to some other part, which in a like manner they ravaged, and then retired as before, until the country, entirely harassed, pillaged, and wasted by their incursions, was no longer able to resist them. Then they ventured safely to enter a desolated and disheartened country, and to establish themselves in it. To meet this system of warfare it was necessary to create a navy, at a time when the Saxons knew not how to build ships or how to manage them when built. But the genius of Alfred triumphed over every obstacle. He brought shipwrights from the continent, himself assisted the workmen in their labours, and engaged Frisian seamen, the neighbours of the Danes, and, like them, pirates. The new armament being completed, Alfred fell upon a Danish fleet which was bringing round a large force from Warham to the relief of their friends besieged in Exeter. These he defeated at all points, taking or destroying no less than 120, already damaged by a previous storm, and perhaps on that account less capable of defence. The Danes whom he held cooped up in Exeter found themselves in consequence compelled to surrender, and giving hostages not to trouble Wessex any longer, they settled themselves in Mercia, after the example of so many of their countrymen, and became occupants of the land they had before ravaged. Thus Alfred, in the 7th year of his reign, had lost nothing by the war waged under so many difficulties and disadvantages, enough to have overwhelmed a man of less energy and genius. He still retained the portion of the kingdom which lies south of the Thames, the only part ever belonging to him in separate sovereignty, while the Danes possessed all the country on the northern side of the river. The rest of the land was thus divided. Halfdane reigned in Northumberland, his brother in East Anglia, and Guthrum, Ascatel, and Amund governed with their subordinate king, Ceolwulf, in Mercia. There now occurs a difficulty in the life of Alfred, unexplained by the most industrious of his historians from any satisfactory record. We have just seen him triumphant and at peace with his defeated enemies. Suddenly, without the notice of any lost battle, we find him seeking refuge in the cottage of a herdsman in the Isle of Ethelinge, or Isle of Nobles, now called Athelney. This spot, scarcely comprising 2 acres of ground, was surrounded on all sides by marshes, so that it could be approached only in a boat, and in it flourished a considerable grove of alders, in which were stags, goats, and other animals. Here it is that the romantic incident of the burnt cake is supposed to have occurred, a story told by many of the old writers, but nowhere so fully as in the Latin life of St. Neot. There we read that Alfred, a fugitive and exiled from his people, came by chance and entered the house of a poor herdsman, and there remained some days in poverty, concealed and unknown. Now it happened that on the Sabbath day the herdsman, as usual, led his cattle to their accustomed pastures, and the king remained alone with the man's wife. She, as necessity required, placed a few loaves, which some call ludas, on a pan with fire underneath, to be baked for her husband's repast on his return, as well as for her own. While she was of need busied, peasant-like, upon other affairs, she went anxious to the fire, and found the bread burning on the other side. She immediately assailed the king with reproaches. "Why, man, do you sit thinking there, and are too proud to turn the bread? Whatever be your family, with such manners and sloth, what trust can be put in you hereafter? If you were a nobleman, you will be glad to eat the bread which you neglect to attend to." The king, though stung by her upbraidings, yet heard her with patience and mildness, and, roused by her scolding, took care to bake her bread as she wished. This fable has been variously narrated. Some accounts make the disguised prince busy in forming for himself a bow with arrows and other instruments of war, while the woman gives vent to her indignation in rhyme. "To turn the burning cakes you have forgot, prompt as you are to eat them when they're hot." In a short time the king's retreat became known to his adherents, who, flocking to him in numbers, he soon found himself enabled to carry on a sort of guerrilla warfare upon the nearest Danes. Growing bolder from the general success of these sallies, he at length determined upon more decisive measures. But before making the attempt, it was expedient to learn the actual condition of his enemy. With this view he assumed the costume of a Saxon minstrel and ventured into the Danish camp at Chippenham, about 30 miles distant from his stronghold among the marshes. In this disguise he went from tent to tent, and, as some of the chroniclers tell us, was admitted into the tent of Guthrum himself, the Danish leader, his quality of gleeman assuring safety even to a Saxon. Having obtained the necessary information, he returned to Athelney, which he finally left on the 7th week after Easter, and rode to Egbert's Stone, in the eastern part of Selwood, or the Great Wood. Here he was met by all the neighbouring folk of Somersetshire, Wiltshire, and Hampshire, who had not, for fear of the pagans, fled beyond the sea. Once more he encountered his enemies, and with a success almost as marvellous as the vision of St. Neot, which announced it, he routed the Danes at Ethandune with so much slaughter that they were glad to obtain peace on such terms as he chose to dictate. Guthrum embraced Christianity and became the adopted son of Alfred. The king's next care was to endeavour at amalgamating the Danes, who had settled in the country, with the victorious Saxons, a wise policy and as wisely carried out. The result of it was that when new hordes of invaders poured down upon England, they met with no encouragement from their countrymen already established in the island, and for want of this support were easily put to flight. Nor was it by land only that Alfred proved his superiority, being no less successful by sea against the Danes of East Anglia. These he defeated off their adopted coast, and captured 13 of their ships with all the treasure in them. Fearful as were the ravages committed by the Danes, they were yet, like many others of the evils of life, productive in the end of good. Before their invasion of the country, Wessex, Mercia, East Anglia, and Northumberland existed as 4 independent kingdoms. The last 3 they subdued in a little time to their own power, but being in turn defeated by Alfred, the conquered states fell to him, and this led the way to their final consolidation into a single kingdom. It was, however, a work of time, for the turbulent spirit of the Northmen required long and judicious treatment to make them lay down the sword and take up the spade and sickle. Peace being at length restored, Alfred, who was a full century in advance of his people, commenced in earnest the arduous task of civilization. He called about him from all parts the most learned men of the day, and setting the example in his own person, did more in a few years for the general advancement than had been previously effected in as many ages. Deficient himself in cultivation, but a giant in intellect, he devoted himself to study amid care, toil, and disease, mastered the Latin tongue, and, if we may believe William of Malmesbury, translated almost all that was known of Roman literature into Saxon. His clear and capacious mind was pious without bigotry, and while he reverenced the Pope as universal vicar, according to the doctrines of his age, he had yet none of the religious weakness of his father, but governed his kingdom in absolute independence of the Roman see. At the same time, no prince was more earnest in advancing the general interests of religion, which he considered, truly enough, essential to the well-being of the country. He rebuilt the ruined monasteries, added largely to the endowments of those that had escaped the barbarous invaders, and gave every encouragement to the ecclesiastics who came recommended to his favour by ability or virtue. While thus employed in the arts of peace, Alfred did not for an instant neglect the military defences of his kingdom, without which indeed he would have been like an improvident husbandman who should carefully cultivate his land, but leave it unhedged and unprotected. One of his most effective measures for this purpose was the building of a new kind of galleys, which were twice as long, twice as high, sailed more quickly, and were less unsteady than those of the Danes. Some of these ships had 60 oars, some more. In addition to these naval improvements, his genius, which seemed to adapt itself alike to all arts, suggested a complete revolution in the existing state of military tactics, both in the field and in fortifications. He was, however, feebly seconded by his people. They had not yet arrived at that degree of practical wisdom which teaches men to endure a present pain for the sake of a future benefit, and could with difficulty be brought to make preparations against dangers which were still remote from them. Had Alfred done no more than what has been already mentioned, he would have deserved the lasting gratitude of his countrymen. But in addition to all this, his services as a legislator must be taken into the account. If we judge of the system established by him, with reference to the age in which and for which it was produced, we shall find that in this respect also the great Alfred stands without a rival. He had no help from the accumulated wisdom of ages. His enactments were to a great extent the result of his own mind and genius, or at least we may say of him that he was the most original of legislators. Peace had lasted for what in those days must be held a very considerable period, but now the storm burst forth again as violently as ever. In the year 893, a famine visited the coast of France, and of so sweeping a kind that the Danes who had settled there under Hastings determined to relieve themselves by a piratical attack upon Kent. Having landed without opposition, for Hastings had taken the English by surprise, he formed 2 encampments, the one at Appledore, the other at Milton, only 20 miles apart. There they were joined by many of their countrymen who poured in from the north and east, notwithstanding their oaths and that they had given hostages for their good conduct to the King of Wessex. Incredible as it may now seem, the invaders were allowed for a whole year to retain possession of the land thus acquired, without any attempt being made to dislodge them. The chroniclers of the time, however, tell us that this delay was occasioned by the necessity of providing against the faithlessness of their brethren, who, although they had not yet revolted, were hardly to be trusted without some farther security of their loyal adherence to the pledges already given. Having taken the necessary measures, Alfred then attacked Hastings, compelled him to sue for peace, and next turned his arms against the body of these pirates who had established themselves at Farnham. With them, too, he was no less successful, but while he was thus occupied, the East Anglian and Northumbrian Danes seized the opportunity of revolt and sailed in 2 fleets for the coast of Devonshire. These also he defeated, though even then it required no less than 3 years to drive these new invaders from the country. And now, in the year 901, having fulfilled his earthly mission as the defender and civilizer of his people, the great and good King Alfred expired on October 26th, 6 days before the Mass of All Saints, not less beloved by his contemporaries than admired by after ages. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. John Hus, by Reverend Dr. Tweedy, 1373 to 1415. John Hus, a reformer before the Reformation and the martyr of Constance, was born about the year 1373. His birthplace was Husinec, a village of Bohemia. His parentage was humble, and his early toils and privations formed the school in which he was trained for future hardships and sufferings. He studied at the University of Prague, and some of his teachers were men somewhat in advance of their age. In the year 1396 Hus received his master's degree, and began to lecture in his university in 1398. In 1400 he was appointed confessor to the Queen of Bohemia, and in 1401 he became president of the philosophical faculty of Prague. The corruptions of his day, especially among the Romish priesthood, early suggested deep thoughts to this ardent man, and he found a few who were like-minded with himself among those who resided at Prague. Some of these entered into an arrangement for spreading truth as purely as it was then known. Hus was chosen their preacher, and there, in a place appropriately called Bethlehem, or the House of Bread, he "refreshed the common people with the bread of holy preaching." The impression which he produced was profound. A fervent love, a holy life, glowing appeals, and a gentle manner, all helped to make him a master in grace, but soon brought him into collision with dark, medieval minds. Here then is another decided and heroic man who has entered the ranks of the Friends of Truth. He will have much to do and much to endure. His patron will become his persecutor, and his friends will cast him out if he is to assail the corruptions of the year 1400. But Hus was not the man to be damped by danger. His only inquiry was, what is duty? He will do it at all hazards, and let us consider how, for in considering it we see another example of the needs of heroic decision in a world like ours, if man would really benefit his brother man. As early as the year 1391 the Bohemian reformer was studying the works of the great Englishmen of that age, and all these things helped to urge him forward in the path in which he resolved to move. An archbishop might thwart him and try to put him down, a whole university might oppose some of his measures, Wycliffe's books might be burned and loud remonstrances be heard. As a result, students, variously estimated at from 5,000 to 44,000, might forsake the University of Prague. But unmoved by such commotions, Hus went boldly forward. But intrepid as he was, Hus needed all his intrepidity. One of his friends was first thrown into prison and then banished for his boldness, and Hus had to appeal to the Archbishop, the chief agent in the persecution. "What is this?" he cried, "that men stained with innocent blood, men guilty of every crime, shall be found walking abroad with impunity, while humble priests, who spend all their efforts to destroy sin, are cast into dungeons as heretics, and must suffer banishment for preaching the gospel?" Matters soon reached a crisis. Hus was summoned to Italy to defend his doctrines, and all Bohemia was roused by that step. The future martyr was not permitted to go, it would have been to sacrifice his life. Meanwhile Queen Sofia used her influence on his behalf. The King wrote to the Pope and the Cardinal in his favour. He demanded liberty for Hus to preach, and insisted that all actions against him should cease, so that for a while the persecution was stayed. But at last Hus was pronounced a heretic, and now he is one stage nearer to Constance and the funeral pile. On the way, however, he could exclaim, "Where I see anything at variance with the doctrines of Christ I will not obey, though the stakes were staring me in the face." That was his maxim all through life, and in such an age such heroism in such a cause was the harbinger of death. At one stage of these life and death struggles Hus had to do battle against a whole theological faculty, and that and similar contests trained him to a boldness and decision which was constantly growing. But he had now to separate, for the truth's sake, from friends whom he had prized through life. His pathway, indeed, is gradually becoming more narrow, as well as more rough. He is one of those who must often walk alone. Indulgences were now attacked by him in public disputations. About this period some of his friends were condemned to death because they objected to indulgences, and Hus took up their cause. He hastened to the Senate House and pleaded for the 3 condemned men. He made their danger his own, and declared that he, the teacher, not they, the disciples, should die. In spite of his efforts, and in violation of promises given that no blood should be shed, all 3 friends were hurried to execution, and what could be the result of that step but a more intense antagonism, a more resolute decision? On a subsequent occasion, accordingly, Hus appeared before the King and his council to defend what he reckoned the right. He offered, with characteristic ardour, to be bound to die at the stake if he did not make good his views, provided his 8 opponents would do the same. But all other struggles were soon merged in the great conflict with Rome itself. The Pope had determined to put down Hus, and he was excommunicated with the most terrible of papal forms. If he did not submit in 20 days, the ban was to be proclaimed against him in all churches. All who harboured him were to be laid under an interdict, and Hus himself was to be burned according to law. The King of Bohemia had urged Hus to leave Prague for a time, in the hope that peace might thus be restored. He complied, and like Luther in the Wartburg, in the castle of Kozihradek, wrote some of his most important works. Never was more determined courage displayed by any man in similar circumstances than by Hus in that castle. From his hiding place Hus often went abroad and preached to the crowds who flocked to hear him. But the Council of Constance is now at hand, for we are referring to the year 1414, and he is to proceed thither under a safe conduct from Sigismund, Emperor of Germany, with the assurance that if he could not submit to the decision of the Council, the Emperor would send him back unharmed to Bohemia. This was an opportunity for which Hus had longed. He would now, he thought, deliver his message and uphold the truth before assembled potentates, and proceeded to Prague to prepare for the Council. He there publicly challenged all his opponents to convict him of error if they could, and proved that he was valiant for the truth as long as he was free. Hus set out for Constance on October 11, 1414, with 2 faithful knights to protect him by the way. Even in Germany he was cordially welcomed by many. He courted opportunities of making known his views, and at Nuremberg in particular he enjoyed such an opportunity to the full. He reached Constance on November 3rd, where his enemies were busily employed, and he was speedily posted as a vile heretic. Indeed, it was soon made plain that if he was a bold, intrepid man, he needed to be so. Officials from the Pope, who was then at Constance, desired him, as an interdicted priest, to abstain from the church services, but he declined to comply. Had he chosen even to equivocate, he might have escaped, but Hus was not the man to trim. Such a course was formally proposed to him, but though he was far from being buoyed up by false promises, he resolutely and without hesitation declined all underhand suggestions. He would uphold the truth, but that was all that he would do. "I fear nothing," he said, "for I hope that after a great conflict will ensure a great victory, and after the victory a still greater reward to me, and a still greater discomfiture to my enemies." Hus was not kept long in suspense. He sought various opportunities of proclaiming his views, but these were all denied him, and moreover, on November 28th he was made a close prisoner. He was removed in chains to the castle of Gottlieben. By night and day he was kept chained there, and all was done that was likely to bow down or to break the undaunted man. But though one form of disease after another assailed him, no wavering thought was harboured, no wavering word escape. All his sorrows only led him deeper and deeper into the truth which he prized so well, and in the face of crowding dangers his resolution actually became more and more fixed and heroic. The cruel mockery of justice at Constance was carried on by tribunal after tribunal, but the victim was steadfast and unmovable. Now gleams of hope broke forth for him and his friends, and then darkness gathered round them once more. But Hus found one thing unchanging, the word of his God, and when the council met in the Franciscan convent, which had become the martyr's prison, formally to try his case, they cruelly attempted to prejudge the matter without hearing him at all. But the Emperor interfered, and Hus appeared before them, ready to retract whatever was contrary to Scripture. But whenever he attempted to plead, a savage outcry arose around, till the voice of truth was drowned in the din. On June 7th he stood forth the second time before the council, but it was a wrangle rather than a solemn trial, for Hus would not abate one jot of his convictions, except as the Scriptures condemned them. On June 8th his third examination took place. Hus was told, at the close, that if he would suppliantly submit and retract opinions which he declared he never held, his judges would be lenient, otherwise his danger was obvious. He was thus asked to confess his errors, to swear that he would never more preach them, and publicly recant. But he constantly refused such terms, unless he were convicted by the word of God. Even the Emperor pleaded with him to yield. The judges also urged him, and professed a desire for his escape, but he was not to be moved, and must therefore hasten back to his cell, an outcast heretic in chains. If he would recant, he would be permitted to live, but little more, for imprisonment for life was to be his lot. But little did those judges know either the man whom they held in their grasp, or the principles and the power which bore him up. He could die, but he could not be anything but a true man. An emperor's safe conduct was found to be a worthless thing, and "trust not in princes" was a portion of the word of God which Hus learned thoroughly to understand. It was with unruffled self-possession that Hus gave himself to martyrdom. As he had never abandoned the Romish Church, he calmly engaged in its functions preparatory to his death. Indeed, some touching scenes were witnessed in his prison, he unshaken, his friends, his very enemies, weeping like womanhood beside him. Deputation after deputation visited him, one of them from the Emperor himself, and recantation was constantly the burden of their pleading. But Hus would not recant except upon conviction, and on July 6, 1415, he appeared once more before the council, where the Emperor was present on his throne. Many of the judges were Hus's bitter personal enemies, for he had assailed the measureless corruptions of their order. That was an unpardonable sin. Besides, history is careful to tell that bribery was largely employed to make sure of his destruction, and now the last act of the dark tragedy has arrived. No further defence was permitted to Hus, yet he uttered one solemn appeal. Once and again he prayed for his enemies. Being clothed in his priestly robes, he was stripped of them by 7 bishops, while he still persisted in holding fast his convictions, except as the truth of God could be shown to condemn them. The mark of his tonsure was next removed, and that with great cruelty. A cap daubed over with the figures of demons was then placed on his head, and thus the heroic martyr of Bohemia was led forth to be burnt in the name of religion. At the place of execution Hus prayed, and often repeated the words, "Into thy hands, Lord, I commit my spirit." When compelled to rise from his knees, he still appealed to the Saviour and prayed for "a strong and steadfast soul" to endure that shameful death. Even after he was placed at the stake, and had actually been surrounded by faggots, he declared that he willingly wore his chains for Christ, who wore yet heavier bonds. With his last breath he repelled a temptation to recant, and when the fire was kindled he began to sing with a loud voice, "Jesus, Son of the living God, have mercy upon me." When he was repeating the words for the 3rd time his voice failed, he was stifled by the flames, and soon reduced to ashes. These ashes were cast into the Rhine. Thus perished one of the noblest men who ever walked our world. His death led to the Hussite war. In his native Bohemia he was so loved that the peasants rose in great bodies, crying for vengeance. Many of the nobles joined them, and for 15 years battle and bloodshed avenged his execution. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Magott. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. Section 22, Louis XI of France, by E. Spencer Beasley, M.A., 1423 to 1483. During the Middle Ages, there was a constant struggle in the West between the two elements of temporal power, the central, or national, and the local, or that of the great vassals. Gradually, the local government all merged in large aggregates, in which each of the single national governments gathered to itself all military, civil, and judicial functions. This movement was already in progress before the end of the 13th century. By the end of the 15th, the struggle was substantially decided, though it did not come completely to an end till the latter part of the 17th century. In France, as in most countries, the agent in this organizing and nationalizing movement was the crown. Almost every French monarch did something towards enforcing recognition of the royal authority in all parts of that country, which, by geographical conditions, as well as by its history, was fitted for political unity. But, either because they did not see their way to undertaking the direct government of so large an area, or because they themselves were under the domain of feudal ideas, they did not always avail themselves of their frequent opportunities for extinguishing the local governments of the faiths which fell into their hands. The Valois kings granted many of them as appanages to their younger sons, and so created a new set of great vassals, who revived the struggle for feudal independence. The most dangerous of these, the Duke of Burgundy, openly aided the English invaders. This prince, beside his French fiefs, possessed the yet more important territories now known as Belgium and the Netherlands. Charles VII, the father of Louis XI, having expelled the English, established a permanent force of 9,000 cavalry, the first standing army in modern times. During the life of his father, Louis was not a dutiful subject. His masterful spirit could brook no superior. He even conspired with the rebel vassals. But as king, 1461 to 1483, he pursued the policy of his greatest predecessors with undaunted courage, patient perseverance, and political genius of the highest order. At first he was in too much of a hurry. He tried to clip the wings of all his vassals at once. He irritated the industrial classes by severe taxation. He drove into exile or rebellion his father's ablest generals and councillors. This brought upon him the so-called League of Public Welfare, headed by Charles the Bold, heir of Burgundy, which aimed at the virtual dismemberment of France. Persevering as Louis was, he had none of the weak obstinacy which cannot distinguish between means and ends. Finding himself overmatched, though he had cut his way through the host of rebels at Montlhéry, he conceded to them everything they demanded. By the Treaty of Conflans, 1465, he might seem to have flung up the game in despair, and to have signed the ruin of France. But his High Court of Justice, Parliament, by refusing to register the treaty, gave him an excuse for evading its performance, and by negotiating with the princes separately, he broke up their coalition. The peaceful and industrious classes stood by him, and he studiously cared for their interests, mixing familiarly with the citizens of Paris, dining at their houses, standing godfathers to their children, putting aside all state and ceremony, and even dressing in humble attire. The precautions of the residences at Plessis belong only to the last months of his life, when he was old and paralytic. Never ashamed to own a mistake and to retrace false steps, he won back the most valuable of his father's servants, whom he had first driven away. His designs against feudalism were not for a moment suspended, but instead of attacking all his vassals at once, he took them in detail. While one was being crushed, others were humoured till their turn came. As a young man, he had shown warlike tastes and a brilliant personal valour, but as king, he always preferred negotiation and policy. It was a too daring confidence in his mastery of these weapons which led him to risk his famous visit to Charles the Bold at Péronne, 1468, so vividly painted by Scott in Quentin Durward, who, however, omits to mention the safe conduct which Charles basely violated. At such critical moments, Louis's nerve became steadiest and his intellect most acute. The concessions extorted from him at Péronne seemed to undo the work of years, but when once he was free, he found means to remedy all the mischief that had been done. Never, says his minister Comines, was there a man so sagacious in adversity. When he drew back, it was to make a longer spring. In another war with Burgundy, Edward IV of England landed with a large army, 1475. To warlike nobles, it seemed very base that Louis bought off the invaders instead of rushing upon another Crécy or Agincourt, but he thoroughly despised such criticism. He had an army, and a good one, But if a round sum of money would effect the purpose more cheaply, surely, and speedily, why would he expose his subjects to the horrors and losses of war? 2 years later, Charles fell at Nancy, fighting against the Swiss, who were in the pay of Louis. It was the death blow of feudalism. Louis promptly seized the Duchy of Burgundy and some other territories of the deceased duke, although, during his reign, he brought 11 provinces under the direct government of the crown, Brittany being the only great fief which, at his death, remained independent. He had thus assured the unity of France and a preponderance in Europe. Hardly less important services to his country were his establishment of order and good administration, his financial and judicial reforms, his encouragement of industry and commerce. He effected, says Availle, attempted or projected all the innovations of modern France. Diplomacy, the modern makeshift for the international office of the medieval papacy, dates from him. Historians have dwelt on his cruelty, perfidy, and superstition. Turbulent nobles, like St. Paul and Armagnac, were brought to the block. Treacherous ministers, like Cardinal d'Abalu, were kept for years in iron cages. Vulgar criminals swung from gibbets on every high road. But this severity towards ruffians of high and low degree, who have preyed on the country for the best part of the century, wrought peace and prosperity for the law-abiding and industrious. In the decay of feudal manners and Catholic discipline, the sentiment of honor had almost vanished from public life. But, judged relatively to his times, Louis is not to be branded as perfidious. He did not scruple to break treaties contrary to the interests of his country, which had been extorted from him by force, but he was more straightforward than his principal contemporaries. Twice, when he could have got rid of Charles the Bold by acts of treachery, which in those days no one would have blamed, he chose the honourable course. To reproach a man of the 15th century with superstition, because he thought there might be some efficacy in images and relics, is an abuse of language. If he clung to life, it was because he felt that so much of his projected work remained unfinished. He met death with remarkable fortitude, his thoughts and efforts being in the last moment occupied with the affairs, not of his soul, but of his country. His ministers and intimate friend, Comines, had left a faithful and judicious account of his life. 2 great poets have dealt unfairly with him. Scott could not forgive the foe of feudalism. Hugo was blinded by democratic prejudices. End of section 22.